Welcome, everyone, to day two coverage of the NFL draft from the bar room. My name is Aldo Gandia. And before we begin, officially, I want to thank John Buffone, Danny Shimon, and Neil Stopchinski for their excellent coverage yesterday. They did a phenomenal job of covering the first round, especially John Buffone, who was playing hurt. If you did not know, he was tore a bicep and he chose not to take his medication so that he wouldn't get loopy and mispronounce names and so forth. He did a fabulous job. We are indebted to him today. Today, Danny Shimon joins us back, and also Jordan Silveira. So we've got two draft analysts here who I am sure will not agree on every pick, will not agree on evaluations of every player, and that's going to make for some fun listening. Jordan, first of all, thanks for being here today. I really appreciate all of the work that you've done on social media, on other shows that I've listened to your opinions on, and here at the bar room.
Aldo, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to get into it, and pleasure to share this time with Danny and yourself. And I know we're going to have a nice afternoon, round two, round three for the Bears. And here's to hoping that Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham bring home another few starters.
Indeed. And Danny,
hurt, part of your body torn or hurting right now, so we can give you some props or no?
No. I'm good. I'm ready to go. I didn't tear a bicep boxing or anything. Didn't pull a hammy on my Peloton. I'm doing okay.
Sure. John, by the way, he mentioned to us at the end of the show yesterday his hand was swollen because it was just he needed some medication. You know, it was like swollen like a grapefruit. So I was like, wow, it's kudos to our partner John from really toughing it out. Like I said yesterday, in football, when we scout, we look for football character, football toughness, competitive toughness, and he showed all that yesterday. So real proud of him and appreciate all his efforts.
He certainly did. For those of you who don't know, John's had quite the injury history throughout his life. He has had so many accidents. One that I recall is he's a hunter, and so he goes up on this wooden shack that he and his family members have built, and he fell off of the shelter. Fortunately, the gun didn't go off, and really hurt his back. I think he broke his back at one point, and that's just one of many injuries. Now he's got the torn bicep, but knowing John, he'll be back at it real soon. In fact, he was already back at it real soon. So
I'm going to add that to my list of the reasons why I don't go hunting. Falling out of the shelter.
Exactly. Same here. I am not a hunter. Too afraid to handle a gun. I'll shoot myself in the where. Jordan, you're a hunter? You're muted.
Jordan, you pulled on Aldo. Jordan, you're muted.
I know. Boy, oh boy. I'm a rookie here. I was going to say, no, not me, Aldo. I'm California. We're easy breezy over here.
That's right.
Sunshine and beaches. No honey.
Jordan, let's start talking some football here. What are your expectations for round 2 and 3, day 2 of the Ryan Poles second draft as general manager of the Chicago Bears?
Yeah, Aldo, I think to me, I really see it one of two ways. And the good news is I like both. I've been saying for a while, I love this cluster of 3 picks. I understand it's later in the second round, but I think it provides you the ability to shop in a neighborhood of value. And I think the value is really good, especially at the top of the second when you have quite a few players that I think should have been first-round picks that are just sitting there for the taking, which we're going to get into in a second. But to me, I still think there's great value at the bottom of the second where they're picking in that 53, 61, 64 range. And I think that cluster of 3 picks allows you to address 3 important positional needs. And whether that be, center, interior offensive line, whether that's defensive tackle, defensive end, corner, maybe a tight end, you have a running back, you have options here to really pluck at those needs with these 3 picks. And the only other alternative is, as we were talking about, you have that talent sitting there at the top of the second now, which is, I can't help but wonder, is it worth potentially trading some assets? I mean, geez, you picked up a free 4th-round pick essentially yesterday from the Eagles in next year's draft to use that to move up to shop in a different neighborhood of the draft. And that to me is really enticing because as much as I like this cluster of 3, what if we can find a way to diversify the neighborhood that we're shopping in, pick 1 maybe up there and then still keep 2 at the bottom or things of that sort. So it's interesting to me.
Danny, what are your expectations?
Well, my expectations for today are just defense, and more defense. It's defensive line, edge rusher, and corner are the 3 spots that I'm hoping Ryan Poles zeroes in on today. And in terms of offense, I think they can wait in terms of potential interior offensive linemen until tomorrow. There are some later on in this draft, some guys that were tackled in college will probably shift inside because of size or body dimensions to guard. So, and if you're looking for interior guys, those are some guys you can pluck tomorrow. I mean, having said that, there is one interior offensive lineman that I absolutely love, and that's Steve Avila from TCU. So, at this point right now, your defensive line is pretty bare, to put it nicely there, and you just need to fill in those needs. So, when it talks about what Jordan just said in terms of jumping up, I would love to jump up, but man, I hate trading away capital because of all the holes we have and all the holes we needed. And it just that pick 64, the first pick in the third round, is going to be very, very enticing for teams to want to kind of move up after the second round. As we can see today, guys, the 32nd pick, the pick that they traded for Claypool, is very hot. There are multiple teams willing to give up a lot to move up there. So that could have been a nice spot there for the Bears to kind of capitalize and trade down. Unfortunately, that's something that they traded away. So, I mean, there are a handful of defensive linemen that I've earmarked here for the Bears, guys that I think will be a nice fits. In terms of defensive tackle, a couple edge rushers. But if you don't get one of those edge rushers, you're going to have to start kind of projecting now and trying to see if you can maybe hit one of these other guys that don't fit necessarily nice and neat in your projection or in what you want as an edge rusher, but you're gonna have to kind of mix and match and get a little creative. And there's a couple names we'll throw out there later on in the draft in terms of guys you can probably bring in as edge rushers and get a little creative with them. They're not specifically known as edge rushers, but some guys that have shown some potential. So we'll get into it later on. But also another thing you have to keep in mind is what they don't accomplish in the draft. It's also that second phase of veteran free agency. There's a couple of guys out there, defensive linemen as well as interior offensive linemen. If you're looking for, someone there that could be available, after the draft as well. So I'll be curious to see.
Well, let's actually get into some of those defensive linemen. I asked Jordan to send me a list of the top 10 or so defensive linemen that would fit the Bears scheme. And he starts with Keanu Benton. So Jordan, tell me why you think Keanu Benton would be a good fit for the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those players, Aldo, to me, that I was talking about, that I was shocked to see that he was going to make it to the second. In some ways, I understand it. And Mazi Smith, to me, is, I guess you would say, just that Coke version of what Keanu Benton is. And on a personal level, I kind of prefer Benton. He projects as a one-tech, but the unique thing about he and Mazi Smith are that as much as you can see them as a one-tech, they flash pass rushing technique that you don't often see in one-tech players. And so to me, there's some versatility there. I'm not even necessarily saying you slot him over to the 3. But again, I think that as much as I'm a big Andrew Billings fan, I don't think you can have enough depth there. So was it a 1-year deal for Billings? So to me, Benton just represents this awesome player. Blue blood program with Wisconsin makes a lot of sense to kind of beef up that spine of that defense.
Danny, do you think Benton is capable of playing the 3 tech? I asked Greg Gabriel that question on today's GTF show, and he said no. What are your thoughts, Danny?
Going off of what they asked him to do at Wisconsin, you say no. I mean, Jordan's right. He is a guy that was predominantly known as a 2-gapper, or a guy that can be a dominant run stopper, similar to some things I was talking about yesterday in terms of Mazi Smith. But and I was on the same line there with Greg, that he was a one technique, as a guy that's come in here and going to eat up tackles or eat up blocks and let the linebackers eat tackles. But seeing him at the Senior Bowl, and I think he showed something that to all the NFL, and that's what we did. And then he started after the Senior Bowl. You heard his name being bandied about in terms of possible late first round, because he showed some ability in terms of quickness to be able to get into those gaps and maybe be a penetrating, 3 technique for our team that utilizes that 4-man front. So I think he's got a chance if given opportunity. But if you ask me right now to kind of say, hey, where do you project him at the next level? I would say one technique, a guy that can eat up blocks and be a dominant run stopper. But I had that suspicion just based off what I saw at the Senior Bowl, that he could possibly be a guy that can get into the backfield and again create some havoc.
I noticed on Jordan's list that he has Zach Harrison ahead of Isaiah Foskey. Isaiah Foskey, to me, is such an interesting guy. I mean, he has got the build and the mindset to be really a top 10 draft pick, but there's just something seems to be missing. Jordan, I'll go to you first. Why do you have him at number 4 on your list? And do you sort of see things the way that I do, that there seems to be something lacking in his play?
Although to me, it's just a simple thing that, again, when you're drafting for some of the potential and the traits. And when we talk about a Zach Harrison, defensive end, Ohio State, you're talking about a lab-created defensive end. He's got these long levers. He's still, in many ways, you heard me talk about Lucas Van Ness as kind of a puppy dog at defensive end. I think Zach Harrison's that same way. Kind of has stone hands, doesn't know how to use them yet. But if you learn how to develop him, I think that he can become this monster edge for you as a strong side defensive end. And more importantly, something that I don't think gets talked about enough with him is it's kind of, I call it the Chris Jones trait, which Chris Jones, defensive tackle from the Kansas City Chiefs. Zach Harrison has an ability to kind of play closer. It seems like in the most important moments when you need a play, he finds a way to show up. And obviously the one that you're going to hear many people talk about is when he just, I hate to say it, but he kind of laid embarrassment to Jalen Duncan, the left tackle from Maryland in that game, to really kind of put that game on ice as he sacked and forced a fumble on Talia Tagovailoa. So to me, that's again, the reason why I have Zach Harrison bumped a little bit. To answer your question about Foskey, it's hard to argue against Foskey. The production's there, the leadership's there, comes from an even front. I think the thing when you talk about what's missing, Aldo, is to me, I just see and it sounds like a negative thing, and it's not meant to be that way, but I see a try-hard. The try-hard in the sense that, and this is the beautiful thing about him, the character seems it's there. He plays special teams. He gets after it. I mean, he broke Justin Tuck's sack record at Notre Dame. So the production and all of that is there, but you don't see any particular special traits or flash that make you think that this guy's got another level that we've yet to unlock. And I think that maybe is the reason why I have him just a hair lower than Zach Harrison, because it feels like a guy like him may have his potential a little closer to the maximum, if you will, than what a guy like Zach Harrison, who I kind of comp to like a puppy dog, a Carlos Dunlap would have been my comp for him.
The Steelers pick is in, so we should have an announcement in about a minute or so. Any expectations here, Danny, for what the Steelers might be picking for, what might be looking for? According to Mel Kiper, their needs are cornerback, offensive tackle, inside linebacker, wide receiver, and defensive tackle. Looks like they're not going to make the trade. So what do you think?
Joey Porter Jr. is going to be the pick here, I believe.
Jordan agrees.
I'm so happy. You have no idea. I mean, this is a guy that one, he's my top corner on the board, and I know that's maybe a unique opinion, but to me, he's a blue chipper in the class, and he was a guy that I was sitting there, and everybody likes the Cinderella story. I was hoping that he would have found a way to Pittsburgh in the first round, and if you're going to sit here and tell me that you're going to get my top corner, a blue chipper in the class, at 32 after still getting Broderick Jones, an absolute freak at tackle to protect Kenny Pickett, who's arguing? And this to me is one of those reasons. You heard all the rumors about who's going to trade up for him. You'd have to give me a haul to move out of here to bring in a legend, Joey Porter Sr., and bring in his son.
Yeah, all right. The only thing with him is with Porter Jr. is the fact that his ball production wasn't there at Penn State. Only one interception throughout his career. There are times he got a little panicky in coverage and with grab and hold, and there's times where, but in terms of other than that, he's got the size, he's got the length, he's aggressive in terms of run defense, and he's got the long arms to be able to come down and wrap up. So you like everything else about him. I love the bloodlines, so I think this if this is a pick, it'd be a nice kind of story here to have him. He drops in the second round. Technically he's 32. Technically he should be a first rounder, but
it is indeed Joey Porter. Excuse me for interrupting. It is indeed Joey Porter. Let's get Greg Gabriel's draft evaluation on board.
He's predominantly a press cover guy. He'll jam you at the line of scrimmage and he'll stay with you the whole way. He might be one of the best pure press guys in this draft. Great mirror skills. So he's a long-legged guy. He might not be quite as sudden as, say, a 5'11" guy who, and some of these taller guys just don't look as quick, but they really are. In off coverage, struggle might not be the right word, just won't be as good because he is so leggy, but still a good player.
Anyone take exception with what Greg shared there?
No, but the only thing I say is I wouldn't just rule him out in terms of off coverage, because I think he's a guy that could, like I said, in terms of transitioning. He's not the greatest, but he's a guy that does come down and, like I said, with aggression, be able to make those tackles. So I wouldn't rule him out entirely, but yeah, he's a press cover corner. Again, the long arms, be able to kind of press and jam at the line of scrimmage, 6'2". I think this is a guy that is going to fit nicely in that Steelers defensive backfield. So.
Jordan, any thoughts on what Greg shared about Jordan?
I could wax poetically for seemingly minutes on this guy. This is just a dream come true to me. And I'm a Bears fan, I'm not a Steelers fan. But to me, you're talking about it. Danny brought up a good point. The ball production's not there. And I got to say that tends to align with kind of my feelings on it. This is a guy that I've comped to Nnamdi Asomugha coming out of Cal way back when for the Raiders. Another guy that didn't have a ton of ball production, but you know why? Because he put the clamps on every single receiver that he touched to come across with those long levers to just sit there and jam you at the line. Everybody loves them some Marvin Harrison Jr. I love to bring this one up because Marvin Harrison, if your box score scouting, had a wonderful day against Penn State, and that came only after they decided to move him off Porter Jr. because Joey Porter Jr. put the clamps on him all day long until they had to move him off. So to me, Joey Porter Jr. is a special talent, a guy that I was thinking when it came out last year. Good decision to come back, good business decision. And to me, the only issue you're going to have with him, and the reason he's here at 32 is because if you're going to ask him to play against those shifty receivers, his hip fluidity is not that. But you put him on any proper X, he's going to man you up. And my favorite thing about him is Peter Skoronski wishes he had Joey Porter Jr.'s arm length. Like this is the thing is, even when he's beat, he uses those long levers to just sit there and throw the hand in the ball, in the route of the ball, knock it away to where even when you think he's beat, he's got these levers to just shoot and disrupt. I love the player.
Eric has an interesting question. He says, what kind of performance stats does Chase Claypool have to put up this year to feel like this was a fair trade? Any thoughts on that, Danny?
I was thinking about that earlier, and I'm like, because this was just a hot pick, and everybody wanted it. And I'm like, man, I go, what does Claypool got to do? I mean, for me, he's got to get at least 1,000 yards. He's got to get at least 5 to 6 touchdowns at the minimum to be able to kind of clarify, or to kind of justify this. And maybe 1,000 yards might be too much pressure on him, but he's got to put up the touchdowns. He got to be at least 6, 7 touchdowns for him to justify, using this high. Of course, they didn't know it would be this high of a pick when they made the trade, but. Because I mean, you could have traded down, you could have, you got a bunch more capital in terms of draft capital. You could have made a pick here, got your edge player or defensive tackle. So it's a valuable pick that they ended up trading for Claypool.
Jordan, you have any thoughts on what Claypool's production should be?
Yeah, I think the Claypool discussion is always so nuanced and difficult to really parse, but I'll try my best to talk about that. I think first off, to me, I don't even know if I'm ready to put specific numbers to it, but I think you need a second contract out of him. When you're talking about giving away a second-round pick that would have gave you financial control over a top 50-ish player, at the time of the trade, you knew you were going to have a top 50 player. You were going to give up 4 years of control on that for a player that you wanted the production right now. And we all understand what comes with trading for a receiver mid-season. So to me, I think it's about, can I get more control for Claypool? Is he showing me enough to warrant another contract? And I think really, to me, it comes down to understanding the role that he needs to play. If you're expecting him to be Calvin Johnson, I don't know what to tell you. You need to change your expectations. What I think he can play, and I know that nobody wants to talk about the team in the North, but he's a slasher. He is the Christian Watson player. He's the player that you're going to use on crossers and getting the ball to him on the move and seeing what he can do as a yak threat. Unfortunately, he does not play like he's DK Metcalf. He does not play like he's Calvin Johnson. He doesn't play like he's Andre Johnson. He is not a guy that plays physical at the catch point. If he decides to unlock that, if they can find a way to extract that from him, wonderful. It's plus value. But if you can understand his role as a speed slasher, get him the ball on the move, be a gadget guy, let him use that size and athleticism to win from a power slot role, then I think, and again, getting that second contract, that to me opens up a discussion for, was it worth it? Otherwise, yeah, it's hard to argue. You gave up essentially what is a first-round pick.
Titans pick is in, so we should learn.
Yeah, they traded with Arizona here. Titans moved up with made a trade with Arizona.
I have
they gave up a third-round pick for this year and a third-round pick for next year to move up from 41 to 33. So I wonder if Titans going to go for Will Levis here.
Well, that would be fascinating.
That would be. I have a perfect team fit I've wanted. I would love to see Josh Downs or Jonathan Mingo here for the Titans. You need
it could be Hendon Hooker. There also could be a possibility here if they're going quarterback. That's also an option there for them as well.
They desperately need receiver.
Goodell is at the podium now and about to announce the pick. It is. Tell us who it is, Roger.
Although I do agree, Danny, if you're trading up, it likely seems like it's for a quarterback.
It is indeed Will Levis.
There you
Wow.
go.
Tell us what do you guys think about Will Levis? Danny, take it away first.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's a prototypical in terms of size, strength, arm strength. He's a guy that's pretty athletic. My number 2 rated quarterback in this entire class, to be honest with you guys. I think I go back and I look at his 2021 tape where he was under Liam Cohen, who was this past year with the Rams. He's actually gone back to Kentucky this next season. So he played under NFL type system, pro style system. He's made the checks, he's made the reads at the line of scrimmage. So he's going to come in looking like, or at least knowing, what an NFL offense looks like and how to run an NFL offense. So, he's athletic. He's a guy that can move and run. He's got a cannon for an arm, can make all the throws. Guy has to work on a little bit, feathering the ball between the second and third layer of the defense. A lot of his throws are just line drives because of the arm strength, but he can make tight window throws. Again, this guy in 2021 was when he was healthy. He was athletic. He was running with the ball. I think he scored 9 touchdowns rushing it back in 2021. But this past season, he lost his offensive coordinator. He lost his top target, Wendell Robinson, ended up going to the Giants. Lost a couple offensive linemen, had a bad case of turf toe, and had a separated left non-throwing shoulder. So he was playing hurt, but he was a guy that is is like a maniac in terms of like his preparation and his health and his body and all that stuff. So he's a guy that had opportunity if he wanted to kind of take a step back and say, you know what, let me get ready for the draft. But no, he wanted to stay there for his teammates, and he wanted to kind of gut through it. And unfortunately, what happened was he's a guy that ended up having some bad tape because of that. So I think if you're going to judge Will Levis, judge him on his 2021 tape, give him a fair shot there. And I think he goes to a team like Tennessee now that's got Ryan Tannehill on a last year of a contract, and I think now is a perfect time for him to sit down behind Tannehill, learn, and then come back hopefully next year with an opportunity to be a starter there. So I think it's a good pick for the Titans. Obviously, they went up, moved up in the second round and get him. I think this is going to be a guy that's going to be a success story at the next level. Now they're talking about him kind of turning people off in interviews and all that stuff. It is what it is. I wasn't there, so I couldn't speak to that. But this is a guy that's confident, and he wants to be a NFL starting quarterback. And like I said, my second rated quarterback in this draft, and I think he's going to have a shot. Now he fell into an area here where I think he's got a shot to be a really, really good quarterback moving forward.
Jordan, do you think, this guy was voted team captain back-to-back years, and so that usually speaks to his character if the team and coaching staff anoints him captain back-to-back years. But do you think that there might be kind of a ego issue with Will Levis, which is why he's not in the first round? Or could it be that he's going to be 24 years old when the NFL season starts? Or could it be whatever?
Yeah, I think, the reality is, Aldo, every year you see a quarterback take a unreasonable slide. And to me, I think that Will Levis is a victim of that, where people seem to be dragging his name through the mud. And you see it in our own chat here where people call him Tim Couch and Tim Tebow. This is a guy that I've compared to, I know. Yeah, exactly. This is a guy that I've compared to Jay Cutler as far as talent, but without all of the, I guess, magnanimous, just kind of like arcane persona. And you're talking about a leader. Do I like a guy that's cocky, that says, I believe in myself and watch what I can do? Absolutely. And this is a guy that would have otherwise, oh man, Sam Laporta, we're going to get to that in just a very quick second. That's amazing. To me, you're going to sit here and tell me that you don't want a player that's going to wheel himself out there with a bum leg and still put it all out there for his team. When everything around him, he lost 4/5 of his offensive line. The receivers are gone. To me, the only part I don't like about it is I just think that you got to see what Malik Willis has, and it just seems rather short to just cut him off at the limb.
This guy's got a quarterback than Malik Willis.
And you're right, Danny. You're right. So, it's interesting.
I mean, the fact that Malik Willis, the end of the season, they couldn't trust him to go out there to throw the ball because he just couldn't process. And it was a huge jump for Malik Willis. So, just to throw him out right now, it'd be kind of unfair to him as well. So, maybe you keep him as a third quarterback, have him just kind of take a couple more years. And if you move on to
Will Levis, be the Tyler Huntley.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I say he could become the next Tyler Huntley, one of those players that
it could be a nice backup quarterback for you as well. You only use a 3rd round pick on him, so yeah, I wouldn't get rid of him right now. I would just kind of let him go back. I'd go 3 quarterbacks and I obviously let Tannehill start the season and see where it goes from there. But I think Levis is a better overall quarterback. Came from NFL type system at the college level, like we just talked about. So Yeah, I think. But next pick here, if you want to move on, Aldo is Sam Laporta, and he's a tight end that I absolutely love from Iowa, and he just goes to the Lions. So the Lions continue to add some firepower to that offense. That's already been pretty good.
Don't you think that 34 is a bit high for Sam Laporta, guys?
He was getting first round buzz, believe it or not. He was getting first round. The main thing with him is he played at Iowa. First of all right, his quarterback situation was crappy, and he doesn't have the size like some of the other tight ends. He's about 6'3", so he's being labeled more like that H-back role. But man, talk about his blocking isn't as good as like some of the other one, like a George Kittle or a Hawkinson. But he's got pass catching ability to stretch the seam. A guy that can extend away from his frame and make the catch. And he's a tough player. So I do like this kid a lot.
Jordan, Laporta, Gibbs, and Campbell. How much have the Lions improved themselves so far already?
I know people are down on the Lions. I mean, listen, I understand if you're living in the analytics hole where everything is about positional value, I can understand it. But specifically to the Sam Laporta pick, I'm a little surprised. Look, this all makes sense. They've needed a tight end since they shipped off Hawkinson. You've got Dan Campbell there as a former tight end himself. I believe in his ability to coach the position. I would have thought that he would have fell in love with the Tracy Darnell Washington. But to me, Sam Laporta, I want to be very clear. I am not calling him as a player, baby Gronk. But he's got aspects of his game once he's got the ball in his hands and he wants to get vertical, where he creates yak and he's just shrugging dudes off of him the way that it looked like when you saw early career Gronk carrying the ball. He's a savvy route runner. And here's the thing, Danny talked about it. Iowa's offense was putrid. This is what I love about Laporta. Everybody knew where the ball was going, and he still found a way to produce. This is you want to sit here and talk about it. This is the player to provide a safety blanket and that extra level of weaponry while Jamison Williams sits out. Like, this is what I've been trying to, and it's a separate issue, but this is what I've been trying to preach about with the Bears is you don't need to take a receiver. Don't cannibalize the room, but you can still add weaponry to your team by bringing a savvy tight end who understands how to find the open zones and then can provide some extra boost in the yak department.
Indeed. How much have the Lions improved themselves, Danny?
Well, I mean, in terms of, their first round picks were a bit of a surprise. Now, Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be, I think, a heck of a player eventually. But picking him at 12, I think it was a little bit high. But if you believe reports where he was going to go in the top 15, so that might not be as big of a reach. But Jack Campbell, 18th overall, that was a surprise to me. I think he was a guy that I pegged probably in the second round somewhere. Today is where he would go, but they ended up falling in love with him in terms of his mental makeup and his football toughness, and he's a guy that's going to be a starter probably along their linebacker core there for years to come. But that for me was a reach, especially since you needed possibly some more interior defensive line help, which is what they were looking for supposedly at Jalen Carter initially early reports. So we'll see what happens there. But for me, the Campbell pick was a bit of a reach. Could try to be a good football player, but just a bit too high for my blood in terms of 18th overall. But I mean, right now with Laporta, he wasn't the highest rated tight end on my board right now. Michael Mayer was the highest rated tight end, and I do like the kid Brenton Strange from Penn State a little bit better, just a little bit better. But actually, I'm sorry, Laporta was third, and then Brenton Strange was fourth. So he's just right there. So Michael Mayer was the higher rated tight end right now on my board. But they ended up going with,
and it was just selected by the Raiders, Michael Mayer.
So they just picked him, and they just traded up and then got him now. So but I think he's a good player. Laporta is a good player.
Your thoughts, Jordan, on the Notre Dame tight end?
As solid as they come, jack of all trades, master of none, old, reliable. That's not a bad thing. I think that people tend to feel like why tight ends now are useless, but a player that isn't, as much as you think a wide tight end, I don't think his blocking is what you'd expect necessarily from a wide, but I also think he provides more dynamism as far as his route running, his ability with the ball in his hands. So to me, a really solid player. And it's funny because I watched them now. Foster Moreau was an athletic freak, but I watched them ship out Foster Moreau or let him walk this year along with Darren Mwaller. And you're seeing them. They had not Luke Stocker, forgive me, the former Hooper. They had Austin Hooper as a tight end come in for the Raiders, and you're sitting here now seeing them continue to load that up because I do think that look, you've seen it back to the New England days. Josh McDaniels loves his 12 personnel, loves those multiple tight ends, and it's hard to argue with Michael Mayer. I don't necessarily know if he's a home run hit, but he's a nice double.
Mm-hmm. Guys, it looks like we're a couple of minutes away from the Rams. So let's talk a little bit about how the board is shaking up now. We've got how many picks before the Bears select? About 17, I'm
We're at
estimating.
we're at 36 now. Bears are at 53. So about
15 picks. So how are things shaking up? Is the fact that these players, Mayer and Levis, been chosen, is that in the Bears' favor? Obviously, Jordan is shaking his head. Danny is shaking his head. Jordan,
because these are players at positions that the Bears weren't going to be looking at today. They're not going to be looking at tight end today. They're not going to be looking at quarterback. Corner, Porter Jr. Yeah, but there's other corner. Like I said, this corner, you can get a corner in the third round in this draft. He can come in next year and play, contribute, important snaps for you. So, it's not worried about that. It's the defensive line when I'm worried about edge rushers. There are a couple of guys I have my eye on. I don't want to put their names out there because last night I tried to hold off on putting out Nduke Uzama's name until the last pick. I'm like, hopefully they don't take my guy. Bam, Kansas City comes in, jumps in, takes my guy Uzama. So I don't want to throw out these names the two edge guys I'm having my eye on here right now. But so we'll keep it so it gets close to the Bears pick with the guys I'm looking at. But so far I think it's been going good. Hopefully it continue this way. The Rams with their first pick, could they be looking at Hendon Hooker here? Could there be a quarterback where you bring in and sit behind Stafford and kind of, go that way? I don't know, Jordan. What do you think they could be looking at here with this pick, their first pick in this draft here?
I mean, to me, and this is actually the premier spot I was hoping. If the Bears were going to move up, this is one where Les Snead went from F those picks to he is sitting here trying to recoup as many. Yeah, so this was one to me that if Ryan Poles wanted to move up, I would think that this would be a spot that they'd be willing to move back on, especially with Levis off the board. But to me, assuming that they're just sticking and picking, I think that you absolutely either need offensive line help because of just you can't prepare for that many injuries, and if it happens again, you're screwed. But also, I mean, God, I would implore anybody, look at the depth chart of the Rams defense, and outside of Aaron Donald and I guess Ernest Jones, who else do they have? It is nobody. Is it Russ Yeast is one of their safeties? Like, this is what I'm talking about, where you need anything you can get. I'll give like a little sneak peek of what I'd like. If you're sticking defense, I would love to see a player like Sidney Brown here. I think that you could use a little bit of a guy with a hair on fire in the back end of that defense. And corner is not a bad option too. They just shipped off Jalen Ramsey to the Dolphins for a bag of potato chips. So to me, it's a situation where I think that you either load up on offensive line and you try to shore up and galvanize an already pretty potent offense with Stafford coming back and trying to keep him upright and healthy. Otherwise, you're talking about how can we bolster that defense that's otherwise been, completely ripped apart and start that over.
Well, it looks like the Rams have selected Steve Avila, or do you say Avila? Tell me about him, Danny.
Yeah, this guy is one of my favorites, man. The more I watch Steve Avila, the more I love this guy. Now, initially when I took him, I looked at him, just kind of off his numbers, I'm like, oh, this guy's too big, might not be athletic enough to play in this wide zone scheme. But man, you put on his tape, and this is a guy that gives you a position versatility. He can play either guard position. He can play center. He started a whole season at center. He started a whole season at left guard. He's athletic. He's big. He's a guy that'll finish off his blocks. He'll move people. He'll help reset the line of scrimmage. And he also is athletic enough to be able to pull and lead the running back through the hole. He can also maintain his blocks as he's moving east and west laterally. So he'd be a scheme versatile guard. So I think it'd be a nice fit for the Bears if they're going to go guard here and be a plug and play player at left guard. But this guy kept growing on me. The more and more I watch him, I love this guy. This is a hell of a pick for the Rams. They lost a lot of players this past offseason. And I think before I saw the pick come through, another position I was thinking of was receiver, because obviously they traded Allen Robinson. I think Cooper Kupp is the only receiver I can think of off the top of my head on their roster. Van Jefferson's the other guy. Thank you. But Avila is a plug and play starter for them from day one. So again, 3 different positions. He could play left guard, right guard, center. So a good pickup.
Yeah, I love this, Danny. I mean, I'm curious what you think about this, because it didn't really hit me till he landed with the Rams that I know Saffold was a tackle coming out. But to me, this is that Roger Saffold type player that he'll just drive you into the ground. And he's there like rubbing your face at it, just letting you know, I'm going to own you all day that I'm playing guard here. And to me, this is a nasty, real guy that's filled with tenacity and gets after it with a mean streak. And he's not going to come in and play center. You got Brian Allen there. But again, shore up the middle of that line. Yeah, I mean, he could. This is the thing. Yeah, Brian Allen gets hurt. Easy, no problem. Avila, go ahead and move on into center. Where, frankly, I got to be honest, I thought he was a little better at center. That's, to me, where I would have liked to have put him. But as a guard, it's no no problem. He's an ass kicker at guard. So to me, this is what we were talking about: is Rams. You got to either take a defensive player or shore up. And I see the Seahawks pick here. I'm actually personally happy as a Bears fan. I did not want Derek Hall.
Oh, that's my guy.
And I know Thule's your guy too, and we don't agree on Thule either. So.
Yeah, no, that's my guy. Derek Hall is my guy.
All right, so you guys debate. Why, Jordan, don't you like Derek Hall, and why, Danny, do you like Derek Hall? Jordan, you begin.
Yeah, I'll be just real quick with it. He's a guy to me that feels a little bit like I tend to think Carl Lawson's going to end up hitting the market, and Derek Hall's a guy that reminds me of Carl Lawson. He's a guy that is a little smaller than what I think the Bears are looking for on their defensive line, although I do think he has a good power rush, knows how to stab, has some decent power in his hands. But to me, I think lacks a little bit of the refinement that you would see at other edges here. Like, for example, I mean, the Seahawks are running an odd front. To me, BJ Ojulari would have made a lot more sense here as an edge player for them than Derek Hall. So again, it's just more of where does he fit with the Bears? Fine player. I just don't think you need to take him when there's other defensive ends that fit the scheme more. And if you really wanted a guy like this, I'd call up the Jets and see what they're doing with Carl Lawson.
Yeah, for me, in terms of the body, he doesn't fit into a traditional 4-3 defensive end. He's, when you look at him, he's 6'3", 254. He has a long arm. He has a 34.5-inch arms, which I do love about him. Big hands, 10-inch hands. And the more I watched him, the more you have to appreciate what he does. This is a guy that his backstory is incredible. He was born premature. Yeah. His mom was told that he's not gonna make it. Just to kind of get prepared to lose your kid. And he, lo and behold, lives, and he's a Power 5, stud college player, and I'll go second round pick in the NFL draft. So, but the more you watch him, his physicality for a guy that size, he's a guy that I expected him to get blown off the line of scrimmage. I know you like Isaiah Foskey. I can't stand Isaiah Foskey, to be honest with you. So he's a guy that Foskey folds like a chair whenever you run at him. He's got no base, no way he can stop the run. This guy, on the other hand, he comes on, he throws his body into a pulling guard to kind of set that edge and be able to funnel everything back into his defensive line guys. He's not the bendy, explosive guy you're looking in terms of off the edge at the corners, like a Will McDonald or a Zoom. That's why those guys are higher on my board in terms of actual pass rushers. What he does is, and when I put my report up on the bar room, I said this guy would rather go through the offensive tackle like a power rusher, like you're talking about, Jordan, as opposed to go around the offensive tackle. So that's the thing. I love the power in his game. He's got that one arm pull kind of technique that was made famous by Reggie White. I just love the physicality he brings, first step quickness, a terrific athlete. I think his numbers here, he ran a 4.55 40, a 1.59 10-yard split, 33.5-inch vertical. So this is a guy that continues to go ahead and impress both athletically, off the field and also on the field too, man. I liked his, I liked his potential here. Looking at in terms of edge rushers right now, I mean, the pickings are slim right now. I mean, so that's the thing is, like, if you're the Bears and you're looking at what's going on here, like you mentioned BJ Ojulari, he's a guy that a lot of people like, but I see him as a 3-4 outside. Yeah, exactly. See, we agree with Derek. I see him as a 3-4 outside linebacker as well, because he's 6'2", 248. So that's a guy I don't see him putting his hand on the ground, but see Hall, I saw him as a guy that could put his hand on the ground and be a guy that can come in. And again, now you got to get creative, right? Because all the big guys are gone. So we'll see what happens here. There's a couple more guys. There's a guy that I like a lot, which is Yaya Diaby, but I think he's more of that third round range than here in the second round. He's more of a traditional defensive end type. So we'll see how who Ryan Poles picks. But right now, I guess the main guy I'm looking for right now, I'm hoping he drops right now is Keanu Benton, because I think he'd be a nice, whether it's one technique or a 3 technique, right in the middle of that defensive line.
I'm afraid that's like Falcons traded up, as all those put here. I'm afraid Keanu Benton's going to be the guy. I just tend to think about what they're trying to build, and you've got Ryan Nielsen there who likes the new former Saints defensive coordinator who likes his defensive lineman in a particular way. And is it Bergeron?
Yes, it is. It is okay. Matthew Bergeron going to the Atlanta Falcons.
That's fine, because we don't need any more offensive linemen right now. So,
Bergeron's a guy, Danny. I don't know about you, but I was loving him. If you went defense in the first round, I was like, Bergeron made a ton of sense to me as a guy that you try to tackle. Probably a better guard, but give him the opportunity. And
he's a better. Yeah, he's a better guard, right? But he's a better guard. But yeah, he's a versatility. Again, a guy can play left tackle, play right tackle, he can play any position other than probably center for you here. So yeah, he would have been a guy. You're right, Jordan. If they went deep, if they went Jalen Carter, for example, that first round, this would be a guy in the second round that you could probably target as a guy to come in and compete for right tackle.
Yeah, to me, it makes. I mean, at least for the Falcons, I know we're a Bears channel, but for some reason, if a Falcons fan finds this, I love the fit. You've got, you're sitting there paying Chris Lindstrom a ton of money, and you needed that other guard spot. This makes a lot of sense. Put him at his best position. Let him play guard for you. You've got Jake Matthews there, and if Jake Matthews rides off into the sunset, you can talk about a Bergeron moving back out, but I think he slots in immediately as a day one starter at left guard for them.
This guy was a lot of Bears fans were targeting him, but as Danny said, the Bears got their offensive tackle. Yeah. But he still would have. He's the type of guy that can play the guard position too. He still would have been a welcome addition. There's no doubt about that.
But not after you took right though, Aldo, because your defensive line is in shambles, dude. You got to get a defensive lineman right now. And the thing is with Bergeron, yeah, I like his flexibility. He wasn't great at left tackle. He wasn't great at right tackle, but he was suitable. He's a guy who can come in and probably compete, coached up and getting better. So what was I going to say there? But the fact that you got right to play right tackle now, you can't go if you want some depth in terms of a center, possibly maybe a left guard to come in and compete for that open spot. You can get guys in tomorrow in day 4 or 4th or 5th round. I can give you a list of guys that can come in and compete at guard for you. So I wouldn't go now with this kind of an offensive lineman here. This has got to be a defensive day through and through. And I keep the defense line keeps me up at night. And I'm not even on that team. So I imagine if you're the general manager or coach, how can you sleep with that defensive line lining up potentially right now? So that's why I'm saying gotta address the defensive line. They did right yesterday by Justin Fields and getting that right tackle spot solidified. Go defensive line today, or cornerback.
All right, Danny. So of the players available on that defensive line, who are you targeting? Who are you hoping?
I know Benton is a guy we talked about. Both Jordan and I like. I love Thule. Tupeluto. He might be a guy that's a tweener right now. He's 266. Teams are kind of scared, not knowing what he is. I project him as a guy that can kick inside to a 3 technique and be a guy that can be an ass kicker inside the defensive line. But you could possibly wait, hopefully, probably 3rd round. That pick 64 might be an area where you can come and target him. Yaya Diaby is another guy that I'm talking about in terms of a guy that's growing into his frame. His guy is getting better. Adebori from Notre Dame fits the profile, the athletic profile, but I'm nervous there because the production wasn't there on tape. Keon White was a guy a former tight end at Old Dominion, athletic guy, another developmental guy. His first 1 year at Georgia Tech had 7 sacks last year. I think 14 tackles for loss. But he's another guy who played edge. I think he's going to be kick inside, be a nice 3 technique for you. He's a guy available here. Zach Pickens, the guy from South Carolina. Stat sheets doesn't tell what he does. You put his tape on. He's a big guy, but he's twitchy. He's got potential to get into those gaps and be a penetrating guy. Zach Pickens could be a guy here at defensive tackle as well. And a guy that I love is Byron Young from Alabama. He's a guy that, Will Anderson, you saw a lot of times he got a lot of the accolades, but man, there are a lot of tight end, stunts, loops where Anderson's coming around the middle, and who's he looping with? He's looping with Brian Young. So he's a guy that I'm looking at here, but he might be a 3rd round guy, Byron Young. So, but right now in this range here, I'm looking at Keanu, and I'm looking at Keon White and Yaya Diaby with the outside hope of a Tupeluto probably being there as well.
That's pretty much syncs up with Jordan's list that we have running across the screen, but he's also got Zach Harrison as his 3rd.
Zach Harrison I like, but Jordan, I don't like him here because Zach Harrison.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I like him tomorrow. Yes, I can like Zach because he could be a nice base end, and I think he could be a guy that could get better. And I agree with you. I put that game against Jalen Duncan in Maryland. He tore Jalen Duncan up. He literally made me not want to watch Jalen Duncan anymore because of what he did to him that day. So that's how much he just ruined Jalen Duncan for me. Because coming off the Senior Bowl, Jalen Duncan looked like a prospect to me. Looked like a guy, this guy's interesting. He looked athletic. He's got the size. He's got the length. But, man, I put him on against Zach Harrison. I'm like, I don't want to watch this guy anymore.
I mean, Olu Fashanu would have been a top 5 offensive tackle pick, Penn State left tackle. I'm not saying I'm telling you, so I get that it's not. And listen, I agree, Danny. The value's not great here, but I'm just projecting. If I'm being predictive, if Eberflus and Ryan Poles are sitting there looking at the RAS score, looking at the athleticism, going, "Holy shit, that's our strong side defensive end." I could just see them salivating over him. So, but no, I have to be. And I'm not.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm not even the biggest fan of Keon White, but I have to be honest. I think Ryan Poles is probably salivating at the fact that Keon White's just rolling down this board right to him.
If it was Ryan Pace, I'd say yes because of the athletic traits he's got. But I don't know about Ryan Poles. Ryan Poles looks like he's a guy that might want actual production as opposed to because just kind of listening to him talk yesterday about and what he put him through in terms of that test and how he came back and the toughness and the mental toughness, and I think that's what he wants. And Mingo was a pick here for Carolina. So Carolina's adding weapons to its for its quarterback there.
Saw your reaction there, Jordan. Tell me why.
Listen, everybody's got their guy that they've been like, I've been high on him forever, but John Mingo to me is seldom do you find receivers that are built the way that he is. I mean, look, I like to reference the hand size. He's got catcher mitts for hands. He's 6'1", 220, runs a very fast 40. I think he was in a little bit of a crap offense with Lane Kiffin there in Ole Miss. And to me, everybody wants to talk about a budget A.J. Brown, and that's fine. But to me, it's just about adding a reliable weapon for Bryce Young to pin the ball to. And he's a different archetype than what you have there with Terrace Marshall and Adam Thielen. He can be a power slot day one, get him the ball on screens and little slants and let him work.
Yeah, he's definitely got some big hands. Danny, what's your evaluation of Jonathan Mingo, and what do you think he's going to bring to the Panthers?
Yeah, another Ole Miss receiver, right? Big, muscular, built, fast. He's a guy that really took off. His stock was really after the Senior Bowl. He's a guy that a lot of teams were talking about. He went to the combine, ran that 40. I think people like, that size and that type of athletic ability with that type of speed. I think he's a guy that his best football is probably ahead of him as well. I don't like the way you're right. I don't like Jordan. I don't like the way he was used at Ole Miss. The quarterback was hit or miss there as well. So there are times where you kind of saw him kind of not give it all, like he would idle his engine a little bit, if you will, especially as a run blocker down the field. Maybe he's getting a little frustrated. I'm not sure, but everything you talk about him is he was a great guy in the locker room, a team leader, so on and so forth. So definitely someone that I would think has got better potential here going forward.
We lost Danny's camera. So Danny, why don't you work on that? And Jordan, it looks like the Saints are on the clock. What do you think about what the Saints should do? Their key departures: Dalton, Marcus Davenport, and David Onyemia.
Yeah, I mean, they took Brissy, so I guess I'm somewhat happy because Keanu Benton would have made a lot of sense here. They need to shore up the middle of that that defensive line. But to me, they're an interesting team because Mickey Loomis tends to always push forward and hit the gas. So what does that actually look like? I do think that they need another receiver in addition to Olave and Michael Thomas, because you're betting and hoping he comes back healthy. Now, Mingo would have made a lot of sense there. As if Mike Thomas doesn't work out, you kind of got a Mingo that could play that role, but he's gone. So to me, I'm curious what they do here. You've already kind of got a Josh Downs type or a Olave type player. Josh Downs, they comp. So to me, I think they've got their offensive line set. Maybe you get a bruiser, a Zach Charbonnet, to sit there and take the role, take the kind of an inning eater, so that Kamara doesn't get used and abused as badly. So to me,
what about helping Derek Carr with a wide receiver? And if so, who do you like going to the Saints?
Wide receivers right now. Well, again, and I'm a very different than most. Josh Downs is my top receiver in the class, but he's gone. So I'll tell you what, I know it sounds rich, but you've got Jalen Hyatt, and to me, that's an area you don't have. Michael Thomas is not a burner, and Olave's fast, but he's a different archetype. That's a hell of a room if I can sit there and say, well, who do you choose? If Michael Thomas is healthy, and I've got Olave, who's more of I guess you would say a refined, twitchy player, and then I have Jalen Hyatt just running streaks and alerts on you. To me, that makes a lot of sense.
Another thing, Eric, is where they can help Derek Carr's tight end. I think
just mentioned that.
Yeah, what's the guy's name? The quarterback that failed to be this is the backup
Taysom
quarterback. Thank you, Taysom Hill.
Yeah,
he's been playing tight end for them. So I think a guy like Luke Musgrave would fill in. Darnell Washington. I know, Jordan, you're higher than I am on Washington. Could be a guy here as well.
Keon?
You're not, no, the kid from Notre Dame, Isaiah Foskey.
Oh,
right, good.
I mean, I got to say, look, I like Foskey. I know Danny and I differ on that, but just to be very clear, this is where I know Danny, I think where we would disagree is I'm with you. I understand the D-line needs help, but I'd be okay if they're not attacking it right now because we just talked about it. Zach Harrison, not right now. I know somebody that you and I are both high on is Isaiah McGuire from Mizzou. He's another player that's going to sit there. Like, this is what I'm talking about is right now the centers are sliding, and I know centers may not be the biggest need, but I'll give you an example. Tippmann's my top center. I'd bring him in just to play guard for when inevitably Tevin Jenkins gets hurt. He can play guard and be that Landon Dickerson player, and then whatever happens.
I don't like Tippmann for this system, though. I don't like him for the scheme just because he's a he's a power gap guy. I like him in terms of a center, but not for the scheme, because when you asked him to move laterally, he lost contact with his defenders. Getting to that second level of defender was a little bit difficult for him. So, and again, center is a position where, yes, you need a player, but you got potentially 2 guys right now on the roster, and Cody Whitehair and the guy they got from last year from the Packers, Lucas Patrick, that could play center for you now if you need it, right? So it's not like it's a pressing need, it's a future need. So I have some guys earmarked for tomorrow, which if you want to address that, and guys can come in, like a guy like Juice Scruggs from Penn State.
Ricky Stromberg.
I'm sorry?
Ricky Stromberg.
Stromberg is another guy we can talk about tomorrow, but he's a guy that athletically kind of bothers me. I like my centers that are athletic. I'm not sure if that's me or you, but anyway, so I like my athletic centers. So we can talk about that tomorrow. But I'm just saying, like, the pressing need right now today for me is corner and defensive line. And with Foskey, this guy is super athletic, but he's thin. He's got no base in terms of being able to stop the run. His motor is on all the time. And I think, he had 10.5 sacks last year. I think 10 sacks this past season. So, he's a guy that gets a lot of his production from the hustle. I mean, you got to give him credit there. He doesn't stop. He plays through the whistle, and he's athletic as hell. So I just don't know how he fits here with the Saints. He's a guy that I saw as a 3-4 outside linebacker. I don't really see him as a hand in the ground defensive end. They're, to my knowledge, they're still playing that 4-3 front, right? So I'm not sure how they're going to utilize Foskey here, but again, that's a guy that I didn't see for the Bears. So good.
It's just funny. Sometimes we see this in the league where you swing one way and it doesn't work out, so you go a whole 180 the other way. And to me, they swung out when they took Marcus Davenport at this kind of freaky, bendy guy with all the traits, and it burned them, frankly. And this is the total opposite, where I agree with you, Danny, that I don't think he's some super special prospect. But there's a certain value in saying he's relatively safe. I know what I'm getting. Motor's always hot. The production's there. He's going to find a way to make an impact at even the best of his ability, which maybe it's not as high, not as sky high in potential. And to me, that just sings to them as, we didn't like the way we got burned on Davenport, and we still need to plan beyond Peyton Turner and Cam Jordan, who's only getting older. This is just a steady Eddie that we can plug in on the defensive line.
Because, I didn't like Brian Bresee either. But I mean, for them, I think it was just a bit of a high reach. I'm honestly, I don't like Brian Bresee at all. I'm just saying that at the first round, I think it was a bit of a reach. But we'll see. I mean, they usually hit on these late round prospects, but we'll see how it goes for
you and I are both very high on Zach Pickens. I've loved Zach Pickens for a while now. I think that he gets a bad rap for kind of his inconsistent play, and people say he gets blown off the ball, but I mean, he's got tape just sitting there holding anchor and stacking and shedding on some of Alabama's interior guards like Ekiyor. So to me, I'm a big Zach Pickens fan, and frankly, I don't know if we want to talk about it now, Aldo, but I get that we would have loved that 32nd pick, but the way the board is rolling out, I don't know how you couldn't be happy.
Don't jinx it, man. Don't jinx it.
Well, I know we got a while to go. I just love so many of the players on the board that, like, we haven't even talked about it, and I know half of the crowd here would puke in their mouth if it was Carl Brooks, but Carl Brooks is a guy that I'm in love with. I can't get over the fact that there's this 300-pound edge who flashes, and I'm not even telling you play him at edge, but I'm like, the guy was 300 pounds at edge. What is he going to do at 3-tech? So to me, there's just plenty of options here, and it's just working out.
But Brooks, Brooks is a guy he's a traits guy, a guy you can put tomorrow. I think would probably still be available.
Yeah.
BJ Ojulari goes to the Arizona Cardinals.
So if you're the Bears and you're looking for edge rushers now, I think it's the pickings are slim. Again, Yaya Diaby is a guy I like, possibly in the 3rd round. And in terms of guys that can just really be guys that can come in. And Isaiah McGuire, again, a guy from maybe tomorrow, 4th, 5th round. But these are, talking about guys at instant impact. I mean, you might have to start looking at possible trades. See what Washington wants for Chase Young. Ngakoue is still out there as a veteran free agent. The guy's a one-trick pony. He's just a pass rusher. But at this point, if you don't fill that need, you're gonna have to go out there and get that kid and sign him for a 1-year contract.
Aldo, you're muted.
Someone's muted.
I'm muted. I apologize. Jordan, I wanted to know your thoughts on BJ Ojulari.
I love Ojulari. Again, not for the Bears, but as a 3-4 outside linebacker, he was actually one of my favorite prospects because I think in many ways he still has a frame that he needs to grow into. But what's rare and unique about him is that he is a finesse rusher, but his toolbox is deep. Like, you want to talk about bendy edges and pulling off like a Von Miller ghost move, he has it in his bag. He's got a nice long arm stab with him. Now, he's not all speed to power, but he's got a Gumby type frame that makes a lot of sense when you're the Cardinals and you're going for that 3-4. And it's not the same player, but he's going to be that Hassan Reddick role for the Cardinals under Gannon.
Yep, I agree. I think that's a nice comp there with Hassan Reddick and the fact that yeah, I mean if he was 6'4", 6'5", he's at 240, which is very light, but you add about 10 pounds of muscle. Greg Gabriel tells me, don't worry about their size now. They can get them bigger. I'm like, all right, it's fine. So, but that 6'2", I mean, it's not something you look for in your outside edge rush in this defense, right? So, 3-4 outside linebacker, I think he could play that role. That's one of the reasons why, Jordan, I was not really high in terms of Will Anderson for the Bears when the Bears had the number 1 pick, because I'm like, this defensive staff has got to show me that they have the creativity to be able to take a guy that doesn't fit and make him, put him in a position where he can do what he does best, right? So I don't know if this staff hasn't proven to me yet. Again, it's been 1 year. But last year, when they were not getting any sacks and no pressure, they had no creativity. If anything, I think that last year was a year to kind of, be bold and be thinking outside the box and do things to provide pressure, because you were getting killed anyway, but they didn't do anything. So that's something is like, is this one of those, Tampa 2, where we play our defense, this is our roles, and we get the guys that fit the system. So that's how I'm kind of scouting for them this season.
All right, guys, let's talk Packers, because they are on the – wait a minute. This Cardinals are picking again. I got my order.
This is the Ojulari pick right now.
No, but it says Cardinal. Oh, yeah. Okay. So the Green Bay Packers are on the clock now. So I want to get a sense from you guys what the Packers might do. Not what they should do, Jordan, but what they might do.
No, I'll be very quick here. I just start because I'm still upset about the pick yesterday with them, only because I just didn't genuinely feel like Green Bay always finds a way to grab guys that, whether you like them or not for the Bears, they always find a way to be a pain in the ass for the Bears when the Packers play them. To me, this is screaming Darnell Washington here. You need a tight end for Jordan Love to throw to, and he is the Mercedes Lewis heir apparent. So to me, that one is just screaming at me, Darnell Washington here, which is another player I'm higher on the Danny, but this is just where I'm like, God, Gutekunst is just taking my guys here.
Yeah, and just regarding Darnell Washington, the Packers pick is in. And
wow.
Is that the Luke Musgrave, tight end going to the Packers? Yeah.
Yep.
Is that a surprise for you, Danny Shimon?
No, he was right there. He was ahead of Washington. He was my 6th rated tight end. He's a guy that's smooth, man. He's a guy that's got size, about 6'5". He's got long arms, but he's a guy that runs. He's more about that split out tight end. He's not going to be a guy in line, but he's a guy that's going to be a pass catching threat. The only issue with him is he missed a ton of games this past year because of an injury. So but he went down to the Senior Bowl and he was very impressive down there. And so again, just a smooth athlete, a natural hands catcher. There are some drops on tape though. I must say with Musgrave that he's got to clean up a little bit, but. He's a guy that, another thing with him is like catching, through contact. There are times where, he looks like he had the ball and all of a sudden here comes a safety or a linebacker and just kind of rakes through the ball coming out of hand. So he's got to be stronger at the catch point. But athletically, he's a nice swing tight end, a guy that you can flex out and use in multiple different ways. And he's a guy he's got the speed to be able to stretch the seam as well. So this is going to be a threat offensively for the Packers. So he was my 6th rated tight end in this group. So it's a solid pick. There are a couple of guys I like better, but that's just me, so.
Well, my top tight end is still on the board, which I'm sure I'm alone here, but Tucker Kraft is my top tight end in this class. And he's still sitting on the board, a guy compared to Todd Heap. But Luke Musgrave, uncle's famous offensive line coach, Bill Musgrave, multi-sport athlete. I think I agree with most of what you're saying, Danny, here is I think that there's a lot of parts of his game that maybe aren't refined, but I think he's as kind of calm, cool, and collected, Joe Cool that it gets. And if you're thinking about what they were able to produce in Green Bay with a guy like Bob Tonyan, this is the unlimited version of Bob Tonyan for Matt LaFleur there in Green Bay. And again, we're talking about how can you weaponize your offensive core to try and support Jordan Love. And this makes a lot of sense. And again, I like Darnell Washington. I understand there's the injury report there. And so obviously he's seeing a slide here, but Luke Musgrave, nothing to, but to shake your head at. I think he's a quality player.
And was it the pick they got from the Jets for the Aaron Rodgers trade, the 42nd pick, right? I
believe
so, right?
It is, yeah.
So Aaron Rodgers gave them Luke Musgrave.
Yeah.
Rodgers gave them a weapon for his heir apparent.
The irony. The pick for the Jets.
And he cost them a tackle.
And he cost them a tackle. That is true. Before the Jets pick is announced here, Musgrave seems to me like a great safety blanket for a young quarterback in Jordan Love. You always need a nice big pass catching tight end for Jordan Love. It looks like the Jets pick is in, and it's going to be announced any second now by DeBrickashaw Ferguson, who's played with the Jets 160 career games.
Ferguson, I don't know if they'd go this way, but I'm wondering if they'd reach for a Nick Saldiveri, who I'm pretty high on, and they need offensive line help.
Well, it appears they're going center Joe Tippmann.
Guard. Do you like him at tackle or guard?
Joe
really,
Tippmann.
Aldo?
Yes, indeed.
Who is it?
Joe Tippmann.
All right, that's good.
And yeah, for Danny, it's fine, but that's the one that like hurts me a bit, just because again, it's totally fine, but I wasn't sure I agree. I think he's for his frame, his mobility was quite impressive, and I'm sure maybe he could have been better targeting on the second level, but his length.
But Jordan, they're not going to go offensive line this second round, so he wasn't going to last.
I know. Well, but I mean, can I take a small victory lap? I've been on my horse talking about Joe Tippmann as center one, and that John Michael Schmitz is a great player, but not the guy that Tippmann is. And I'll take a little feather in the cap here for that one. So.
I'm okay with being center one. For the Bears though, John Michael Schmitz is a better fit for their scheme, in my opinion.
I mean, to be fair, like JMS was my second center. He's a guy I've actually comped to Matt Burke, the great Matt Burke from yesteryear, and he's again a much more. It's interesting to hear you say he's a better fit because it's not that he's athletically limited, but I actually really appreciated Tippmann's mobility more than I did see from Schmitz. But Schmitz is a mauler; he's a mountain of a man that'll bury you. And if we're talking about a recent comp that Ryan Poles loved and compared to Ben Jones was Creed Humphrey, and JMS reminds me a lot of Creed Humphrey. And again, if he likes that Ben Jones, Creed Humphrey, it would make sense he likes JMS too if he's there.
I'm curious in terms of this is for the Jets, right? So the Jets they just re-signed McGovern, who's our center. Are they planning on using this guy at guard? Tippmann?
Well, it's possible. I have heard stories that some teams were interested in him as a guard.
Yeah, I think he's a center because you got to think they have Laken Tomlinson, who they just signed to a big deal, and they have Elijah Vera Tucker, who was a first-round pick at guard for them. So,
yeah, but remember they're needing a tackle, and the fact that they missed out a tackle because of the Aaron Rodgers trade, they could kick out Elijah Vera Tucker to tackle, where you play at USC. Yeah. And they just re-signed McGovern, which was their center last year. So I wonder if they might just kick this guy out the guard and kick.
Well, McGovern. And Vera Tucker showed out really well last year, being put into at tackle at spot duty. And they have Max Mitchell, they have Dwayne Brown, they have Mekhi Becton. So they have options there at tackle. It's just a matter of health with them.
There are 10 more picks until the Chicago Bears select. The Colts pick is in. We'll learn it in about 60 seconds. Guys, we're getting closer and closer to that Bears pick, and Keanu Benton, I think you both agree, if I understood you correctly, would be the ideal selection at that slot.
Yeah. Although I'm shocked he's still here, and I promise you, this isn't some like I'll be honest, and I'll admit when I say like Tippmann was a guy that I was biased towards. I love the guy, I love the player, but Keanu Benton, I respect and appreciate his game. This isn't like I just had him for the Bears earmarked. This is a guy I thought should have been a first-round pick. Or like real close to the border. One of those, Joey Porter should have been a first rounder, but somehow he's in the second. That's how I felt about Keanu. And the fact that he's just sitting here is wild to me.
I think it's because of the fact that you gotta project with him, right? Because you're thinking of he's a run stuffer, which is what we saw on tape at Wisconsin. And we're projecting, at least I'm projecting, I see him with potential to be a guy that could be possibly a 3 technique, right? A guy that can get into the backfield and penetrate. Obviously, we heard Greg Gabriel. He doesn't think he's going to be a guy that's going to be a 3 technique. So, right now you're just kind of saying, all right, is he a 2-down player? What can he give us on third down? Does he have potential there? I think he's got potential there. It depends on what other teams think of.
Danny, you got a question here. What's more needed for the Bears, inside or outside a defensive lineman?
All of the above, Laz. All of the above. They have nothing on defensive line. Just get defensive linemen.
And Tooch has asked, I think we talked about this briefly earlier, but Benton potentially playing the 3 tech.
Yeah, I think he can, Tooch. Again, I'm projecting. He was a 2-gapping, nose guard for Wisconsin, so you don't see that on his tape at college. But I'm just going off of what I saw at the Senior Bowl, and when he was allowed to be in a 4-man front and get upfield, he was quick. And in the one-on-ones, he surprised me with his quickness, and then on the 7-on-7s, even in the team drills, he was a guy that that was making his presence felt as a pass rusher. So I'm projecting that he has a possibility when allowed and coached up to do that. I think he could do that. So, but yeah, I mean, Keanu Benton, I think would be a nice pick here if he's still there for the Bears to go ahead and grab.
I mean, you want to sit there and talk about Keanu Benton, like Joe Tippmann just went. Joe Tippmann's talked about the absolute nightmare and lunch pail he had to pack daily going in practice against a guy like Keanu Benton. It's not that you were asking, Tooch, but I'm with Danny here. I think that it is a projection. You know what it's similar to is talking about like Skoronski. Maybe you play him at tackle, but he'd be better at guard. That's kind of the thing I feel with Juju Brents to the Colts, which I'll shut up real quick so we can get to that. But to me, I just think Benton is better at one tech, but you can play him at spot duty at 3.
Yes, one of Danny's favorites, Julius Brents. Yeah,
I love this guy.
Tell us why you liked him so much, Julius Brents. Actually, let me while you do that, let me go to Greg Gabriel's evaluation.
4.53. Now, here's another thing where his speed doesn't correlate with the jumps because he had a 41.5-inch vertical, an 11.6 long jump, and a 6.63 3-cone. That is a sudden guy, and he's 6'3". He just jumps out on tape. Quick and sudden, very easy movement, very good in press, strong jam, and mirrors well, closes well, good ball skills and hands. Consistent in run support, solid tackler, can be a big hitter, best in press, but very good and very alert and aware in zone. I said early starter. This guy's a heck of a player.
Greg stole my thunder. That was exactly what I was going to tell.
Well, I just
swagger. This guy's got a swagger and a confidence about him.
Tell us a little more, but I want to announce that the Lions have just moved up and they'll be picking any second. Go ahead, Danny, on Julius Brents.
Yeah, I mean, just a rare combination of size, speed ratio. I mean, the guy is 6'3" with 34-inch arms. You know, if you want him to press, he could press at line of scrimmage. He can reroute receivers off the snap. You want him to back off and drop into coverage. He's got those coverage instincts to be able to kind of keep his eyes in the backfield. And then obviously anything that comes in front of him, he's a downhill, transitions quickly, clicks his heels and comes down, fires at the ball carrier or the receiver and tackles through the body and brings him down hard. We saw some of those clips there. And he's got swagger galore. He's a guy that, would get beat, but come back with that amnesia, that cornerback amnesia, and be like back at it again. I was watching his teammate Uzomah's tape, and this guy kept making plays. I'm like, who the hell is number 23? And then I saw that he was Julius Brents. I'm like, so I went and watched him specifically. And yeah, I mean, again, tall corner, 6'3", 198. It's got good size. Again, those 34-inch arms, you don't see that kind of ability. And then the 41-inch vertical, 41.5-inch vertical, something that again, you're really gonna, it's rare to see on some of these players with that type of length, type of size. So this would have been a nice pickup here for the Bears if he was, obviously there. But the Lions trading here has got me a little nervous in terms of our guy Benton. Do you think they could go here, Benton?
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's the one that I can't kind of pin is, don't get me wrong, they're looking for a penetrator because of what Levi Owunzurike's injury is. But we've just talked about it. Benton can kind of penetrate for you. So, and he just seems like a Dan Campbell fit. So
right.
They need
I was going to say that.
Yeah. Like, and it's, I mean, look, the reality is it's fine. And this is the thing too, like I didn't get to talk too much about Juju Brents, but Juju Brents is a guy that I'm also really high on. And it seems like every draft, Chris Ballard steals a guy that I'm like, damn it. Like, I find that I view the game apparently the same way as Chris Ballard does with a lot of prospects. So it's a bummer, but in this particular case, I mean, I bring him up because it's example to me that yes, you miss on Brents, but there's still Stevenson, there's still Turner, there's Darius.
Well, see, Stevenson I'm not high on, but I'll get that on later. But the next guy for me is Cam Smith from South Carolina. That's the guy.
Cam Smith was my cornerback 3, Danny. Like that's how much
he's my fourth. I'm my quarterback 4. But yeah, we're right there on Cam Smith.
So, I mean, this is the thing is like, and that's the way I feel about Benton. If Benton is indeed the Lions pick here, look, I'm not going to be happy about it, but there are other interior defensive linemen. We've talked about them already that you can pick. So, I mean, look, kudos to Ryan Poles because this is the virtue of him just saying, I'll just be patient. It'll work for me. There's no need to jump up. I mean, I was talking about Keon White is like, well, if you want to move up, Keon White is a guy I thought should have been a first round contention player too. And he's just sitting there rolling down. And so it's interesting.
I'm so with you, Jordan. I said this today on GTF that I admire Ryan Poles' devotion to his method. And I think, like for Ryan Pace, he wasn't devoted to his method. I'm not even sure I know what it was.
He had a method. What was his method?
Yeah, that exactly. So, we could certainly debate and criticize how he's going about that method, but I haven't seen any flaw at all from him deviating from the way he wants to build this team. We could say, why did he take 2 defensive backs in round 2? Well, it's because he was dedicated to the board. He knew that the Bears defensive backs were simply awful in 2021. So kudos to Poles. Hopefully at the end of today, we'll be very happy with his next 3 picks. Lions pick is
I got a rebuttal on that, but we can wait until later on.
What was that, Danny? You have what?
I got a rebuttal on that, but we can wait till later on.
Well, go ahead. Start it away, because it looks like
last year with those 2 second-round picks using the secondary. I understand that secondary was bare and they rebuilt it fine, but then coming into this offseason with the cap space and now the picks, he hasn't touched the defensive line, and the defensive line is if not worse in terms of conditions than what the secondary was last year. So and then first 2 big signings were linebackers. So to me it's like he's building it from the back front, which typically you build it from the front back. So that's the only criticism I have with him. But if he goes ahead, like I said, I'm giving him the whole offseason. I'm giving him till week 1 of the season, because you always continue to bring in more talent, bring in more players. Like I said, after the draft, there's going to be the second wave of free agency with the veterans and see what he does there. But he's got to address the defensive line, and I keep saying this, and I'm just nervous about that. So that's why I think, like, if he goes secondary, if he went secondary in the first round, I would have been upset, because they're like, no matter how good your corners are, if the front guys are not getting to the quarterback, you can have Deion Sanders back there. He's not going to be able to cover for 10 seconds. So.
The safety has gone to the Detroit Lions. Brian Branch from where is he from? Alabama, isn't he?
Alabama, yeah. So this is a guy I thought they might take him that 18th pick last night. Ended up going with Campbell. He's a guy that is listed as safety, but he plays a nickel corner, and he's got that quickness to come down and cover in a nickel. This is to be their replacement for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Obviously, they signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So this is I'm totally thrown off here, because he was with the Eagles, now he's with the Lions. So this is a little bit of a duplicate. So they're probably looking at this guy as a cornerback, is my thinking, because they got Gardner-Johnson there, and they got Kirby Joseph at safety. I wonder if they're going to kick the guy in here as a cornerback. So that's a curious pick here.
Jordan, your thoughts on Brian Branch, the safety out of Alabama?
I'm with Danny. It's a bit of a curious pick. I'm not as high on Brian Branch as a lot of people, but I understand a good player can play the overhang defender, can also play safety. I don't want to say he's kind of that Tyrann Mathieu role, but kind of that same type of player in the sense. And obviously he comes from the Nick and Saban tree, so speaks Sabanese, understands all of the different terms and tags on that defensive scheme, and is a smart, heady player. But to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. You brought in Kirby Joseph last year. You spent big on, I know it's a 1-year deal, but you spent big on C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That is this same type of player. He can play nickel corner. He can also play the deep half, play safety. And then you've got, forgive me, I'm going to lose the first name, but I know the last name's Walker, as well as
Tracy Walker.
Yeah, Tracy Walker. So I just don't see where Brian Branch fits.
And they traded up, Jordan. They traded up from him too. So
I mean, look, I'm with it, and this is where we talked about it with center. Like, if you took a center, I know it. Where do you put him this year? But I'm just one of those things where it's the Eagles thing. Like, we just build in succession plans. You never want to be caught where somebody gets injured, and what are we doing? And so I can support it in that respect, but at a certain point, I'm like, man, you guys really must believe in the interior defensive line in Detroit. You think Levi's back healthy?
The only thing is if they're going to put C.J. Gardner-Johnson strictly at safety, that's when maybe, okay, now you have him and Joseph back there at safety. This guy could be your nickel, Branch here, or curious. So yeah, and initially for some reason I had him flipped. I'm thinking C.J. Gardner-Johnson's leaving, but no, it was they actually signed him. So interesting pick here. So yeah, I mean, Lions have made I think all their picks so far have been a little bit head scratchers. So the 2 first-round picks yesterday, Branch here. So we'll see what happens. And did you see the video of them celebrating after they made their selection yesterday? It was like they went nuts celebrating. So I was like, oh.
And mind you, I'm not even saying I love the picks, but if I'm trying to find a reason for the picks, the only thing I can possibly sell Lions fans or anybody that critiques them, and Tucha saying Keon White to the Patriots. So I don't know how true that is, but if it is, that's
that's his expectation. That has not been
Okay.
announced yet. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, but yeah, I mean, to me, if I'm trying to pitch something to like Don Burr or the Lions fans, I will say this: there was not another back remotely close to what Jahmyr Gibbs' talent was in this class, and I trust Ben Johnson to find a way to use him. Yes, it's rich, but if you're talking about just like what was the next player like him, there really wasn't one. And similar to Jack Campbell, I'm with Danny. I think it's rich. I don't think he's got the testing of Urlacher, but plays nothing like him as far as on-field speed. But to me, there wasn't another linebacker with that length and those instincts in this class remotely close. And I don't know if you could have waited to the second, because I tend to think we just stole Tremaine Edmonds from the Bills. I tend to think they would have probably ran that card in there to fill in the Tremaine Edmonds role if Campbell was there.
I'm being told that it was Greg Greg Gabriel saying Keon White to the Panthers, to the Patriots, excuse me. So, and he posted that 4 minutes ago. So he may have a source unlike any other sources in the world over in New England. So we'll be looking for that. What if that is true? Losing Keon White, who, by the way, Greg told me this morning he appeared on the injury list. The specifics about the injury were not included in that report that he got, a confidential report, no longer confidential. But he wondered if that might drop teams' opinions of him. So at the podium right now, it is Sebastian Vollmer, two-time Super Bowl champ for the New England Patriots, and he's about to make it official. It does appear everyone on the edge of the seats in New England, they are choosing, drum roll please. Somebody's got a sign of him.
Vollmer looks good.
He does. These guys give these speeches before they announce the pick. And
I'll tell you what, if it's Keon White, it makes all the sense in the world. It's just
it is Keon, yes.
That's a Belichick selection if you can't get it. I mean, he likes, excuse my French, but he likes brick shit houses. And that's what Keon White is. Like, can I put you on the edge and you just crush the pocket, you beat people up, and you have some inside-out versatility? And I think that kind of what Danny was saying, he's a bit of a projection. But to me, I part of it is I'm going to trust Belichick to develop him, but I think Belichick also feels confident he can develop that player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but I mean, but so far Belichick's had a heck of a draft, and with Gonzalez at 17, Christian Gonzalez a corner, and now Keon White. I think in terms of what they do at the New England, I think he's a guy that they give them that versatility where he could be a 5 technique if they want, or if they're going to go hybrid, he could be an end for them, or even kick inside at defensive tackle. So again, he's a heck of an athlete. He's got the size, 6'5", 285 pounds. The reach you like. For me, I didn't see him as an outside edge guy like they use him at Georgia Tech. He still doesn't have it in terms of a pass rush. He's more of a power rusher. He doesn't have a defined move, or use of hands isn't there yet. But that's something you coach up. You get him better. That's why I had him listed as more of like a developmental kind of guy. That if you put him inside as a 3 technique, he would help you in terms of your run defense, and then eventually, help you collapse the pocket with those long arms, press and walk the offensive line backwards, and then eventually you would develop his pass rush game. So he would be an intriguing pick as far as a guy you can get in there and develop. But yeah, I mean, I think for Belichick here, what he's going to use, like the athletic abilities, like the size, and the versatility, where he can use them in multiple fronts.
Yep, and it does now look like the Commanders have gone after Jartavius Martin. Danny, you issued a scouting report on Martin. You really liked him.
Yeah, Jartavius Martin is obviously the defensive back from the Illinois. He was a guy that another one that was listed as safety, and that really bugged me. This guy can play corner, and I just didn't see why they kept listing him at safety. But yeah, Jartavius Martin is a guy that, for me, the Illinois defense was fun to watch last year. I mean, just all the players on that defense, from Witherspoon to everybody else, and Martin was 5'11", 194. Almost 32-inch arms, and athletic defensive back. With the explosive physical traits, I like guys that can be multi-dimensional in the backfield. A guy who can come down, you can play some cornerback for you, you can play some slot nickel back for you. He could drop back in the top back half of the defense and play some safety for you as well. So his toughness is what I loved about him. In terms of his ability to get on the ball, he had 11 pass defenses past season. He had 3 interceptions. 7 for his career. 2 forced fumbles. So this guy brings you that toughness. If you're a nickel corner and you send him on a nickel blitz, this is a guy that gets to the quarterback and can go and close in and actually tackle him and make the sack too. So I really like this guy's his ability to make plays on the football as well. a versatile guy that you can split up, like I said, as a corner, as a nickel corner. He would have been a nice pick here as well for the Bears, possibly. Yeah.
Jordan, what do you think? How does Martin fit in with the Commanders' backfield?
Love the player, don't understand the fit, and they'll find a way. But it's you took kind of what I presumed would be kind of a nickel player with Emmanuel Forbes yesterday, and when you're talking about just safeties, because again, I'm with Danny. I think Quan Martin's a guy that I see playing all over the place. He can be an overhang defender, and nickel can also play safety. But you've got Derek Forrest there, you've got Cam Curl there, you've got Benjamin St. Juste, Kendall Fuller. Now you've got Emmanuel Forbes. I question. I just don't know where I see Martin fitting in. But the reality remains the same, that Commanders secondary needed secondary help. And so they're getting it and bulking up 2 picks in a row in that way. But I would have probably dedicated that to an offensive line pick. I think that their offensive line continues to need help in Washington.
Looks like Cody Mock is off the board to the Tampa Bay Bucks. They've traded up for him, and this is according to Greg. He just listed it on Twitter. So Cody Mock, who has been a darling of fans of college football because he's missing a tooth. He's got long red hair, and he played his ass off throughout the season over at North Dakota State, and also at the Senior Bowl. Jordan, what are your thoughts on Mock?
Yeah, God bless them. I mean, I think the thing to remember about them is that they've got Shaq Martin for, I believe, 1 more year at guard, and so there's a situation there where you're planning for a future beyond him. To me, I like Cody Mock. I think the athleticism, the lateral agility is phenomenal, but I still see him as kind of a developmental prospect and trying to build him up. And I'm not saying he's Ali Marpet, but this is kind of the pick that reminds me, where they took kind of Ali Marpet out of Hobart as this kind of small school player and said, what can he be at guard? And to me, I think that's kind of the same roll of the dice here with a guy like Cody Mock, but good athletic agility, lateral movement, a little bit of a mauler at the North Dakota State level. And I mean, look, he's the next guy in line with Billy Turner and everybody else that's come out of there, Dylan Radoon. So make a sensible pick for the Bucs.
Mm-hmm. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Mock was a guy I did like as well. Obviously, he was one of the darlings at the Senior Bowl, also at the Combine as well. This guy came to North Dakota State as a tight end. And after redshirting his first year, then was moved to O-line back in 2018. He's been a 2-year starter, started both a left tackle and a right tackle. The Senior Bowl, he was playing guard and also took some snaps at center as well. So, yeah, Jordan's right. He's more of a developmental kind of guy for me, but he's a very athletic guy, plays with a nasty streak, and you see him finishing his blocks, which I love about that. This definitely is a guy that's got really good potential in terms of developing as a starter. He's got to get stronger. He's a little bit leaner in his lower half. Doesn't have the base to go ahead and take on anchor or be able to anchor and take on powerful bull rushers. So he's got to get a little, developed there. But this guy gives you that flexibility. Again, can play left tackle, right tackle. Although with his dimensions, sub 33 inch arms, I think he's going to be a guard or probably even a center. So we'll see where they put him there at Tampa Bay. But yeah, definitely a guy athletic, light on his feet, and a guy that, like I said, needs some development. It's a hell
of a floor to start from. I mean, that's one thing, exactly. Danny, I think you and I'd agree. It's a nice floor for a guard. Yep. It's just about what's next.
Yeah. And you can see a tight end in him with the athleticism, his lateral agility, the way he can move. So, but yeah, he's got to get stronger in his base and develop into a nice interior player for them.
We are getting reports that it looks like the Steelers are going to take Keanu Benton. I'm trying to get confirmation on that, but it doesn't look good. Thank you, Skokes. Skokes is on top of it on Twitter. So his source is Ari Melville, I think his name is. But in any case, we should get a second confirming report on that any second. So if Benton has gone to the Steelers, how do you see him fitting into their scheme?
Well, I mean, for the Steelers, I'm thinking as either a nose guard or a 5 technique is what I'm thinking that they're going to do. I mean, obviously, Cam Hayward's getting up there in age, so that could be a guy that can replace him eventually. But yeah, I mean it's going to be a nice fit there for Pittsburgh in terms of talking about beefing up their defense. With Joey Porter Jr. in the first pick in the second round, and now Benton. Those are some two big 10 guys from the Big Ten there to go ahead and obviously, and then last night they got Broderick Jones at tackle. So, some teams just know how to do it, and the Steelers are one of them.
Boy, it seems like I'm living in a multiverse because now I'm getting reports that the Packers have drafted Jaden Jaden Reed, the wide receiver. So how
Yeah,
many?
I mean, if I'll touch briefly on betting to the Steelers, it makes a lot of sense to me. And I mean, look, Omar Khan is just following through with the old heritage of just Steelers drafting well with Kevin Colbert, who used to be there. And to me, they need defensive front help because Cam Hayward's getting older. And to me, you know what it reminds me of, Danny? I'm not saying they're the exact same player, but they lost to Stephon Tuitt to a surprise retirement. And now they've been trying to kind of fill that role with Larry Ogunjobi and DeMarvin Leal. And, you know, they've brought in Braden Fajoko and a few other players. And so to me, if you can just stack and kind of continue to try to build up that front seven with a Keanu Benton at this value in this market, it's amazing.
Greg Gabriel has confirmed not only Benton to the Steelers, but also Jaden Reed to the Packers. So
that hurts too. That's back-to-back jabs, but not that the Bears are going to go receiver here, but yeah, Jaden Reed, a local kid from Michigan State. You know, he's Naperville Central here. You know, played at Western Michigan early on in his career, and then ended up going to Michigan State. And you know, he's a guy that just, you know, brings you that you know, punt return ability, kickoff return ability, gives you that quickness, that quick twitch ability. A receiver, he's a guy that you know, get vertical, and you know, that four. I think his speed was at the combine was a 4.4, 4.45 at the combine. So you know, he gives you that vertical ability there. So another weapon there for Jordan Love here. But again, a punt returner and kickoff returner as well, give you that special teams value. And I like this toughness for you know, a 5'11", 187, you know, receiver. Not that the Bears are going to go receiver here, but still, to have the Packers get him, that's another weapon that's going to hurt.
Yeah, I like Eric's comment here regarding the Steelers draft. It's a pretty good one. Broderick Jones, Joey Porter, and Keanu Benton. That's a nice trio. Jordan, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the Jaden Reed move for the Packers, again, it's goodies in his bag over there in Wisconsin, just because it's one of those things where, and it's funny, it is ironic how Aaron Rodgers leaves and all of a sudden let's just draft all the weapons. But Jaden Reed makes sense. The Packers have a type at wide receiver with their height and weight requirements. And Jaden Reed, while he's not a big traditional X, and a guy like Cedric Tillman's still out there, who was my top X in this class, Jaden Reed still fits that requirements. He's one of the bigger wide receivers per se. And to me, he slots right in where, you know, we all talked about what if JSN was a Packer. Not that Jaden Reed is JSN, but he fits right in where he's different. You want to build a basketball room with your wide receiver room, different archetypes. And they have their slasher and Watson. They have their boundary X wide receiver, or kind of Z per se, how you look at it with Romeo Doubs. And then Jaden Reed can come in and be that twitchy slot receiver for you to get open in the middle of the field. And then you add it with Musgrave as well as the tight end. They're building something there for Jordan Love to make sure that there's no excuses as they try to evaluate him in this final year.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. So with the Packers selecting Jaden Reed, that means the Miami Dolphins and then Seattle Seahawks and then the Bears will pick. So we are three picks away from the Chicago Bears. So how's your board looking, Jordan? Who's falling down that could potentially be on the Chicago Bears?
I mean, I don't think the Bears were going to take him anyways, but I have to be honest, I'm scared shitless and I'm shaking on my boots here because I tend to think Tucker Kraft will be a Miami Dolphin. The way that's going. If it's not him, then it's starting at Washington. They have a need at tight end. And again, I'm probably alone here, but I tend to think if you want to get some weaponry and pick up a tight end here, I'm not totally against it because I just feel like there's good depth. And it's a good depth at tight end too, but I think that there's depth here for defensive linemen, whether it's Dylan Horton, Zach Harrison, Isaiah McGuire, quite a few others that are sliding down the board. So I think tight end goes here. But again, you've got your pick of the litter. JMS is still on the board. You've got different defensive linemen. You've got corner. You know, Cam Smith is still on the board, which makes absolutely zero sense to me.
Well, it's funny that you say that, Jordan, because Cam Smith is going to the Miami Dolphins, according to Dov Kleiman. And I've got a report here from Greg Gabriel on Cam Smith. And then, Jordan, you can pick it up on the other end.
Cam Smith, South Carolina. In South Carolina, in recent years, they had a guy go in the first round a couple years ago. They've come up with some good corners from recent years. Cam is 6'1", 180, so he's a little light in the ass, runs 4.43, 38 vertical, 11.2 long jump, so very, very explosive. And another tall, long corner, showed great improvement from 21 to 22. I did him late in the summer. Didn't think he was that premier type guy off of last year's tape, and then this year's tape was an entirely different guy. He's good in support. He's a good hitter, very good in coverage to lock on. his transition is exceptional. Solid ball skills, instinctive in zone and off. Plays the short side. Now, the short side is in college. That's the hot corner because it's harder to make the throw to the wide side. This guy really up to the task. He's a good player.
Jordan, this is the Dolphins' first pick of this draft. It's not a bad way to start, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this is somewhat chalk in the sense that when you bring Vic Fangio in, he loves his corners and can't resist passing up on a really good quality corner, as you're hearing it there from resident scout Greg Gabriel, and was my third cornerback on my big board. And to me, is my only concern with Cam Smith is I just have to question about how much more room is there to grow, because I think he's pretty refined and is such a quality player already. But a good in man, good in zone, and I think that. Fitting opposite of Jalen Ramsey, and Xavier Howard's had some injury history, and Byron Jones has departed, so it makes a lot of sense for Miami.
Your thoughts, Danny, on the Dolphins selection?
Yeah, this is the guy I had earmarked for the Bears, possibly here behind Julius Brents. But yeah, explosive athlete, with quick feet, loose hips. This is a guy that can easily flip open his hips and run well with the receiver off the line of scrimmage. Transitions quickly, comes downhill. Has got the ball skills. Had 5 passes defense this year, 11 last year, 6 interceptions. This guy led the teams in passes broken up in 2021. And again, this is another guy that plays with a swagger, comes down and run support and takes out, the ball carrier. And he's not a guy who's going to back off. So I think it would have been a nice fit and an off-man coverage that the Bears, team to utilize with the ability to play press man if needed or called upon. So this is another corner that I earmarked for this day today.
Jordan, talk to me about Zach Charbonnet, because he is the new running back for the Seattle Seahawks.
This one hurts me. Charbonnet was a guy to me that was the top back in the second tier for me. A guy that I've personally compared to, and I know it's lofty, but this is how strongly I feel about him. He has the vision and patience of what reminds me of Arian Foster. Good contact balance, not going to necessarily hit you home runs, but you want to talk about a master, a jack of all trades, not necessarily a master of none, but he can catch the ball, blocks relatively well, has good vision, good contact balance, doesn't go down on first attempt, always finds a way to fall forward and pick up positive yardage. So to me, it's the rich getting richer when you have Kenny Walker there, and they're different players. But to me, again, if we're talking top tier 2 of my backs, it's Zach Charbonnet and Roschon Johnson. So Roschon's still there, but I had Zach Charbonnet even above Roschon. And so if the Bears were looking for a back, this hurts me a bit.
Yeah, I agree. I like Charbonnet a lot. Danny, what do you think about this backfield? The Seahawks are going to be putting out there Charbonnet and Walker. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I mean, that's I'm a little surprised. I mean, obviously they have Kenneth Walker coming off of a pretty good year. Obviously, you always need a backup running back, but to get to one in the second round, I mean, it's a good back. This is a guy, he's a hard runner. He's a big back. The one thing with him is he's an upright runner, so he takes a lot of body blows, unnecessary body blows, and that's going to hurt him at the next level. But yeah, definitely a guy that's scheme versatile. I think he can play in the wide zone. I think he can play in the power gap. I like him probably better in a little more power gap scheme. Just let him get behind that blocker, the lead blocker, and just kind of run downhill. So. But yeah, he's got the vision to be able to, plant, cut, and go.
I have breaking news. I apologize. Patrick Finley of the Chicago Sun-Times is reporting that the Bears will select Florida defensive tackle Gervin Dexter. Yes. Your thoughts, Jordan? You got a look of perplexion.
Just not a guy that I was high on, and it's not that he's the lowest guy on my board, but a ball of clay per se. And there's plenty of reasons to excuse some of the issues on his tape, but this is your 3-tech option that you're bringing in, and I get it if you're falling for all the tools. We were kind of talking about Zach Harrison as a defensive end with this ball of clay and has to pick up and kind of a puppy dog. Gervon Dexter's that way in a lot of ways, and he's an athletic freak. But if it's not the get off, then it's kind of just the lack of refinement in his hands, and I just not a high on the pick personally, but that's okay.
Annie Shimon, your thoughts?
Yeah, he wasn't my highest rated defensive tackle, but like I said, this year it's going to be all over the board. But yeah, 6'6", 310, 32.25-inch arms. He's got a basketball background and track and field background in high school. 2-year starter at Florida. My positives: a good size, big physical specimen. Who's long and well proportioned. Solid athlete with lateral agility and good lower body explosion. He had a 31-inch vertical at the combine, 181 at the 10-yard split. Flashes, solid play strength with the ability to jolt blockers and press them off his frame. Quick to locate post snap, takes down blockers, maintains his ground. This guy that can stack and shed blockers at the point of attack. So he sounds to me more like a 1 technique than a 3 technique. Negatives is not a quick twitch athlete, not a guy that I can see really being an upfield penetrator in terms of attacking those gaps. So this could be a long-term 1 technique for them. But he's a guy that overall I projected as a rotational player along the defensive front. Big athletic defensive tackle who will make digging his feet in the ground and just kind of defending the run. So again, just to kind of keep repeating myself here, I see more as a 1 technique than a 3 technique. But you need a defensive lineman. And it wasn't my highest rated guy, but they have another pick on up here, and a couple more picks here, so we'll see what they do here. But definitely a guy that they needed up front. So big specimen that at least will occupy blockers. Worst case scenario, occupy blockers and allow his linebackers to go and make plays behind him.
Let's see what Greg Gabriel has to say about him. He filed this report about 3 weeks ago.
I don't see him as a 3. I see him as strictly a 1. You might be able to get some snaps out of him at the 3, but that would, you'd line him up just based on what I saw on tape. You'd line him up at the nose, and he's big. He's like 6'6". They got him at 6'6", 312. Another underclassman coming out. He's strong. He's big. He's strong. He's thick. He's not a fat guy. He can 2-gap an offensive lineman. By 2-gap, I mean, line up, head up, get his hands on the guy, and he can control both gaps and get off the block and get to one side or the other. He can be disruptive. Here's one of the problems, and I didn't see it once or twice. I saw it a lot in every single game. He's always late. Not always. He is late off the ball a lot. And you see it every single game. And it's like, and when I mean late off the ball, you got 4 guys on the front. He's the 4th guy off.
Wow.
Not the first guy. And to me, that's a concern.
Jordan, I saw you nodding your head when Greg was saying that. You obviously detected that too, huh?
I'm laughing my ass off because that was the first thing I think I said when you asked me my opinion on the guy. I get it. Like, here's the thing is, if you can unlock everything, it's a great pick. And I hope that the Bears defensive line coach figures it out. But I didn't see a lot of defensive line development in the single year that we've had under this regime. So I'm a little bit concerned with the fit. And like I said, this is not a bad pick. It's just you're betting on the upside. To me, this is that DeForest Buckner archetype role where you're hoping. And that's kind of Danny's point of he looks like a 1 tech, but that was kind of the Buckner thing too, is it doesn't look like the traditional 3 tech. But this is the thing, and we all talk about Tommy Harris and everything. That's not Flus's 3 tech. He doesn't want 6'1" Adibare, out of Tommy Adibare. He wants 6'6", 310, a brick shit house, mucks up the middle, also has some ability to push guys back and drive the pocket back and crush it. So to me, it's all there. And let me try to paint a picture for you. For anybody that's watched the Dexter film and Florida film, that defense was largely void of a lot of talent, especially on the front 7. So he had to play a massive amount of snaps. So his conditioning often looked off. He was late off the snap, and he's admitted as much that he needs to get better at his get off. And the problem is it wasn't just when he was tired. It was even early on in games when there's no excuse for it. But the argument there is that he was kind of the only guy on that Gators defense. So he was out there a lot. Teams in their front 7s got to focus on him. What happens if he's not the only player? Now, again, to Danny's point is right now he's about the only guy. So the same thing we saw in Florida and Gainesville is what I worry about with Chicago, but we're going to see what they build around him.
Yeah, just like what Greg pretty much said what I was saying earlier. He's a 1 technique, is a guy that doesn't really kind of press up field and get into the gaps. And yeah, he is laid off the snap a couple of times, and he's a guy that, again, for right now I saw him as a 2-down player because he doesn't give you much in terms of a pass rush. But if you can develop him, at least if he can start collapsing in the pocket, either as a bull rusher and just do that helped as well. But yeah, I mean, right now on tape, he's a guy that, again, it's got the physical skill sets, he's got the size you like. Just hasn't really put it all together yet. So it's a guy like we'll see what happens. But for a team that has nothing up front, it's a start, I guess. But I wouldn't be my guy that I would have picked. But I guess I'm here with you guys, and I'm not making these picks.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you and me both, Danny. Not the guy I would have picked, but that's okay.
Well, we'll see if it turns out. Of course, he did have 4 tackles for loss in each of the last 2 seasons, so he does get a lot done behind the line of scrimmage. And there is I'd like to play Ryan Pohl's comment on what what they did with their number one pick, Darnell Wright, the workout they put him through, and I'm sure they did the same thing with Gervin Dexter, and so that must have made a real huge impression. So this is General Manager Ryan Pohl talking about Darnell Wright, and there it is.
Brought him in for a combine interview, did a really nice job there. And then we had his private workout that Shimon and I went down and worked him out. And what we wanted to do is, one, have him on his turf where he's nice and comfortable, put him on the board, install a bunch of run and pass plays, erase it, go over some different concepts, things that we do here, go back, have them regurgitate it, teach it back to us, and we really talked about details. Very, very detailed in terms of what's your aiming point. What do we do if things change, the front changes, the linebackers move, and he showed the ability to adapt and learn really, really fast, which was good. After that, we brought him outside, warmed him up, did about an individual, got him fatigued, and then he'd get up to the line of scrimmage, and we had a couple guys there. Simo would call out the play and then change it last second to see if he had the mental quickness to change and adjust. We did that for a while, started breathing heavy. We basically put him through a conditioning drill for about 5 to 10 minutes, like up, downs, all that stuff. Back, he'd huddle with me. He'd go up to Simo, same thing, and we just would trigger and trigger and trigger and got him exhausted, and the kid had no fight in him. His body language was excellent. And he stayed aggressive, finished. There's an attitude, there's a mental toughness that you have to play this game. With him, I kind of joke around. We brought him to deep water to see if he could swim or not, and he accepted the challenge, and he showed us the grit and the mental toughness to be able to fight through fatigue and all of those things that we look for. So it was a really good experience from start to finish.
I hate to tell you this, Danny Shimon, but
I was texting one of my Charger contacts, and I told him, I said, "You just broke my heart." But they're gonna line him up at outside. They're gonna make him a linebacker. So they're gonna make him lose weight and be an outside edge guy. So
that might be the better position for him. He seems to have a body better suited for that. Jordan, your thoughts on Thule going to the Chargers?
I mean, as a local team, and if I wasn't rooting for the Bears, I kind of have an affinity for the Chargers. I like this move for the Chargers. The Chargers have no edge depth, nothing. It's Chris Rumph, and that's about it behind Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. So Thule makes a lot of sense, as Danny's talking about. They're going to make him drop weight, and he's going to be a spot player, a rotational edge for the next kind of move after Khalil Mack presumably leaves as he's getting older, and will probably be there to be the Bash brothers with Joey Bosa as he's there for the future. So to me, it's a good fit.
That's one thing is like with Thule, you put his tape on, they had him inside a couple times, but they had him as an outside edge, and they also stood him up in a 2-point stand. So, they're going to probably just end up doing that with the Chargers, using him. Obviously, Staley runs that Vic Fangio style defense at 3-4. So, for me, I was going to do the opposite. I was going to put weight on him and kick him inside and make him 3 technique because of his quickness and his ability to get after the quarterback. So, that's one guy that's off the board. So we'll move on to the next one.
Thule's happy. He gets better weather, and he's going to make more money as an edge.
Stays home. Yeah, he's from SC, and he's going to be playing in LA.
The Chiefs have traded with the Detroit Lions and have chosen Rashee Rice, the wide receiver, who was down at the Senior Bowl. I thought he was very unimpressive down at the Senior Bowl, but I know his SMU tape is pretty darn good. Your thoughts on Rashee Rice, Jordan?
I do. You and I see this one differently, although I love Rashee Rice. Not that he's the best receiver in the class, but I've comped him to Roddy White. Reminds me a lot of Roddy White as a player, attacks at the catch point, strong player through the catch, comes back on routes. And so to me, Rashee Rice is a player that makes a lot of sense. And I'm surprised a guy like Josh Downs maybe wasn't a consideration for them, but this is a player that makes a lot of sense for me with them as a useful player that can play on the outside. And like I said, Mahomes is going to pin it to him. And all he's going to ask Rashee Rice is, do you mind going up and being physical at the catch point for me? And so I was a big Roddy White fan coming out of UAB back in the day, and you're not going to hear that comp come from me very frequently because I don't think a lot of players play like Roddy White, and to me, Rashee Rice was that guy.
There is a trade. The Jaguars have traded pick number 56, and the Bears have traded away 61 and 135. So the Bears will be on the clock here shortly.
Wow.
They traded away their 61, which is their next second one, and then their 5th round pick.
Mm-hmm.
To who? To who they traded to?
Jaguars.
Jaguars. What are your thoughts on that trade there, Jordan?
I mean, look, it's fine. You're talking about a five move pick, and you're giving up a 5th rounder. At this point, I assume it's somebody that they don't think will drop, and right now that's potentially a tight end. There's a 1 center left that's clearly at the top of the heap if that's what they're going for. I guess Danny talked about Dexter as a 1 tech, and Adetomiwa Adebawore is still there. So for some reason they really see Dexter as the 1, and they've got some affinity to Adebawore. Then maybe this is who they're coming up for. But to me, So to me, it makes sense that they clearly thought we can't go another 5 picks without this guy going, and go get your guy, man. If all you're telling me is it's a 5th, I'm not sweating it.
Although, no. Tyreek Stevenson.
Well, Danny doesn't like him, but I'm okay.
It's not, I don't like him. I think he's more of a press guy. I don't think he's a zone guy. But you can go and talk about him, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Stevenson is and the cornerback from Miami is exactly what Danny's talking about. It's more of a press player. But to me, this is what I think that I don't want to call it a Jalen Johnson replacement, but it's more of that mold of player than it is the Kyler Gordon. They've got their athletic freak guy. This is a guy that's going to reroute you on the boundary and just be a nuisance and up in your face. And he's going to sit there and jam you and play in your hip pocket and make life tough as you're running your route, and then really fights at the catch point. I mean, you hear me talk about receivers attacking the catch point, really fighting for the ball. I want that same thing from my corner, which is a guy that's going to sit there and be aggressive and be kind of a junkyard dog at the catch point to really try to force PBUs. So to me, Tyreek Stevenson, it's not even that he was my top corner left on the board per se, but I understand the fit. And to me, this kind of makes sense. This is the similar mold of what you saw Eberflus taking guys with the Colts, and like Rock Ya-Sin was kind of this similar type of player.
Danny, your thoughts?
Yeah, similar. It's the thing is not that I don't like the kid. The guy's got good size. Let's see, his numbers are right here in front of me. Second here, 6 feet. He's 6 feet, 198. So he's got the size, 32+ inch arm length. So he's got that. My thing with him is again, he doesn't fit the scheme in terms of, for me at least, off-man coverage. There are times in off-man you saw him kind of get lost there, lose his man behind him. He was good in press. So that's the thing is, if you're going to be a press kind of team where you're going to have more guys come up and challenge receivers at the line of scrimmage, I think he's a good player. He's not a bad pick, and he's actually goes right in that spot. So you got good value for this pick. Trading up, but you lose the 5th round pick, so it is what it is. But 4.45 speed, 1.51 10-yard split. He's got the athletic ability, 38.5-inch vertical. He's a guy that challenges those big, tall receivers. So like think about guys like Christian Watson in your division, and other guys that receiver that they have to go up against. Justin Jefferson, in your division, big, tall receiver with speed. This is a guy that can match up with those guys theoretically. He's got the athletic ability. He's got the press man coverage ability to kind of jam him and go with him at the line of scrimmage. So, but my thing with him, where I kind of got downgraded him, was him coming downhill and being a physical run forcer and being a guy again who works good in off man coverage, and that zone awareness sometimes for me, which wasn't there. But not a bad player, just doesn't for me at least wasn't an ideal fit.
No, and Danny, I totally agree with you. And although I don't mean to get too like scheme and the coach talk here, but to me, I'm just trying to envision this guy. One, what this tells me is Kyler Gordon is your nickel. They are absolutely ironed down to that. Tyreek Stevenson is a boundary corner with Jalen Johnson. So Kyler Gordon will be your nickel corner. They're not going to pick up a Keitrell Clark or somebody like that. But also what this tells me, and I'm with you, Danny, this is a zone scheme. But what they like to do on early downs is they like to roll a safety down, that brisker roll, and play middle of the field closed. And oftentimes what that looks like is that, and I talked about this over the summer and kind of diagnosing that defense, but they like to sit there and play on early downs, cover 3, and then meg the backside, which is man everywhere he goes. And look, this is what it becomes is you want to talk about a press corner and kind of riding in the hip pocket and having enough recovery speed. They're going to just put Tyreek Stevenson likely on the backside X and say, hey, just press him, play in his face, ride his hip pocket, meg him up. And that's the reality too. As much as we talk about zone happens for the first 2 or 3 seconds of a play, and then it all reverts to cat coverage. You got your cat, I got my cat, and we just got to make sure that we're sticking with him. And so that to me is, I get it. I understand he can bust some in zone, but I understand the fit maybe a little more than what we're concerned about with zone issues.
He's also
Kyler Gordon for me is not a slot guy. He's not a nickel guy. And if you're going to put him in the nickel, I think he's gonna bust out. So it's the guy got better when you put him outside. I just don't see him as a slot nickel corner. But
he also brings value at the as a punt returner. So that's an important part of this equation, I'm sure.
Yeah, and he was down at the Senior Bowl as well. So he played well at the Senior Bowl. And the one-on-ones, he had some nice wins there as well. So, obviously this is, again, we talk about, the benefits of coaching at the Senior Bowl. Obviously, Luke Getsy was the head coach of one of the teams. And I'm not sure, I can't remember off the top of my head if Stevenson was on his team or not, but I know Wright was on his team. Don't know Wright. So, this, again, just seeing him up front, kind of visioning how you can utilize this player. Again, Stevenson is not a bad player. It just, for me, it wasn't the pick right now. Again, now you're still looking at defensive line help here too. Corner wasn't need, so you're taking care of that. Now you got to talk about some edge guys here. At least they didn't trade pick 64, which I was when he said they traded up, I was a little afraid there. But so they still have that pick there.
And I got to tell you, somebody was saying, Robbie was saying, did they pay Jalen Johnson yet? They haven't, and we'll see what happens with that. And this is not a shot on Jalen Johnson. I liked how Jalen looked against A.J. Brown, despite losing plenty of catches there. He was gamey and fighting with A.J. Brown. But to me, this is another sign of, if Jalen walks, they like this guy to be competitive with those big X receivers on those 50-50 balls and saying, turn the tides in our favor. And to me, that's, again, we'll see what happens with Jalen Johnson. But if Jalen Johnson departs because they can't agree on money, Tyreek Stevenson slots right in as the next succession plan for a guy like Jalen Johnson.
Tyreek Stevenson did indeed play for Luke Getsy's American team. Michael Henneman has a question. What do you guys think about AA as the first pick in the 3rd round?
I wouldn't mind that. I also wouldn't mind Yaya Diaby if he's still out there, the edge rusher. So, a guy from Louisville. So those are guys and Zach Pickens is a guy we still like. Both Jordan and I like. So he's another defensive tackle. So the one thing with we don't know what their plans are in terms of outside the draft, right? Is there a veteran they're buying? We talked about, brought up earlier, Chase Young, 5th-year option wasn't picked up. Could Washington look to trade him? Is there something you can do there? Or maybe go the opposite, that other guy, Sweat, the opposite guy. So, are they looking at Yannick Ngakoue, the veteran free agent, pass rusher? I hope they have a plan, basically, if they don't get an edge rusher here in these next couple picks.
Such is reporting that John Michael Schmitz, the center, out. Where do you play? Minnesota.
Yep.
To the Giants. So that makes a lot of sense.
Well, they desperately needed a replacement for John Feliciano, who walked in free agency. And again, I think Tippmann would have been a better fit, but he's not there. And so they clearly had a needed center. And this is a home run by my account by Dable and company there. And Joe Shane, because you get a pivot that's quality. I wouldn't even say he's a steady guy. I think he's a really good player, and so it makes a lot of sense for that scheme.
Mm-hmm. So it appears to me like the Bears, after this draft, are going to be in the market for an edge rusher in the free agency. Would anybody disagree with that?
No, I was just talking about that right now. We're talking about either Yannick Ngakoue could be a guy, the veteran free agent, maybe.
I've been saying Carl Lawson.
Leonard Floyd is out there. I don't know if you want to bring him back, but he's another option out there as a veteran free agent pass rusher possibly. But if they don't do anything here, again, there isn't any guy here that can come in and say, all right, slam dunk's going to be your edge rusher next year. So it's more of a projection here. But Yaya Diaby is a guy I like out of Louisville. Possibly being the pick here at 64. They could go 3 technique with out of Abore. You could go with Zach Pickens there, Byron Young from Alabama. It might be more of a 4th round pick than a 3rd round pick. So, there are some options for a defensive line, but you got to get, we talk about Zach Harrison. Yeah, he's not a guy that lights up the stat sheet with sacks, but man, he's a nice base defensive end. And I talked about earlier, maybe we'll get into it here, but Luke Schoonmaker goes there. All right, the kid from Michigan, tight end.
Good player. It's so funny, and I don't know. I feel like I've heard this joke before, but they just like to stack these I don't know. I'm trying to be politically correct here, but just these kind of average white tight ends. It's Ferguson and it's Hendershot and it's Schoonmaker and it's Dalton Schultz. It's kind of the same player over and over again, but Schoonmaker's a decent quality wide tight end.
Interesting. And we announced earlier John Michael Schmitz to the Giants. The Cowboys get Schoonmaker. And so now on the clock, according to my updated board, it's the Buffalo Bills with the 59th overall pick. Any thoughts on who the Bills might want to target there, Jordan?
Josh Downs is a guy that makes a ton of sense to me. I know that they got, Dalton Kincaid, and so maybe they don't want to double up for more weapons for Josh Allen, but they need another receiver there. And I get it. Dalton Kincaid can be that, but it's at a different position. So if they're not doing that, then I tend to think it could be interior offensive line with, maybe a Nick Silveira, who I think they could be high on at this point. Or alternatively, just continuing to try to plug away at defense, because as many times as Brandon Beane tries to plug it away with edge players, he's yet to really find another guy that can make an impact there.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Danny? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they lost obviously Trey Edmonds to the Bears, so that could be a guy that could replace this Diane Henley from Washington State could be a guy here for them. Drew Sanders is a guy I want to talk about. I want to bring him up here, and he's a guy, he 5-star athlete, went to Alabama, really did nothing for Alabama. Lost his job to Dallas Turner, and then ended up transferring to Arkansas. And when I watch him, and he's an off-the-ball linebacker. He could be strong side, could be middle, however they use him in that 4-2-5 defense. I like him as a pass rusher more than an off-the-ball linebacker. And it looks like Osiris Torrance, the big guy from Florida, goes to Buffalo there. But like I thought about thinking outside the box. There's a couple players that Drew Sanders is a guy that doesn't have the measurables you're talking about as a defensive, but I'm talking about as a situational pass rusher. And maybe this is too rich right now in this area to get him here to make him a situational pass rusher, but I like his first step quickness. I like his ability to kind of get around the edge. He does a good job of converting speed to power. Again, doesn't have the perfect measurables, but if you strike out on pass rushers here, you got to think outside the box. And I think that could be a name there. Another guy is DJ Johnson, the edge from Oregon. Raw, developmental kind of player. He's got the length, doesn't have the height, but he's been used as an outside linebacker, as a defensive end. I see him again, another guy, developmental prospect, kind of thinking outside the box, and maybe later on in the draft here, not having your typical quote unquote, measurables and all that stuff. So we kind of have to get, well, at least they're gonna have to get a little creative here in terms of they trying to generate some pass rush. So those are a couple of names I want to throw out there and see if this is something that sticks here with the Bears and generating some outside pressure.
Jordan, the Bengals are on the clock. Well, who do you like going to Cincinnati?
DeJuan Jones, please. I think it makes a lot of sense to bring there. Jonah Williams wants out, and you've already committed to this gap power scheme, and you have a monster of a left tackle in Zeus Jr., and so why not pair these gods, if you will, with a Zeus Jr. and a big Thanos? And so to me, DeJuan Jones makes a ton of sense there. I can only imagine when those two guys get off the bus, and you're saying those are the guys that are protecting the bookends of our star quarterback, the value here for DeJuan Jones just makes a ton of sense.
You've tweeted that out a number of times, haven't you?
I love it. I don't think I'm breaking anything here. DeJuan thinks he's going to Cincy. He's been telling me for a while now. So he thought it may have been at the back of the first, but the fact that he's still around here, I'm sure he wouldn't mind going to Cincy. He talked about just his affinity for Joe Burrow, dating back to Ohio State when they shared some time there.
Indeed. What do you think, Danny? You have a preference for who the Bengals should draft here?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. They lost Hayden Hurst and they haven't replaced him yet, right? They still need a tight end, so that could be a place for your guy Darnell Washington here. Possibly here as tight end. Tucker Kraft could be another guy here for tight end with them as well. Offensive line, I think right tackle could be a position they could look at. And for me, my next best right tackle is Carter Warren from Pitt. But again, I'm looking at more of a athletic type of tackle. Now, if you want to go with like road grader, like the kid from Ohio State, that could be an option there too. So yeah, I mean, obviously you got to give weapons either to Joe Burrow or help protect them is what I think they would do after they went Miles Murphy in the first round.
Jordan, what do you think about Alan Williams' defensive philosophy? Michael Henneman is not a fan.
I agree.
I don't love it. I think that we took defense back to 2002, which is it. Let me be kind to it in the sense that it is a good defense if you are trying to remain competent at around top 10-ish DVOA, but you're never going to see the peaks of, top 5, top 3 DVOA the way that you saw it with Vic Fangio and even some of those Brian Flores teams and Bill Belichick. It's just you're not going to get that level of high with a defense based in kind of these vanilla roots.
Oh, never mind the big offensive lineman to the Cincinnati Bengals. Instead, they are going to select the small cornerback out of Michigan, DJ Turner. What do you think, Jordan?
Love DJ Turner. Was a guy that I was really high on and makes a lot of sense as a nickel corner for them. And that he gets to pair with his running mate from last year at Michigan, Dax Hill. So it makes a lot of sense for them. They need corner help, and the reality is Eli Apple is not that guy. And then you have Chidobe Awuzie there. And so now you consider Cam Taylor-Britt was the second-round corner that they took last year. They're building that secondary up that took quite a few hits for defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo there, losing Jesse Bates and Von Bell. So you bring in Nick Scott from the Rams. You have Dax Hill there, and now your corners are Cam Taylor-Britt, Chidobe Awuzie, and DJ Turner. That's a hell of a secondary.
What do you think, Danny? You liking that secondary?
Yeah, Turner's an explosive athlete. Run a 4.26 40, a 1.42 10-yard split. Explosive athlete with the quick feet, loose hips. You look for. He's a twitched up corner. Is a good good reactionary quickness to be able to read the quarterback and break on the football. Good leaping ability. People compete for those contested catches. For me, it just lacks the ideal length. Can be a little bit lured by play action fake. So there's some things there he's got to clean up. But yeah, I mean, terrific athlete. 5'11", 178 is his size. And 210.
Oops, sorry.
It's all right. He's a guy that this was the range he was going to go in. So, Eli Apple has never been the answer, Jordan. So I don't know what the question was, but he was never been the answer. So I can't stand Eli Apple. But anyway, that's he neither here or there. So that's a good selection for the Bengals. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you feel, Danny, but like DJ Turner, we both don't like Kyler at nickel, and DJ Turner was a guy that was like, if you want to get him and put him at nickel and then move Kyler out, that would have been something I would have been even more interested in.
Yeah, he's got the athletic ability. Yeah, I mean, but it just looks like I think he's probably more. It's hard to say because I think I can see him playing nickel, but I can see him playing outside as well. Turner, that is. So I'm curious how these guys are going to use him at Cincinnati. I'm assuming he's going to be outside corner at Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
All right, I've got a scouting report on Tyreek Stevenson from Greg Gabriel. It's from about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and so I did not get a chance to edit it. I'm loading it now, so I'm trying to kill a little time here as it loads. But we'll get Greg's opinion on Tyreek Stevenson. I've noticed that Greg has not been on Twitter since the Bears made their second round choice, so he may not be a happy camper right now. We'll find out soon. But the Jaguars are on the clock with pick 61, so the second round is
my guy.
Yep, and that means 4 more picks until the Bears start the third round. So
they took a tight end, Brenton Strange, Jacksonville.
Brenton Strange, a good kid from Penn State. All right, I think this thing is loaded, and let's go to it. Wheel is still spinning. Sorry, guys.
I guess I'll kind of vamp about
with pick 64 coming up. I mean, obviously, if you're looking for interior defensive linemen, Adebawore 6 out there, Zach Pickens 6 out there. So we'll see what the Bears go with here for 64. 3 more picks until they get to them.
All right, here it is.
Tyreek Stevenson from Miami. Liked everything about him until I watched one game, and he got beat like a frickin' drum. He's 6 foot, 198. Long arms, 32 and 3/8 inch arms, ran a 4.45, 38.5-inch vertical, 10.5 long jump, ideal size, speed, and length. His overall traits are fantastic. Quick pedal, good turn. I said, but he plays inconsistent as hell. Got pulled from the North Carolina game because he got beat like a drum in the first half and beat bad. All three, and cost them 3 touchdowns. Mental mistakes and physical mistakes. The flashes are really good, though. He can play tight coverage, plays the run pretty well. He can close. Other than the brain farts, he's pretty good. So, you get a guy like that, and you say, "Wow, the traits are just so good," but that one game just sticks out. No matter what he does in other games, two were physical, one was mental, and so what the hell are you buying?
Mm.
So it gets down to interviews and feeling good for the guy and finding out from him, okay, what happened in North Carolina State? Why'd you suck? And they're not going to say that, but I might. Because I want to, hit the guy right between the eyes. Because you want to see, when you say that, you want to see his reaction. And, see if he's got some fight to him.
Mm-hmm.
But, I can't. The natural talent is there, but I can't jump on the table for him after I saw that game. I don't feel good about it. And so, they'll probably take him in the fourth, but
it's funny.
We'll watch him like a hawk.
Yep. That's hilarious. It took him in a second.
That's what I was saying in terms of him getting lost in coverage. I didn't call it a brain fart, but it was like that same thing. It's like you see on tape, or if he's off man, or he just kind of lets his guy go and just kind of forgets about what's going on back there. So that's the thing with him. It's like you lose him. But if you want to come up and press, like I talked about earlier, he's got the athletic ability. He's got the length and the speed to be able to keep up with a guy, stay in phase downfield. So it depends on how they want to utilize him and how they got to coach him up.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I laugh, Aldo, because hearing him say the fourth, I'm like, I don't necessarily agree. I thought he was a second round corner, but fringe second, early third type guy. But it's you live and die by the sword. And if you're a Bears fan, again, and I'm not even totally saying I subscribe to this idea, but it's very clear that if you're going to be a Bears fan and ride with this Poles regime, they're going to bet on traits, RAS score, all that good stuff, and they're going to bet that it's a coach's mindset. Give me the guy with all the traits, and I'll find a way to fix all the warts. And it's either going to work or it's not. And right now, I mean, it's funny enough, Darnell Wright was a pretty sure thing in the first and, relatively safe. But Dexter and Stevenson are these guys with all the traits in the world. But, boy, they have some warts that you got to figure out. And, give it to Alan Williams and, whoever the defensive line coach is, it's still Smith. But whoever the defensive line coach is, and they'll try to fix those warts.
Yep. Or as Greg said, brain farts. And Iceberg says they can be coached up. So let's get back to that Jaguars selection of Brenton Strange, the tight end. Danny, your thoughts on the 6'3", 7/8 tall, 253-pound tight end who ran a 4.7 at the combine. He's got 5 touchdowns in 2022. Your thoughts on Strange?
Yeah, this guy was a guy I really liked when I watched him at Penn State. 4-star high school recruit. Skipped a senior season, was a junior, skipped the senior season to come out early. I love about him is he can line up everywhere. He can line up in the slot. He can line up in the backfield. He can line up in line, off tackle, solid size, smooth, sudden athlete. He's got the lower body explosiveness, as you saw with a 36-inch vertical at the combine. Good aggressive run blocker. That's the one thing is this guy will take on, the linebacker or take on defensive lineman, and he will finish his blocks. It looks like he enjoys blocking, even though he's only 6'4", 253. Runs his feet on contact when he sees, a defender there. Sound technician as a blocker. Again, we talked about that. Good sideline awareness as a route runner. He's quick off the line of scrimmage into his routes. Real good hands, can extend away from his frame. Again, smooth, athletic, move kind of tight end that could also line up in line. So I think this would have been a luxury pick here for the Bears. But I thought maybe he went a little bit earlier than I anticipated. I thought he was going to maybe sneak in the 4th round. But obviously, the Jacksonville Jaguars saw the same thing what I did in terms of this guy can be a weapon, especially for the young quarterback there in Trevor Lawrence. So I think it was a little bit higher than I thought he was going to go. But you watch his tape, you just fall in love with this kid, and I think he was going to be eventually going to be a pretty good pick for the Jaguars, for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jordan, you're a fan of Strange?
Yeah. I mean, to me, what? It's funny, and I don't know how Danny feels about this. The guy that I comped Brenton Strange to was Tommy Tremble coming out of Notre Dame a couple years ago, and
for me, he's better than Tremble. I'm not a big Tremble fan.
Yeah,
that's okay. We had this fight over Tremble when Tremble
but
came
I mean,
out.
and that's the thing too. Is to me, when you talk about the Jaguars, they needed a tight end that was not Evan Ingram, a guy that was more of a traditional wide tight end, if you will, a guy that would actually get his nose in there and block. And they lost Chris Manhertz over the offseason. They're blocking tight end. So this makes a lot of sense because Brenton Strange is no stranger, pun intended there, to putting his nose in, getting dirty in the run game and blocking his butt off. And on top of that, to Danny's point, it's not that he's just some lumbering wide tight end that'll block. What I love about him is he's got some juice in his game to be a receiving threat, but also is willing and an able blocker to displace guys, and he's faster than a lot of linebackers, so he can find separation there. So to me, it makes a lot of sense for the Jaguars. I like the move.
All right, there has been a trade announced. Field Yates from ESPN is saying that Lions traded their 63rd and 183rd pick to the Broncos for their 68th and 139.
Prior to that, my guy, Juice Scruggs, went. That was my center from Penn State that I was hoping to save for tomorrow. He went early, too.
This is wild, Danny, because I like Juice Scruggs. I like the Penn State guys, but I did not think that they were second or third guys. I thought fourth, fifth.
Especially Scruggs he missed he had back surgery a couple seasons ago. So I thought that's something obviously medical have to clear for him. But yeah, I mean, he's a guy that I saw live at the East West Shrine practices, and I'm like, oh, who's this guy? Moving these guys off the line of scrimmage, being able to block laterally on. And that's when I just plug into his tape, and I think it would have been a nice, perfect fit here as a potential future center. But yeah, he's gone in the second round. Again, I thought he was a day 3 guy. Not because of he can't play, just because I thought he wasn't a big name guy, a guy coming off an injury, had good, solid tape, had pretty good East West Shrine practices. I thought maybe he'd go early day 3, but he went early here second round. So
Arvin Mims goes to the Denver Broncos here in the second round.
That's my receiver. That's my other guy I liked. Yeah,
unbelievable. He is. I was actually really praying that this guy would fall to the Bears in the 3rd round. They're showing highlights of him. The guy is just electrifying. Mm-hmm. Jordan, yep. I know Jordan loves Marvin Mims.
Yeah, I mean, Marvin Mims to me is a great player, and it's interesting because they have KJ Hamler there, another similar player that's never quite worked out, and I do think Marvin Mims is a better player than Hamler was coming out, so it's interesting to see, and where he fits, it'll be interesting. To me, I think it's a different skill set, but if you're hoping to restore the yesteryear of Russell Wilson there in Denver, you're hoping that Sean Payton can find unique ways to create special opportunities for Mims where he can maybe Russell Wilson can kind of recreate the magic that he had with Tyler Lockett with those moon balls. So it makes a lot of sense for them.
Bears are officially on the clock to start round 3. Danny, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I love Mims. I did a report on him. He was one of the guys I was hoping that they could target maybe, again, day 3, maybe, late today. But, yeah, I mean, talk about a guy, 4.38, 155, 10-yard split, almost a 40-inch vertical, 2-year starter. I think this is a guy that has toughness. He's a guy that can give you some vertical, deep threat. Him and Jaden Reed were guys I was looking at potentially as day 3 guys that maybe the Bears could sneak on the roster and give them some of that explosiveness. Both guys give you some of that return ability as a punt returns and kickoff returner. So, unfortunately, he's gone here as well. So, but a guy I'm surprised is still here. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised, but it's Jalen Hyatt. Obviously the guy's got big play guy, Biletnikoff winner, but he was really a one-trick pony, limited route tree at Tennessee. I think that's going to hurt him. The offense that is going to hurt him. It's also going to hurt Cedric Tillman as well. So what Tillman I think is more of a possible potential number 1 receiver as opposed to Hyatt. I think he's more of like a vertical threat speed guy. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm curious to see if the Bears hold on to this pick here, or if they're going to end up trading back. I want to see, because obviously there's no one here, at least to me, that's kind of glaring here and in terms of going and getting right now. So maybe get a trade back, get extra 4th, or maybe recoup that 5th you used to pick up for Stevenson. So curious to see what happens here with the Bears.
Help me out here. They have no other 3rds, right?
Nope. Correct. They
picks in. Everybody loves themselves some Atabare. It's funny. Although you know me, I have no problem with Atabare, but I've not nearly been as high on him. He's a workout warrior.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can get some inside information first, but no, nothing coming out. The pick is in. There's a little break here as they're saluting the military before the start of round 3.
I say this jokingly, but Ryan Poles does not draft players I like, so I don't have much faith here.
Well, who would you like to see, Jordan?
I know it sounds wild, but to me, it's I just can't stop beating the Tucker Kraft drum. I love Tucker Kraft, and Go get yourself a weapon that's different from what Cole Kmet provides you. And he reminds me, I promise it's not just helmet scouting, but he reminds me of Dallas Goedert. And I've kind of said modern Dallas Goedert, old school, give me Todd Heap is kind of a potential for him. And I just like what you're getting there. I think that all the traits are there. This is why I thought it'd fit with Poles. He has all the traits. It's just the refinement that's needed. And that's what they like.
Danny, who would you like to see selected here?
And unless he rushes the passer, I don't want anybody other than someone that rushes the passer, whether it's a defensive end, a defensive tackle. That's what I'm looking at. Again, my guys, I'm kind of like with Jordan. I don't think he picks my guys, but Yaya Diaby might be a little too rich here for him. Zach Pickens is a guy, defensive tackle from South Carolina. It could be someone there as well. Byron Young, I think he's more of a fourth round guy, but fourth round guy, not a third round guy. So Yaya Diaby would be a nice guy for me to get here as a nice base defensive end. Gives you some ability in terms of the pass rusher, still developing. He's got the traits, he's got the tools. So we'll see how they go here. But yeah, I mean, Adebore could be the local guy here, but again, traits are there, but the production just wasn't there, and it's hard for me to justify, especially when you have so many needs up front. But we'll see how they go with here.
I'm sure, Danny, you probably wouldn't like this, but I saw like B Minor in the chat saying Zach Harrison. If it was Zach Harrison, I'll probably do a couple backflips here for you, because I'm just like I said, I like, that's where Ryan Poles and I do see a little bit. I like puppies at the defensive end, where it's like you're not even remotely close, but we can see that you bat a move here, you get some refinement here, and the sky's the limit. And like I said earlier, to me, he's got a special trait that even the best defensive linemen don't have, which he closes. He closes in big moments, and I love that. I
do like Zach Harrison. I just think I need something right now, because with these 3 picks, I want these guys to be starters.
Obviously, impact.
Yeah, impact, right? So with Gervon Dexter, I'm assuming he's going to be a starter up front because you have no one up front. With this pick, I'm swinging, if it's a defensive lineman, he's going to be a starter up front as well because you have no one up front. And Tyreek Stevenson, we'll see what happens there with him. But
I think you guys are going to be happy. It is Zach Pickens.
There you go. All right.
Although I have a thread about Zach Pickens, I'm not kidding, back to like November about him fitting for the Bears. Like, this is a guy that I know Danny's high on him too. This is a guy I've been saying for a long time that he's not the premier 3-tech, but as a mid-round option, that second or third round, Zach Pickens is a rock star. You're talking about a former 5-star, gets penetration, has a nice pass rush repertoire to live in the backfield. And sure, his run defense can get a little better, but there's plenty of reps of him just holding anchor there and stuffing it up, mucking it up in the middle.
This is your 3 technique, guys. This guy has that potential. Now you look at his stats; it doesn't do anything crazy. Only has 7.5 sacks for his entire career, 4 passes defensed, and 11.5 tackles for loss. But they were using him differently. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jordan. You've seen him play. They're using him more like a 2-gapper here at South Carolina, which instead of letting him go up field, when they did let him go up the field, and that's when you saw his ability to kind of get a little bit twitchy, get up into the gaps here. For me, my positives with him are very good size with long arms and athletic frame. Quick and athletic for a big man, plays with balance and lateral agility, good body mass and base strength to stack the point, can take on blockers, occupy, and be a deterrent in the run game, has a short area burst to be able to beat the blockers off the ball and peek into the gaps. Good pop strength in his hands, can knock back, offensive linemen backwards, walk them back, and is also scheme versatile. He can play multiple spots along the defensive line. In terms of some of the negatives, some lower body tightness, it can struggle in terms of quick change of direction. But again, he's a guy for me. You put him in the middle of the defensive line. He's a 3 technique. Now him and Gervon Dexter. Now you have something here in terms of young guys that can get up. Hopefully Dexter can improve his pass rush ability, but this guy Pickens can, like I said, he sees some twitchiness in him. And again, he's a big guy at 6'4", 291 with 34+ inch arm length. So you like all the measurables, and you watch his tape. Don't look at his stats. Watch his tape, and you see the effect he has on the game when he's allowed to get upfield and be a penetrator. So this is a good pick for the Bears here, Zach Pickens.
It's another player that played for Luke Getsy, the American team at the Senior Bowl. So all we need to do is take a look at that list of the roster list from the American team, and we could probably find out who the Bears will be picking next.
And the one thing we know for sure, Ryan Poles loves SEC players, and I don't blame him.
I've got this is Greg's report from just about a month ago on Zach Pickens. Let's see what he's got to say.
I see a lot of analysts really like this guy, and it's another one that I don't get. Zach Pickens, during the season, he looked more like he was 315 to 320. I can't even read my. I did what I didn't see was a quick twitch player or a fast guy. He's got good strength. To me, he was a flash guy in that he would really look good on some plays and then just be a guy on the field on other plays, and just look very average. He does he flashes that he can do it, so you know he can do it. It's pushing the right button to make sure he does. I said he's got to be in the Bears scheme. He's got to be a 1, very average pass rusher, 2.5 sacks this past season, 6.5 in the last 2 years. And look at this. If you're not getting sacks in college, how the hell are you going to get him? In the pros? It doesn't always work that way. Now, sometimes it could be, you could have poor coaching. And if it's a real young player, guy coming out, it could be physical growth and maturity that help him out. But for the most part, a guy that isn't a top pass rusher or, productive pass rusher in college isn't all of a sudden going to become one in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I don't think he's not a plus. He's a vanilla.
I think we get the gist of what
What a way to end it there. He's not a plus, he's a vanilla guy.
The one thing is, he doesn't flash all the time. That's the thing is, like, I thought it was more of how they utilize him in South Carolina, because you got to keep in mind, he's being told how to play, or he's being coached how to play this defense at their local colleges. So when he was allowed to go get upfield, I think obviously out there we saw that club against Tennessee, his ability to get back in the backfield and with quickness, and shows that twitch, that 3 technique ability. So that's what I saw. And then obviously the Senior Bowl clips as well, where you saw him be able to press guys back and walk them backwards. So I think he's got the ability to be a 3 technique. Now, is he going to be a all pro? I mean, we don't know. We'll see what happens, but you definitely got to coach him up. I'm not saying he's a, day 1 all pro. So, but he shows the ability to do it, and now we just got to get it out of him consistently. So I think he's got the potential to be a good 3 technique here.
Yeah. I mean, Aldo, look no further than what Greg started with, which is like, well, he looked like he was 315, 320. Look, at all respect to Greg, but Greg, you're playing into Danny and I's hand here, which is saying you don't play 3 tech at that position. You play, 1.5 gaps. You're holding, you're sitting there stacking and reading and then trying to shed. They didn't let him pursue and make a mess in the backfield. He had to play gap and a half and play, ultimately gap responsibility. And so I'm with Danny. It's not that you're getting some world beater in the third. That's not what I'm saying, but he has more than what he showed. And this is another thing that nobody talks about. The secondary not Mississippi State, but South Carolina was solid with Cam Smith. You didn't have another player in the front 7 for South Carolina that really stuck out. So a lot of attention was focused on Zach Pickens. And again, this is that same old routine. You see it now with Poles. Former 5-star, the athletic traits are there, the size. He's got all the prerequisite traits. It's just about, can we put it together and unlock this guy's potential?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, so far for me, guys, Ryan Poles has done what I asked him to do today. I asked him to go defense. He's got 2 guys in the trenches with Pickens and Gervon Dexter. Now, and obviously Tyreek Stevens is a solid prospect corner. Not, obviously not my top corner at that point, but whatever. But he's got tools. So I the fact that he stuck to his, to what he needed, which is defense. The other thing now is pass rushers. What is their plan for pass rushers? Obviously, I think they need another receiver and a tight end as well, probably. I know Aldo wants them to get a running back. I'm not sure if they need a running back or not, but we'll see how it goes there. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they went defense with here's a guy. This is a guy, Tyler Steen from Alabama. He's a guy that last year was at Alabama, was our left tackle. I think he would have been a nice left guard in this scheme here as well. So, but he goes here to Philadelphia. So Eagles doing work again, just hitting those trenches, and that's what you got to do. You got to build those trenches up, and the fact they got 2 young guys in Dexter and Pickens, I'm happy with those, and we'll see how Stevenson turns out.
Yeah, I'll say one thing we didn't talk about because it wasn't revealed at the time, but I definitely thought the Dexter move may be them trying to stiffen up the spine of the defense, put that Buckner archetype at 3 tech. And the good news is, Danny, what we talked about is you didn't see much of that. You saw more 1 tech, and it seems like that's going to be Dexter's role here. And I also like seeing that maybe they're okay saying, well, let's just use him for what he was good at, which one thing he was very good at Florida. Yes, he was laid off the snap, but you had a hard time moving him off the ball.
Right.
So I mean, good. Let him be a run stuffer, and then let him command the attention and get a ton of blockers trying to sit there and move him, and then have Zach Pickens play that engine of the defense and be that motor and kind of backdoor the play.
But also, they can also do with him, with Gervon, and if you put in Billings in there, you have two guys that can just eat up blockers up front and let Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards go ahead and eat and get tackles as well. So.
And the Eagles have followed that pickup with Sidney Brown, the safety out of Illinois.
Oh, nice pickup there.
Yeah, the Steelers are. If Jalen Carter works out for them, and there's no reason why he shouldn't in that veteran locker room, are having themselves a pretty good draft, aren't they?
Eagles, yeah. I mean, that's Howie Roseman. That's what they do. They do stuff like this, and Brown was I think this was an unheralded kid from that Illinois team. He was a leader on that defensive backfield. He was a guy that, Chase Brown got the big headlines, but this guy was a solid rock back there. And I think he was a guy, he was known more for an in the box, around the line of scrimmage type of safety. But, he went to the Senior Bowl and he showed the ability to drop back in coverage and make some plays in the defensive secondary. So I think this is a guy, maybe for the Eagles to come in and be a special teams guy initially. But I mean, this guy's got a chance to be a starting safety here in the NFL level. So not just a run stuffing, or a box safety, I should say. He's a guy that showed some more ability to be able to jump back in coverage and be a playmaker back there. So we'll see how it goes. But this was the leader of that Illinois defense I talked about earlier. I love watching that Illinois defense this past season. So, but he's a guy. Again, Chase Brown got the headlines, but this guy was their quiet leader back there.
What do you think about Brown, Jordan?
I'm sometimes just jealous because I don't look, and I'm not even the biggest fan of Howie Roseman, but it literally feels like he's constantly playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers, and it's frustrating. I mean, look, I enjoy watching a team get good, but I just don't understand how it always falls his way. Sidney Brown, go ahead.
It was the same way with Ozzie Newsome when he used to do it with the Ravens. And I was like, dude, how does it always work out this way for you guys? Yeah,
I mean, we're talking about Sidney Brown. I'm with Danny. He was the heart of that defense, the motor of that secondary for the Fighting Illini, and my second safety overall on my big board. And to me, he is the Tasmanian devil. I'm not the first to say it, but he reminds you of kind of Hufunga from the 49ers. And to me, they needed a safety. You watch Gardner Johnson leave, Marcus Epps leave. And so you're in a situation there where Sidney Brown fits right in, and he's just going to cause mayhem. He's going to be the Tasmanian devil, just wrecking shop all over the field.
Good stuff, guys. All right, so now it is
the Broncos.
Drew Sanders.
Yeah, this is the guy I talked about.
Good linebacker.
It's a weird case, man, because this guy was a 5-star recruit, went to Alabama.
As an edge.
Was a strong side linebacker, and it was starting, and then he hurt his hand, and then Dallas Turner took over, and he lost his job and never got back on. Just became a special teams guy for Alabama. Went to Arkansas, off the ball linebacker in a 4-2-5 scheme, and the next thing you know, this guy's rushing off the edge like they're showing highlights here of him using that speed to power move here, backing up, walking offensive tackles back into the quarterback. Got 9.5 sacks. So it's like I put on his tape, and I'm like, well, we don't need an off the ball linebacker, but I'm like, whoa. This guy's rushing from the edge. That's what I'm talking about here. If you strike out on some of these edge rushers, do you think outside the box with a guy like this? But obviously the Broncos just took him here in their and I think they're going to run a 3-4. So this guy fits in nicely probably as a 3-4 outside linebacker for them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm jealous, Aldo.
Oops. That my mistake. I loaded the wrong graphic.
I was like, who took Trenton Simpson? But no, I mean, I'm a huge Baron Browning fan, and I think Baron Browning's really coming on for Denver. And you add him and Drew Sanders as your edge players, and it's just like I love it. I mean, I don't know how you argue with it. It's to me, and this tells you how much I think of him. I thought that he was in contention for the Dallas Cowboys in the first because of that Razorback connection with Jerry Jones and what you could have done to pair him and Micah Parsons as these two edge kind of off-ball linebackers. So to me, to get him at 67 for Denver is sweet value.
Any surprises as to who has not been drafted yet that really immediately come to mind, guys? Anyone?
Let me look at my best available. Obviously, Hendon Hooker, if you're looking for quarterbacks, is still out there, hasn't been picked up yet.
Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, I think he's a guy that that offensive scheme really hurts him. The limited in terms of route running and just really all he did was just run deep routes. So that's one guy. Josh Downs, a very productive slot receiver from North Carolina, hasn't gone yet. In terms of the offensive line, not really. I mean, most of my guys all my top 10 guys are gone, except for one player there. In terms of defensive line, a lot of people were talking about Adebawore being a first round pick. Remember I talked about these guys were talking about him that was too rich for my blood. He's still here, early round, third round, he's still out there. So, a lot of these Mita guys, they get these combine guys. Oh, there you go. Detroit just took Hendon Hooker.
That's not bad.
I don't know. I would add this to the head scratcher category with the Lions, with what the Lions have done. Anybody agree with that, or?
No, I think it's a smart pick. I mean, Jared Goff had a good year last year, but he's got a couple more seasons left. And is it the real Jared Goff? Is it the one, or is he going to revert back to the ones we saw with the Rams that wanted to get rid of? So Hooker's going to come back there. He's going to sit for a year, probably, get fully healed in terms of his ACL, and then he's got a chance to then take over. And they have a young quarterback in the pipeline. Now, I think everybody's going to talk about, well, he's going to be 26 years old. How long can he sit? If he starts playing, starting at 27, 28 years old, he's still a relatively young quarterback. So a third round, and he's not a first round pick, it's a third round pick. So I think it's a chance you take here. I think it's a valid investment here on a potential, future starting quarterback.
Yeah, I love it, Aldo. To me, when you sit here and you think about it, it's a difference. You turn the time clock over if you spend a first-round pick on a quarterback. This is the equivalent of taking Malik Willis or Desmond Ridder or Sam Howell or any of those guys last year. You're taking them at a position where it's value, and there's no pressure. If it doesn't work out, what'd you burn, the 68th pick? I'm not saying that's nothing, but it's not this end-all, be-all situation where he fails out. And to me, this makes a lot of sense. The Detroit Lions, whether we like it or not, are trying to push for championships with all that they're adding. What if Jared Goff goes down? This is an option where Hendon Hooker, by that time, he can come in and play. And again, I trust Ben Johnson as one of the bright young minds in the league to see what he can do with a guy like Hendon Hooker. And again, the risk is relatively small for a guy that lets Goff play and start. There's no pressure. He's hurt. He's recovering. If Goff shows up, great, he can keep the job. If not, and he gets hurt, Hendon Hooker can come in. Or you can depart from Goff if you really like what you get with Hooker as he recovers. I love the pick.
Excellent. All right. You guys were talking about guys that are surprising that they're still available. There's a report that's basically confirming what Greg Gabriel shared with us this morning, is that Darnell Washington is indeed dropping because of concerns over the medicals on his knee. So here we are at pick 68, just finished 68, and Darnell Washington is still available. Jordan, you're surprised by that?
Yes, but when it comes to medicals, I still don't. We don't know exactly what that medical is, how serious it is. So it makes sense. It must be serious when you're seeing all these teams pass. But again, assuming the guy's fully healthy, yeah, I would be absolutely shocked he's here. But it seems pretty serious, and so he slips.
Mm-hmm. And Josh Downs has still not been selected. That's got to be a disappointment for you.
Yeah, and like I said, maybe I'm as we joke around, although like people with weird draft takes, maybe I'm hitting the crack pipe because I have a lot of players really high on the big board that obviously haven't gone, but I don't take any slight to that. Josh Downs was my wide receiver one, a guy that everybody knew where the ball was going for years in North Carolina and continued to produce. And to me, I've comped him to saying that he has some of the speed that Jamison Williams had, that Deshaun Jackson kind of role, but some of the refinement that you saw in the explosiveness within a Olave or Garrett Wilson is old, reliable, plays big for his size. So I'm shocked that he's still here.
Tank Dell is going to the Houston Texans, according to his agent, David Cantor. So I was super. Yeah, exactly. Stays home. I was super impressed with Dell down at the Senior Bowl, and electrifying, although small wide receiver, but can certainly make tacklers miss and create separation when running routes. Your thoughts, Jordan, on Dell?
Yeah, I'm not. It's tough when you're talking about a guy that's that small. But to me, there is some aspect to his game where I can't deny it. Doesn't seem like anybody can get their hands on him anyway. So sure, if you can press him, you can stop him, but you never can. And he's fast enough to make you pay if you miss on your press. So I'm not telling you he's going to be the next Tyreek Hill or anything of that sort, but he's an impressive receiver that I imagine CJ Stroud's going to love having there.
Mm-hmm. Danny?
Yeah, with Dell, obviously he was the talk of the Senior Bowl in terms of his quickness and his agility. But I kept watching those practices, and he's got skinny legs, and I'm like, my God, this guy is thin.
Tiny.
So that's the thing is like, he's got the quickness, but he's limited. For me, he's going to be a limited receiver. He's going to be probably a slot or a guy that you just get the ball in his hands real quick, post snap, and let him do his thing. So, the third round here, it's decent value. But I mean, there are some other receivers out there that I thought would have been, guys that could potentially come in and be a starters for you. So, the fact that they went with a guy like Dell over, like say, for example, Cedric Tillman is a guy I'm pretty high on. I like A.T. Perry a lot from Wake Forest. I think he's a guy potentially could be a really, really good number two to receiver to a complement to a pretty good number one receiver there as well. So he's got the size, he's got the the ability to get downfield and body contour and adjustment, can extend away from his frame. So A.T. Perry is a guy I really like a lot too. So it's curious. The only thing I was looking at and seeing like if there's anybody here still available in terms of overall would it would Ryan Poles be tempted to trade back into the third round and get here? So I'm trying to say like other than the fact that they got the edge rusher, the outside guy is what I'm looking for right now as a defensive end. And there's a couple of that I like, but I'm not sure if they're willing to trade back into the third round and get them. So we're curious to see what happens.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing just before you mentioned that, Danny. What are the chances of the Bears potentially moving back into day two here in the third round and acquiring somebody? What, Jordan, do you think would be the cost of trying to get in maybe in the middle or late third round?
It depends on how much you're trying to move up, but I don't think it's actually all that cost prohibitive. My issue right now is I don't think that there's probably a prospect on the board that demands and forces you to move up so far to go grab them. Don't get me wrong. Like we've talked about Zach Harrison, we've talked about Abare, we've talked about these different prospects. I really like them, really high on them, but even I can sit here and say, I don't want to move hell and high water to get up to this point to grab them. So to me, it's going to be one of those things where you really have to find a value where maybe somebody's begging to move out of the pick and they're going, just throw me a bone, throw me something, then maybe it's worth it. But we'll see.
All right, let's see. The pick is in for the Raiders. There should be an announcement made in about a minute.
Byron Young, I believe.
Byron Young going to the Raiders is your guess, huh?
I think to confirm. I think he had it in the chat.
He tackle from Alabama.
Or
the edge guy from.
I think it may be Tennessee. Tennessee, I think.
All right. Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit because I still have hope for Byron Young from Alabama ending up on the Bears somehow, somewhere. I love the way that guy plays. Now you would think, well, the Raiders they run a 3-4 or 4-3.
Yeah, 3-4 under Patrick Graham.
Okay, well they just took Tyree Wilson, and they have Chandler Jones, and they have Max Crosby. So I'm not sure what they're doing there with the Raiders, but I guess you can't have enough pass rushers.
I guess not. Well, and the
the Bears are looking at trading. Again, we're talking about drafting here. Pickings are slim as a pass rusher. Could a guy like Chandler Jones be available? Could a guy? I was talking about Chase Young with Washington. Could he be available? Are there veterans out there? Talk about the free agent. Ngakoue. Could he be available as well? So, interesting. I'm curious to see what happens here post draft if they don't address the defensive.
Just saying it is the Alabama Byron Young.
Okay. That sucks, but all right. That's another good football player gone.
The mood immediately changes.
It does. Yeah. I'm just waiting for confirmation here. I'm waiting for these speeches that are made before these picks. This thing could be over if it wasn't for these. It is from the kid from Alabama. So he is another good player, as Danny says, off the board. Yep. So your disappointment seems to be growing with Ryan Poles, Danny, given that he did not reach for some of these players. Safe to say?
No, I'm not saying I'm disappointed. I was more disappointed that these players are off the board and that the Bears won't have a shot at them. So I like the fact that he attacked the trenches. That's what I've asked him to do, and he went. He got the tackle yesterday. He got the 2 defensive linemen today. He's got the corner today, and I said all 3 picks today have to be defense, and he's done that. So I'm not going to sit here and bash him. Pickens to me was a good pick. I like that kid. Dexter has got the traits. He's got some upside. You got to coach him up and make him a little bit more consistent in terms of as a pass rusher. Right now, he's just a one technique guy that can take up blocks. Be a good run stuffer. Again, that guy was not movable in the middle of that Florida defense. Now there were times where he elevated his pad level, lost leverage, and he got turned and washed. but you can coach that out of him. So, but he's a guy that it's in the middle of that defense, will be able to take on blockers and give you someone who's going to stop the run. We all remember how that run defense was last year. So, these are guys that can come in and help that, and hopefully Pickens can help some of that interior pass pressure. Now I'm worried about my guys on the outside. Sitting here watching and hoping and praying that Gibson turns into a pass rusher I'm beyond that point right now. So that's what I'm looking for right now is a pass rusher. So, and Kendrick Miller is a good running back. Who got him? The Saints. Okay, that's a good running back. This guy is very underrated in that TCU offense. Obviously, Duggan and Quentin Johnston got the big heap of the praise there. But this is a nice in between the tackles runner, physical. A guy who's pretty good out of the backfield in terms of making catches as well. So he's not he's a guy that he's not a Jahmyr Gibbs that can line up in a slot and be a slot receiver, but he's a guy that's very sure-handed out of the backfield. Again, just a real tough runner. Guys can good contact balance and power, be able to break through arm tackles and get through to that second and third level of defense. So this is a good pickup here in the third round by the Saints here with Kendrick Miller.
Jordan, you feel the same?
Yeah, Kendrick Miller to me is a good back. Again, I didn't have him as high as some others, but this is what we were talking about earlier, is you got to find a way to take some of the carries off of Alvin Kamara's workload. And so to me, Kendrick Miller is another player that's different in that respect and plays ball a little different. So to me, and a young player too, I know he got some work at TCU, but I still think he has a lot of juice left. And I think that this is a intriguing player for Pete Carmichael to use in New Orleans.
Cardinals are on the clock. The pick is in, and we should have an announcement any minute or any second, really. Let's see. Tennessee Titans. Well, actually, no. It is. There was a trade, so it is the Cardinals up. So my bad.
And the other guy, we keep talking about this guy too. And Jordan, I know you and I both like Zach Harrison. If the Bears come back in the fourth round and get a Zach Harrison, or a Yaya Diaby, I'd be good with that. Now, Diaby gives you a little bit more pass rush potential than Harrison at the moment. But we talk about Harrison's traits, talk about his physicality. He could be a guy that he could bring in here and be a base defensive end. You probably have to tinker some more in terms of, generating pass rush here, but maybe he develops into a pass rush. So he's a guy that, again, 5-star prospect coming out of high school. He's got the measurables to look for. Just got to get it more consistent in terms of getting consistent pressure on the quarterback. So, whether you bull the offensive lineman back into the quarterback or you go around him, as long as you get the quarterback off his platform, get him moving, get the pocket messy around his feet, you do your job, and now you get a quarterback nervous, and next thing you know, turnovers happen. So you just got to generate some pass rush here. And Zach Harrison would be a guy, like I said, Diaby would be a guy as well in that fourth round range. I think right now for me, unless he's there in a fifth round or something like that, I think a kid like Adebori is not something that I would get right now. So
Isaiah McGuire is still there. Like, we're not even talking about
a guy there too. Yep.
I think I don't know how you
a little bit more in terms of a little bit more. Coming out, next year could bring something in terms of a pass rush. I think McGuire's a guy you kind of develop and just kind of like kind of nurture him and kind of get him up there, and he could be someone someday. But I think for more instant impact, I think Diaby for me would be.
I don't know how you feel, Danny. I don't think I've heard your opinion on Dylan Horton. How do you feel about Dylan Horton?
Dylan Horton, I watched him, and there's times I thought, man, this guy's a 3-4 outside linebacker, but he's not that big. He's like a tweener. He's a guy that it doesn't do it for me in terms of a defensive end. I just didn't. I didn't see.
I love him.
I didn't see consistency in terms of him being a pressure guy. I mean, that Michigan game, the 4 sacks. I mean, I think that's going to get him drafted eventually. But you put on his tape. I mean, he plays hard. The
motor is hot.
Yeah, motor's hot. He looks like he's got the athletic ability, but just there is nothing there in terms of a consistent pass rush for me. And again, I just felt like I don't know if he's a defensive end. Could he kick inside as a 3 down or as a 3rd down defensive tackle as a pass rusher? I just didn't get a feel for him in terms of how he would translate.
I'll tell you, to me, and the reason I fell in love with him, and I know this is lofty, and I'm not trying to put these high expectations on the kid, but to me, when I sit here and watch him, he's a diminutive stature defensive end who plays with a high motor and finds a way to produce with that for the most part and get the most out of his assets. And that guy reminds me of Alex Brown, a player that goes in the middle of the draft, diminutive. They're almost identical size, plays hard, maybe doesn't have all the traits that you're looking for, but is a try hard and finds a way to win with it. And
see, Alex Brown was a more skilled pass rusher of Florida. He dropped because of questions off the field.
Sure.
And I can't remember what the issue was, but I mean, Alex Brown was a late first, early second round, pick going in, and he just dropped because of the fact that he had some. And there goes Jalen Hyatt, Giants. Well, Giants giving Danny Dimes some weapons here, huh?
This is beautiful. Although I guess I'll take it, then Danny, if you want to follow me up on it. So to me, I love this for Joe Schoen and Brian Dable because you need receivers that aren't 5'10", 6 foot 180. To me, and it's a different aspect than a Sterling Shepard or anything else you've built there. And you want to talk about Brian Dable, who loves to take deep shots and open up these guys deep. To me, Jalen Hyatt, the guy I compared him to was Ted Ginn from Ohio State years back. That similar type of player, maybe Mike Wallace if that's more your flavor, but a kind of a one-trick pony. But the one calling card I had for him that was a little different than your traditional one-trick pony is that he consistently showed the ability to track the ball and pull it in over his shoulder, and I think that isn't something that every wide receiver shows. So his ball skills, I would say, are a little better than maybe your traditional one-trick pony that just has speed.
Yeah, for me, it was the fact that he was just a 1-year wonder. Basically, this past year was where he kind of really produced. I mean, other than that, he was just a guy that was on the roster, but didn't really have any sort of impact. And then obviously this year he kind of exploded. We talked about earlier, he won a Biletnikoff, so 4.4 speed. I was surprised he ran 4. I thought he was going to be like a 4.29, 4.3 guy, but anyway, he's a guy that gives you that vertical stretchability. Get him in the third round here. You add a weapon. I talked about the Giants last year were basically Saquon Barkley and a cloud of dust, and I think now they've added some weapons here with Waller at tight end. They picked up another receiver. I want to say it in free agency if I'm not mistaken, but anyway, they're bringing some weapons here around both Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones. So I think this is a guy that, again, he's got some learning to do. He ran a limited route tree at Tennessee, basically it was just go routes. So he's going to bring that immediately to the Giants offense here in terms of being able to just give you that vertical deep threat. So I think it's a nice compliment, especially you work him in with a guy last year that picked him off the scrap heap, Isaiah Hodges, and he became like their freaking number one receiver. So it's a nice compliment here. I think this will be working well eventually. So a good value here, third round pick for Hyatt.
Who do you got left on your wide receiver list, Jordan, in case the Bears were interested in acquiring a receiver with their next pick?
I call me guilty because I have a type, but I like big X wide receivers, and to me, Cedric Tillman was my X1 in this class. And then you're talking about A.T. Perry's another skilled ball player with a big frame. So to me, those guys make a lot of sense. And then again, as it's not a needed archetype anymore because of what you have with DJ Moore and Darnell Mooney. But Josh Downs is just a fun player, and so to me, again, I don't know if he fits with the Bears, but there's plenty of wide receiver talent left. 4 teams, and Tooch is now saying Cedric Tillman went to the Browns, which if that's the case, I love that fit.
Yeah, that would be a nice fit. I'll get confirmation on that. Danny, what do you think about Cedric Tillman?
Tillman, to me, coming into the season, he was my like up there in terms of top 2 receivers. Obviously he coming off that injury for his ankle, so kind of slowed him down a little bit. But he's like Jordan said, he's a more physical receiver. I think he ran a 4.5 40 if I'm not mistaken, and he's a guy physical at the catch point. He's a guy that can go up and contest, get those contested jump ball situations. And again, he's a different animal, a nice compliment to Jalen Hyatt, but he's a different kind of receiver. So he was a guy I saw more as a potential number guy, could come in as a number 2, be a number 1 eventually. So Tillman was a guy I do like a lot. In terms of who's left, obviously A.T. Perry is a guy I like a lot. In terms of, a guy that give you some speed element, we talked about Tyler Scott from Cincinnati, but again, another just a straight line kind of vertical guy, not a guy that gives you much in terms of after the catch, in terms of elusiveness. One guy that did do well, or at least for me at the Senior Bowl, and it's Michael Wilson from Stanford, another bigger receiver, showed some quickness, in terms of his release. Charlie Jones, I was watching him recently, another guy that really went to Buffalo, nothing happened there, went to Iowa, was considered as just a punt returner, made the All Big Ten as a specialist, and then said, screw it, went to Purdue and just blew up. Had 17 touchdowns this past season. And he's a guy that showed the ability to go up and make plays on the football. But again, he's a guy that's limited in terms of after the catch, yak opportunities. So he's more of a vertical guy. Give you fourth. I think it was 4.4 something speed. A guy can stretch a field for you. So, and then Xavier Hutchinson is a guy I know has been in the building here for visits. A guy from Iowa State. Another intriguing, 6'1", 6'2", I believe, receiver. Got some solid speed in terms of what he ran at the combine. Another guy that can give you some big play potential here too. So those are the guys that I'm looking at in terms of the receiver list. Now, are the Bears going to go receiver here in the next couple of rounds? We'll see what happens.
There are some 27 picks left in round 3. I was just asked if do you think that the polls might move back into round 3? I have a feeling that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Anybody disagree with that?
No, I asked the same question earlier because I wasn't sure. I mean, is there someone that they like that they feel like they need to come back up and get? Obviously, they felt like they need to go up and get Stevenson. They got him, and then now they got after that they got Pickens. So, is there someone out there that they want? They feel like it's higher on their board in terms of. Remember, they have the first pick in the 4th round tomorrow, so they can kind of let everything kind of just drop back to them. So, Cloudy Future says Falcons are selecting Zach Harrison at 75.
Yeah, I want to take pour a little drink out for that one. That one hurts, but that makes a lot of sense. This is Ryan Nielsen, the former Saints defense coordinator, moving to the Falcons, and they're going to play, probably an even front, even though Dean Pease prior was running an odd front, and they've got a lot of unique bodies that may not fit. And so I think this is much more in line with Ryan Nielsen. And if it is indeed Zach Harrison, which again I take it that's the gospel.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. They're going to try to develop him, but here's a good example. He is very similar in a lot of ways to Marcus Davenport coming out, and this is where probably the value is nice for a Marcus Davenport type, rather than trading 2 first-round picks to the Packers to go up and move and you'll get a Marcus Davenport. So, to me, it fits like a glove to Ryan Nielsen, the defense coordinator for the Falcons.
And there's word also that the Patriots have just selected safety Marte Mapu.
Wow.
Tell me why you like him.
This guy actually showed out at the NFLPA game, and he got invited to, I believe it was the East West Shrine or Senior Bowl. He went to a Senior Bowl, and he was trucking people in practices. I mean, you heard thumps, and there was this guy. But now I've seen spots where they're moving him or their NFL is using him as a linebacker. Yeah, he's not going to be a safety. He's going to be one of those hybrid linebacker types. So,
yeah, I mean, to me, it'll be interesting to see how they want to use him because they actually do have a need at safety with Devin McCourty going out, and I thought they'd take a safety. But to me, I don't know. It's not a Devin McCourty replacement, and Mapu's the Sac State safety, I believe, if I'm correct. And the belief is that it's exactly what Danny's saying. He's a thumper. He'll come down and lay the wood on you. And so he's got some prerequisite size. And this isn't the first time Belichick likes to move the DBs down into a backer role. And the one that's famous there is Brandon King, who was a DB that ended up transitioning to linebacker. And so it makes a lot of sense that they could put him in kind of at that mic role.
We've got video of Pickens, Zach Pickens, the new member of the Bears, his reaction when he was chosen. This is posted by the Chicago Bears on their Twitter feed. Let's take a look and listen.
Yes, sir. I am. My man. Yes, sir.
That is special.
You should play the great clip for them as they're celebrating.
Yeah. I love that. I'm assuming that's his mom saying we did it, because it really does take a family to help these players get through this process. It's family members that are taking their kids to practice, the family members that are taking them to games, it's the family members that are purchasing equipment for them, really trying to help them move their career up. And so when she says we did it, that's definitely true. Zach Pickens, new member of the Chicago Bears.
And I know we talked about it, but I really want to hammer this home. I actually really still not very happy about the Dexter pick, but to me, Pickens at 64 is pretty good value. I think that's about a half round later.
Who would you have taken instead of Dexter?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd have to think back to where the board was there, but I mean, to me, Zach Charbonnet went like a pick before, right?
You don't need a running back. Come on, you can't get a running back.
I know you want trench help, and I get it.
You have somebody who needs a defensive line. You cannot take a running back at this position or a tight end. I know you mentioned you like tight end, but there's no way that's a luxury pick right now. You're too deep at tight end. You're 2 or 3 deep at running back.
I mean, you're right. You're right, Danny, in the sense that you probably need to load up on the trenches. And I think my issue is, like I said, there's just too many, I don't want to say red flags, but just things that leave me wanting more for, like here, let me give you a good example. And I know it's probably weird, but I would have taken Carl Brooks over Gervon Dexter every day of the week and twice on Sunday, just because that guy is intriguing to me for what he can bring more than Dexter, who has every tool, but it's like, why aren't you putting it together, man?
I know Carl Brooks is the guy that, again, you're projecting here. He was the guy that stood up outside as an outside linebacker at Bowling Green, coming from a low level of competition. Yeah, he did well at the Senior Bowl in terms of competing with these big boy guys. But he's a guy for me, like you're gonna take him on his traits, right? His quickness, his ability to project as an interior lineman. He's not a guy that really I would take right now in that second or third round, because it's like, there's nothing there to feel good about, at least for me. He's a guy tomorrow, if I get him, all right, we got a guy that, he's got some traits. He showed he could handle himself at the Senior Bowl. As a guy who might fit in nicely. Like a guy tomorrow I've got my eye on in terms of interior guys is Dante Stills from West Virginia. He's a guy that played, again, another guy that played in that three-man front, was misused. I saw him live at the East West Shrine game. He's a guy that was quick twitch, able to get up into the gaps and make plays there. So he's a guy that I can see tomorrow, if he's still available, being a guy to come in here and being a possible 3 technique, at least be part of a rotation here. So those are the guys I'm looking at. Also, Moro Oshimo from Texas. Yep. Another guy that didn't show much in terms of pass rush, but showed what he could do once he gets out of that system he was playing at the University of Texas. So there's some guys that intrigue me, that have some traits, that have flash a little bit, that I could see going tomorrow. But today you needed guys that are going to come in, like say, start. And if you get a guy like the kid from Bowling Green, which I like as a developmental day 3 guy, it's no guarantee he's going to start for me next year. And I needed someone today that's going to start. And I think Dexter and Pickens are going to start, or the worst case scenario, Pickens and Billings might start, and then Dexter will be part of the heavy rotation. So
yeah.
But now we're going to have to go with edge guys, and who's going to bring the pressure.
Mm-hmm. There's questions about, people are asking about Adetomiwa Adebawore. I think part of the issue as to why he has dropped is because there aren't a lot of teams that know what to do with him, right? He primarily played at the defensive end position at Northwestern. He did play the 3 tech on passing downs, usually on 3rd down. And I think that because teams look at his height and weight, and they're not quite sure if he should be they don't see him as a fit in the outside. They don't have, so a lot of teams may not even have a 3 tech as part of their scheme. And so that narrows down the windows of opportunities for AA. Is that fair to say, Jordan?
It is. I'm sorry, I'm rolling my head back here because I just saw what Tooch posted, and we'll get to that in a second. But with respect to Adebawore, I think it's a situation to me where you're exactly right, Aldo. My comp for him, it's not even a comp, but what I picture him as, it's just funny. You've got that kind of like, is it Gandalf that says, like, you shall not pass? The way that I've thought about Adebawore is he's got these long levers. So I would almost just want him to be this stalwart in the middle, just jackknifing an offensive lineman's pads and just going, you can't push me. But that's not what you want at 3 tech. I want him in the backfield. So he's plenty athletic, but I do think it's a situation where do you put him?
Yeah, we'll stay with you, Jordan, as you can comment on Tucker Kraft going to the Green Bay Packers.
I'm Aldo, my story about how I became a Bears fan, and it's just, I'm telling you, it feels like it's a headache that hits me every time we come around, where it was the one of the few times the Bears ever won a game against the Packers. And I said, whoever wins this game, I'll be a fan of the rest of my life. And they won by a single point. And every time I just hit myself over the head, like, boy, I should have just been a Packers fan. I kid, but they draft the guys that I like. And LaFleur is going to run the hell out of 12 personnel to guard and protect Jordan Love, and now it's going to be Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft. I'm not kidding. Give me right now. You're giving me an A+ draft for what the Packers are doing.
Yeah. Tucker Kraft, 6'5", 254 pounds, 32.75-inch arms. His hands size 10. I don't have his 40 time in front of me. I don't know if you guys do, but
I
yeah,
have it here somewhere. Let me take a look at my notes.
See if
I mean, what the thing about Kraft is when you watch him is you know, he when he gets off the line of scrimmage, you're like, oh, this guy's kind of lumbering a little bit, and all of a sudden he hits his gear and then he stretches the seam and he just like kind of takes off. And I want to say he ran a 4.5 40. I have his numbers here somewhere, but you know, it's very impressive in terms of what he does. Now, of course, he played at South Dakota State, so the level of competition. Oh, actually, I'm taking it back. He ran a 4.69 40. So it's you know, he plays a little faster on tape. Let's say he doesn't have the explosiveness off the line of scrimmage, but he's got more of that build up speed where he kind of gets going, and next thing you know, he's kind of taking off. And like, there's times where he just ran by linebackers and was, you know, clearing the seam wide open. So again, the big frame at 6'5", 254, 32+ inch arm length. You know, he's an athletic, you know, move kind of tight end, not much of a blocker. You know, he's a guy in high school that was an all-around athlete. You know, he played running back, he played middle linebacker, was even a punter. So he's a guy that did a lot of things in high school. So, you know, it's just something that I think would you know, eventually has to grow into that position. And I think he's a guy that gives you some intrigue in terms of what he can be, you know, growing in that offense and becoming a threat down the field.
Back-to-back daggers delivered to Jordan. Josh Downs is now a member of the Colts. Jordan, I'll have you talk about Josh after we hear from Greg.
Downs, North Carolina, 195 catches and 19 touchdowns over the last 2 years. Ultra productive. He's played some outside, but this guy's a pure slot because he's not a real big guy. He's smooth, but quick and fast. Very quick in and out of cuts. Very good run after. Very good hands. He can extend. He's tough to tackle. For a little guy, he's got a large receiving radius. I think he'll be strictly an inside guy in the NFL. I just don't think he's going to be kind of like Mooney. And Mooney has had to play outside because they didn't have anybody else at first, but he's probably a more natural inside receiver. That's how I see this guy.
This is Aldo. This is more to me of what you see with, like I said earlier. I said if it's not Goody, then it's Ballard that drafts my type of guys, and I happen to view players the same way that those guys do. And obviously, it's a one man's opinion, it's just mine. But Josh Downs was my top receiver in this class, and they busted out on a guy like Paris Campbell to be their kind of slot player. And Josh Downs is going to be an excellent player, I imagine, for Anthony Richardson and the Colts. He's going to fit right in because they have Alec Pierce as their big X acrobat receiver, and then they have a slasher and Michael Pittman Jr. And then you have just this ultra useful slot player that has plenty of speed and makes guys look silly and his North Carolina tape, and then shows the explosion and ball skills to kind of go up and be a bigger receiver than what his body frame is.
Downs' father played in the NFL, and his uncle.
Yeah, Gary Downs, linebacker for the Giants.
Yeah,
yep.
Not bad. Any thoughts on Downs to the Colts? It seems to me like that's like an outstanding pass catcher for a quarterback like Anthony Richardson, somebody he can rely on third downs. You know, the Bears in one of their press conferences said that they have studied what young quarterbacks need most is a reliable, dependable receiver, so that when they're in third down and 6, that's the guy they routinely go for. Seems to me that Richardson is going to have that in Downs. What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, Downs is like Jordan said. Downs is a slot receiver, quick twitch guy that can really get more quicker than fast. For me, at least, you know, he's a guy that made a living in terms of in that middle of that field and being someone that got open quick for Drake May. He's going to be a guy exactly with those two big guys and Pierce and Michael Pittman Jr. on the outside. He's a guy that's going to be living in that middle of that field. And again, is Richardson going to be the quarterback this year? Well, no, it could be Gardner Minshew being the quarterback this year for the Colts. So we'll see how that develops. But yeah, I mean, he's another weapon to an offense that already has Jonathan Taylor in the backfield and has been adding some firepower here on that offense to kind of help that defense out. That's been kind of stout the last couple seasons.
Mm-hmm. Tucci's saying that Garrett Williams is going to the Cardinals.
I saw him get drafted. The kid from Syracuse, that one with torn ACL.
Yeah, okay, that's who that is. That seems like a great.
God.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to say that, Aldo, because it's like when you talk about the Cardinals DB room, they're patching it together with Scotch tape, bubble gum, Q-tips. It's Antonio Hamilton. It's Marco Wilson. Like, for God's sakes, can you get somebody in that defensive secondary that actually is a legit corner?
ACL. He's got some recovery. I don't know if he's ready to play.
I mean, well, it's a start.
He will not be ready. And so let's see. I am trying to make sure that is the case because I'm not seeing it in any of my reports. Garrett Williams going.
No, yeah, he was pick 72.
Earlier.
Yeah, pick 72.
Okay. All right, and now okay. So he went that. Dov Kleiman just said that with the 80th overall pick, the Panthers have selected DJ Johnson.
This is a guy. Yeah, they traded up to get this guy. This guy was a guy I had eye on for an edge guy. Again, developmental guy. Guy was, I believe, was a tight end or something like that. I have his notes here with me, but came in at Oregon, and it was, they put him as a stand-up from a 2-point outside linebacker. They put a hand in the ground. He's 6'4", 260. He's got the long arms. He's got an explosive first step. He's got to work on in terms of development, right? He's a guy that's not there yet in terms of a consistent pass rusher, but the tools are there. You like his motor. He's a guy that will pursue all over the football field. So he plays hot all the time. But again, the length, the height wasn't there, but the length and the ability to potentially be a hand in the ground defensive end was what intrigued me from this is a guy, again, traits guy that needed some coaching that I saw maybe day 3. But obviously all these guys I saw for day 3 are being picked up here in day 2. So that's not like DJ Johnson is and they traded up to get this guy. So I think it's got potential to be a good pick eventually for them.
Jordan, your thoughts on DJ Johnson?
Yeah, I'm going to echo a lot of what Danny was saying here because this is, earlier we were talking about a guy like Derek Hall where I had just a little bit of issues with the size and kind of maybe the lack of, I guess you could say, refinement to me. Not that DJ Johnson's the same player as Derek Hall, but to me this is much more in line with a proper defensive end size for Eberflus, and this is a guy that I would have thought, not that he's quite Dominic Robinson levels of project, but has some of those similar traits and tools that you're looking for, and then it's a matter of can we shine him up and polish him up to be a contributor at edge, and unfortunately the Panthers decided to jump the gun on it.
Daniel Jeremiah tweeted out that 5 of his top 50 players have been drafted by the Detroit Lions: Gibbs, Campbell, Laporta, Brian Branch, and Hendon Hooker. So I imagine that when he hands out grades to the Detroit Lions, he's going to give them an A+. What do you think, guys?
I mean, say what you want about Brad Holmes, and again, I understand it's not for everybody's flavor, but there's very little I can say that Brad Holmes has done that I don't agree with in some respect, or at least see some of the pointer logic in.
Mm-hmm. Andrew Littlefield asked a good question. All the Bears picks from the Southeast region, I know Sam Somerville used to be or still is the primary scout in that area, and a lot of the Bears draft hits have come from him. Yeah, Sam was at the workout for Darnell Wright. They really do like the players Sam recommends.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I never thought about that, but yeah, that's a good catch though. But just real quick, if I could touch on DJ Johnson, I just want to show the type of athlete this guy is. This guy came to Oregon as a tight end, right, and then he transitioned to defensive end in 2020, right? Caught got 113 passes, 113 yards. 3 touchdowns, and then they flipped him back to defense. In 2021, he played 152 snaps on defense and played 98 snaps at tight end. So in 2021, he was like going back and forth, playing 2 ways. And this past year was his first time playing full time at defensive end. So that's why this guy was going back and forth, and he was standing up, hand in the ground. And I think the tools are there for this kid to develop into something probably into a more legitimate defensive end once you get him into a routine and get him coached up. So I really like that kid and his potential.
Okay. Titans are up, about to announce the pick. We'll take a look at who that is. Another long speech before just saying 2 words.
The one we didn't talk about was the Rams taking Byron Young from Tennessee.
Thank you. Well, go ahead and tackle that one.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that one's, again, we talked about it earlier. Like, you've got to start putting pieces there on defense to try to recobble together some form of a quality defense for the Rams. And to me, that makes a lot of sense. They're going to continue with Raheem Morris. They're running that odd front defense. And Byron Young's a guy to me that has plenty of twitch and bend in some of his game. And it makes a lot of sense. It's kind of that edge player now that Leonard Floyd's gone, to sit there and play. Because I think other than that, they were using like Michael Hoyt or some other, name of that Russ Yeast group in the Rams. So I like Byron Young's value there.
Excellent.
Yeah, Young fits that scheme. He's more of a 3-4 outside linebacker, and still another guy developing. Only been playing 2 years at Tennessee. So another guy that when I watch his tape is a guy that just looked like he needed some more time in terms of being developed and coached up. And in terms of his pass rush, he was either first step quickness. If he doesn't get that angle and get to the quarterback, and they stopped him, or the offense tackle cut off his ankle, it was hard for him to kind of counter and get back into the quarterback. So, but definitely a high caliber athlete with potential to be a 3-4 outside linebacker. So, the Rams are just building right now.
Tajay Spears is going to the Titans. One of my favorites from the Senior Bowl. There was a disturbing report that Greg shared on Gabriel Talks Football, is that Tajay doesn't have an ACL. It was removed when he hurt it. And so there was some concern among some NFL teams regarding that. Now, Greg also said there's been a lot of players who have successful careers without an ACL after surgery, but this is a running back. He cited Ruben Garza, the offensive lineman of the Chicago Bears. Tajay, though, looked incredible at the Senior Bowl, making players miss, showing speed, showing a willingness to do anything that coaches ask. Jordan, your take on Tajay?
Yeah, I mean, Tajay to me was a really fun player. If there's one area of his game that I didn't love, I guess there's two. It's that 200 pounds is fine. I'd like a little more weight on my backs. But to me, I just think that he lacks a true home run hitting sixth gear. But the point about him is that he's electric still in the intermediate kind of, I guess you could say 10 to 20 point area of the field as far as yards. So to me, can consistently hit doubles, and he's an electric runner. Kind of reminds me of Raheem Mostert, but without that game-breaking speed.
Danny?
Yeah, Tajay in 2020 missed most of the season because of a torn ACL. So that's probably where we're referring to in terms of his missing ACL there. But I mean, he's a guy that, like you said, Aldo, was a hit of the Senior Bowl, but he's a solid, fast, with quickness and lateral agility. He can bounce runs to the outside. Smooth hip flexibility. This is the guy that's got the nice vision, be able to plant, cut, and go. So if you're talking about a guy in this scheme for a wide, you just had to ruin my thought there by putting up my guy there on the screen. So
sorry.
Anyway, he's a guy. I agree, Jordan. I'm going to sum up it real quick. He's a guy that's got some ability, but he's a guy that's not a bell cow, carry the load kind of running back. I think goes to Tennessee here, where he'd be a nice compliment to Derrick Henry. So now I can finish that and go and sulk in my something in the water.
Jordan, did you scout Diaby and your thoughts?
I did, yeah. I like him as well as both you and Danny, and I know that. I mean, obviously, you had a good conversation with him at interviews at the Shrine Bowl,
Senior
Bowl. Thank you, and I know obviously, hopefully he's going to make his mom proud, and I'm excited for him here with the Bucs. This is another developmental edge, but they're just building, and it's a whole other separate topic about what they're doing to try to kind of, I want to say, tank for Drake May or Caleb Williams. But Diaby's an exciting prospect at defensive end that in this scheme is going to be a little unique because they run that odd front. But I think if he can get some development and some better coaching than what he received at Louisville and get some better opportunities, I think he'll be an exciting player for the Buccaneers.
This is Gabriel's thoughts on Yaya.
Guy really came on, and he had, up until this year, he hadn't done a whole lot. He had flashed, but this season came on as a pass rusher. The more I watch, the more I like him. Lines up inside and outside, right side, left side, up and down. He's strong. He can set the edge and plays contain really well. Good natural pass rusher, but still raw. Sometimes he tries too many moves. And now I'm watching it and I go, just fucking go. And he's got tons of upside. I think just some pro coaching will do this guy wonders. Plays hard, chases hard in pursuit. Everything you like about him, just a little bit raw. But the production's there. Like I said, 9 sacks. That's a good season in college football, especially because guys play in rotations at most schools.
Danny, how could Diaby have helped the Bears?
Yeah, he'd be a nice defensive end prospect here. Again, I agree with Greg. As I've said this earlier in my reports as well. He's a guy that's developing. He's a guy that's promising. Shows he flashes. You saw the 9 sacks last year. You saw the measurables there. It fits that ideal profile in terms of a guy that's lean, chiseled exterior, chiseled body. The guy gets up first step quickness. He showed his ability to use his arms in terms of being able to rip move, swim move, get back into the backfield and create pressure. So a guy that was ascending, I was only going to get better. So again, this hurts because this is the guy that I thought maybe in the 3rd, 4th round range, you could probably sneak this guy in and he could be your your defensive end here, he'd be your future right defensive end. So this hurts here. He goes to the Buccaneers, which I have no idea what the Buccaneers are doing, to be honest with you, because they picked Clancy yesterday. Todd Bowles is still there. He's still running that 3-4 defense, I believe, right? So I mean, unless they're going to stand up Diaby as an outside rusher or make a 5 technique, I'm not sure what they're doing here. But Clancy doesn't fit that scheme in my opinion. But yeah, the Buccaneers got him here, so that's another guy this was the guy that we talked about earlier. If the Bears are going to jump in, this is the guy that I would have targeted. But again, we don't know what the Bears and what their board looks like. So this is a big player that we would have liked. So maybe they have something planned for after the draft, maybe a veteran free agent or a trade or whatnot. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, this one hurts.
Yeah. So we have just learned that the Broncos have traded up, and we'll have the next pick, which is pick number 83. There was a question here from the chat room, and I can't find it. I should have started. No, it's not that one. Anyway, what are you thinking here? It could be the Broncos pick here, given that they've traded up with the Seahawks.
Jordan? Let's see what the Broncos have done so far. I'm curious to see what they've
yeah, I mean, they're an interesting team because they spent quite a bit of money to bulk up that offensive line. They took receiver earlier. They've got their outside linebacker and Drew Sanders. Mike is ever perplexing on what they're going to do at inside backer. They've got guys like Josie Jewell there. But again, I think that in some respect, and you've got Pat Surtain, but I think you can always kind of continue to load up in that secondary, kind of opposite Pat Surtain. You've got Justin Simmons there. You've got the kid from what is it?
They just picked up Riley Moss as well from Iowa today in the 3rd round. So that's some thought would be. Oh, actually, that's right now. Let's pick right now. Right. Yeah. So there you go. Sorry, I thought this was already out there. I thought they just traded up for a different pick. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Jordan. What do you guys think about Riley Moss?
You want to go ahead, Jordan?
I mean, I'm curious to see what Danny has to say because I don't think I know your opinion on this, but I'm actually a big fan of Riley Moss. Not that he's some amazing corner, but I think he's a scrappy player that at this point in the draft is good value. It's interesting. They're noting on I believe it's the ESPN broadcasting, they're noting him as a safety, which I'm going to call them racist a little bit. I think he can play corner. Give him a chance before you automatically decide to move him to safety. But he's game, a really smart player in that Iowa defense, and I think he's better in off coverage than on, but good player.
Yeah, that was my thing too. He's a 6 foot, good size. Shows some really good athletic ability, especially at the combine. To show him here, he's a track star as well, so he's got that speed. I like him in off coverage because he clicks quickly in terms of recognizing what's happening. Comes out. He talked about Iowa guys; they're well coached, whether it's offensive line, defensive line. They're always well coached teams, so well coached players. So I like them in the Bears scheme in terms of being able to drop down and come up and be pretty good tackler. There were some limitations for me at least in downfield when he was in coverage. There was times where the other receivers would be able to get away from him. He would lose them. So that was something that kind of bothered me. And then I saw the safety talk, and I was like, oh, maybe NFL teams are seeing him more as a safety. Then I heard the whole Jason Sehorn comparison. I'm like, come on, guys, white cornerback gonna be safety. I was like, come on, let's get a little creative here. But anyway, he was a guy that I did like. 3rd round. I don't know. I mean, I guess I saw him more like a day 3 guy than a day 2 guy. But the Broncos make him here, so they're going to be playing that off zone coverage mixed with some of that some man there as well. So he could be a nice fit there. I'm curious to see if they're going to put him as safety or a corner though.
Devon Achane has gone to the Miami Dolphins, adding to the speed that team has.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Pretty amazing pick for the Dolphins. Wouldn't you say, Jordan?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's funny you're talking about it. You kind of hit the nail on the head there. This is the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel just being a further caricature of himself. They prioritize speed down there, and if it wasn't evident with Raheem Mostert, and again, this is the Raheem Mostert replacement in some sense because Raheem has trouble staying healthy, and you're getting a player with the same type of home run speed. And I can only imagine. I don't know how you guard Waddle and Hill, and now you have A-Chain coming out the backfield. Just tough deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You like this guy, don't you, Danny?
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy change of pace back. Not a guy that's going to be a ball carry the ball all the time for you, but he's a guy that comes in and gives you some specialties in terms of speed. Right? He's a 4.3 guy. He's a guy that has for a small guy. When you watch his tape, he doesn't just everything bounce everything outside. He doesn't mind just putting his pads down and hitting up in the middle. So he's not afraid to run in between the tackles. But yeah, he's a guy that you can change your pace back. The speed, you can line him up in the slide. You can, again, jet sweeps or whatever you want to do to get the ball in his hands real quick. And he's a guy that can give you that element of speed on offense. So, again, just a guy that would come in and be a change of pace and give you something different than what you have probably with your starter. So Miami has a track team, to be honest with you, on the offense. I don't know what the hell they're going to do there.
And it's terrifying because they're going to just run that wide zone and they're going to ask him pick a lane. And if he picks the right one and it's open, it's 88 out the gate. You're not catching him.
But if he picks the wrong one, he gets clobbered by linebacker and might be out for 3 weeks. So
yeah, you're right.
The Chargers have gone linebacker.
Yeah, this guy is Dion Henley. This is a tackling machine from Washington State. I think this guy was a safety, I believe, before, and then they moved him down to linebacker, and he's just been a sideline tackling machine. So 106 tackles in this past season. So yeah, there's a guy that was interesting. If the Bears had not gone and gotten the two guys they got in free agency, with Edmonds and Edwards, maybe they could have looked at this guy here in terms of the linebacker. But he goes here to, I believe it was the Chargers. So adding more speed to that defense.
Mm-hmm.
This is another team that I root for that I absolutely love this pick. Henley to me was my linebacker too, only behind Campbell. But to me at 85, it's just amazing value. And I'm not telling you he's Roquan Smith, but this is that same type of player where he's an instinctive, good pass coverage linebacker. And they need that over having guys like they brought in Eric Kendricks, who's on the back nine of his career, clearly on the decline. And then they've had guys like Troy Reeder there trying to play backer, and they had guys like Drew Tranquil. But to me, getting a guy like Deion Henley there in the middle of Brandon Staley's defense is going to be a major boon, as he's going to just sit there and take away, all those curl to flats and first to fourth routes.
Chargers are, I don't know. I think the Chargers are doing a nice job here with their picks. I'm trying to find a list of them all, but I can't. But just based on my memory, appear to be doing pretty good. All right, the Ravens are up next. They've had a fairly decent draft, and they've signed Lamar Jackson to a multi-year contract. Finally got that drama done, got him a wide receiver, and he immediately tweeted out, well, finally. So what do you think about, Jordan, what do you think about the Ravens and who they may select with the 86th pick?
They always find a way to get a player that has no business being there. So let's go them trying to take advantage of a DeJuan Jones just sitting there. And now you have both two big monsters of him and Daniel Falele just sitting there kind of grooming as they work to figure out life after Ronnie Stanley as he continues to get older and has, some injury concerns.
See, it seems to me like a guy that size, though, Jordan, may not be a good blocker for Lamar Jackson. I mean, this guy is 370 pounds, and he actually moved pretty well down at the Senior Bowl. But you got to think that over time, that's not going to be the usual case.
Yeah, and I'll give you this, Aldo. The thing is that Todd Monken is there now. It's not Greg Roman, so it's not going to be the same smash mouth plan. But that's just kind of an example of like, wait, how did you guys get that guy at pick 86? Like that's the Ozzie Newsome and now DaCosta special. So, I mean, a guy that I'm still surprised hasn't been taken is Darius Rush is still sitting on the board. That's kind of shocking. A.T. Perry, another one. Now, they took Flowers. They have Odell. They have Bateman. So I don't think they're going there again. But it's a situation where they'll rich get richer, and they'll find a way to just plug away at somebody that has no business being there.
Exactly. Shimon, any thoughts on what the Ravens might do here?
Yeah, interesting to see. Like I mean, corners is the first thing that comes to mind in terms of what they could need here. Because they lost the one of their starting corners there, so that could be something. But in terms of for me, like my corners right now, Darius Rush is the one. Terrell Smith from Minnesota is a guy I really do like a lot. I think that could be an option for them. Clark Phillips is a diminutive slot corner for me from Utah. The guy that is notorious for being able to get the ball and get you return back for a touchdown. So those are my corners for me right now sitting out there. Would they go there? Obviously, they went Zay Flowers with their first round. I believe this is their first pick since that Zay Flowers selection. So we'll see how they go here. But I mean, in terms of DeJuan Jones from Ohio State, it's curious to see where he goes because he's not really a scheme. He might have been a scheme fit for them with Greg Roman, but now with the switch to Monken, they're going more pro style offense here. So we're curious to see what the Ravens do here. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it always seems like things fall for them.
It just happened again. It always does.
There you go. A talented, this guy is a super freaky talented player. Yeah. But man, you put on his tape, and the instincts for me are not there, Jordan. I don't know. There's times where he goes the wrong way. It's just like he doesn't. His reads are off, and I just feel like he gets duped by the play action a lot of times. But man, he could do everything. He could rush the passer. He's speed. He's a guy that has got the athletic ability to be a sideline player. So him with Roquan Smith there, that's an interesting little selection there.
Yeah. What do you think, Jordan, about Simpson? You love him?
I'm a big fan of him. Now, again, especially here, to me, he is a perfect – now, in a 4-3, I would have called him a Sam backer. In a odd front, to me, he is an inside backer, and this is the succession plan to Patrick Queen, who hasn't quite worked out. And you're going to have your disciplined coverage-based linebacker present in Roquan Smith, and you're going to let Trenton Simpson just roam the field. It's kind of a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah type player. And just cause havoc wherever he's roaming and let him blitz, let him move around freely, and just kind of cause havoc while you have Roquan being kind of the steady Eddie there at the inside backer position.
Dane Brugler wrote this about Trenton Simpson. Overall, Simpson must continue developing his play recognition to translate his immense talent into playmaking production, but he is an active ball hunter with pursuit speed and appetite for contact to fill multiple roles. He projects best in a fast-flowing defense where he can be a hit and run or run and hit backer and handle overhang responsibilities. How does he fit alongside Roquan Smith, guys?
I'll go, Danny. That's fine. Yeah, to me, this is what I was kind of talking about, Aldo, where he can be a little bit more loose and running around freely, and they're just going to go tell him to F the play up. Where Roquan's about like, hey, cover. What this was kind of Sanborn playing at Wisconsin. As Sanborn was the player at Wisconsin, where it was like, hey, just make sure that whatever else is happening around you with Leo Chanel, he can be the wild dog that chases. Don't make him wrong. And that's what I think this is going to be with Roquan is let Trenton Simpson try to muck up and cause havoc. Roquan, cover his back, make sure he's not wrong, and you're playing gap responsibility behind it. And I think that's what this is.
Thoughts on how he will play with Roquan and Patrick Queen?
Initially, I don't think they're going to be playing with Roquan. I think it's going to be like Patrick Queen still there. I don't think they're going to kick him to the curb right away. But I think this is a guy that's going to sit and learn. Like again, for me, super athletic, freaky guy, sideline can run and hit. The one thing I would disagree with you in terms of Jordan, in terms of where you use him, it was a 4-3. I think he's more of a will linebacker because of the ability to run and hit and make plays on the ball as well. So, but just for me, instincts weren't there. There are times where you just late to pick up the ball or you get his whatever he was keying on just wasn't there. But again, super athletic linebacker. Maybe you can coach that out of him. And I think if Patrick Queen is let go or after the season and whatnot, you could be kind of put him next to Roquan and talk about two freaky athletic middle linebackers that can cover ground and coverage and also be able to blitz. This is also a guy that can rush off the edge as well, Simpson that is. So, you want to bring him on a blitz, you want to bring Roquan. That's going to be where the weapon is there. You can lose these guys as additional pass rushers too. So, and the 49ers just made a good pick here with Jair Brown. This was, for another team, you know what? The 49ers, they may have missed on their quarterback and Trey Lance. We don't know. That's still to be determined, but they make some good, solid, quiet, sneaky picks here, especially for a team that didn't have any first, second round picks. Jair Brown is a safety from Penn State. I actually started watching him last year. Well, actually, I noticed him last year when I was watching Jaquan Brisker. I'm like, this guy's coming out this year. So he's not as athletic or as rangy as Brisker, but he's more of a guy that can be an intimidator, a guy that can come up and wrap up and be a force in that defense secondary. So I think it's a good selection, especially in the third round here.
Yeah, go ahead, Aldo.
I was just going to say that Tank Bigsby has gone to the Jaguars, a running back, and I've got this report on Tank from Greg Gabriel.
This guy can create. He's fast. So you might even, run in the 4.4s. Very good cutback vision. Has a quick burst after he makes a cut. He's elusive. Some of these guys are one cut in the open field. This guy can wiggle. He's got loose hips and make people miss in the open field. Very quick cutter in the hole to change direction. Can take an inside run and swing it to the outside when it's all clogged up on the inside. He finishes runs, gets tough yards, has speed, good in short yardage. Used mostly as a short receiver, but he's got good hands and good run after. He's a complete back. Guy's a hell of a player.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tracking 100% there with Greg Gabriel. To me, he's a guy that played on an offense that didn't have a lot around him and continued to be the shining star there. And a good, really, really decisive in his running, makes one cut and gets north and south, and doesn't necessarily go down easy, and has kind of some kind of a fifth gear, if you want to call it, a ability to get some speed and go. And to me, I still have a guy like Roschon Johnson a little higher, just kind of for his size and his build. But Tank Bigsby was a guy that I really liked, and to me, it makes a lot of sense when you have Travis Etienne that is a little bit more of a shifty scat back, if you will, and Tank Bigsby is going to sit there and just pound the rock for you.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, for me, Bigsby, this is a guy that whenever I put on, Saturday football, watch Auburn. I mean, this guy was always making plays for me, but you never hear his name in terms of college football because maybe his team wasn't that good. But back-to-back years with 10 rushing touchdowns, he didn't have 1,000 yards this year, over 1,000 yards last year. But he's a guy that's had over 30 receptions this past season. So he gives you both in terms of a pass catcher out of the backfield, also a nice guy that can run between the tackles, can bounce out like Greg was talking about, like we just showed him on those highlights. So very underrated running back. Again, Jacksonville is just doing something that hopefully within a year we can start doing here in Chicago, is just once you get the offensive line fixed, once you get the defense fixed, the defensive line, now you start bringing weapons around your young quarterback. And I think, that's what they're doing here, even though they have a Travis Etienne in the backfield. And I forgot who the backup running back is, but a kid like this that can bring a different element to your offense, you bring him in, and now you just give your quarterback more and more weapons. Something we saw happen in Buffalo to an extent, something we saw happen last year in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts. So, but you got to fix those lines first, and I think that's what the Bears are doing in this draft. If nothing else, I'm not going to criticize Ryan Poles for this draft, mainly because he got so far. He's got the guys I want in terms of he's got defense. He's concentrated on offense and defensive line so far, other than the one corner, which also was a need too. So.
By the way, that pick of the safety Brown to the Niners, he was the first pick for the 49ers in this draft. Yeah. But getting back to the running backs, I've been saying for months now that I really thought that Bears were going to select their starting running back for the 23 season in this draft, but the options are starting to get limited. You got Roschon Johnson out of Texas, Bijan's backup. Kendra Miller was chosen already. Israel Abanikanda. Zach Evans potentially could be, although I'm on the fence with him. That's kind of it. Now there's still Dwayne
McBride from UAB.
Yes, I was going to say there's still some really good running backs, but I don't see them as running backs that can supersede Foreman as the number one running back.
Well, or Herbert. Foreman's number one running back. I think it's going to be Khalil Herbert, but I could be wrong there. But yeah, no. In terms of next season, none of these guys are going to be the starting running backs. But I think Dwayne McBride could potentially be in the future a starting running back. He's got that type of vision, he's got that type of quickness. I watched him go up against Georgia, and they were all matched. They were getting killed, but they were down like 50 points or something like that in the third, fourth quarter. But he's still running hard. He's still out there competing against Georgia, and that tells me a lot about a player's competitive toughness, his football character. And then the whole issue I had with him was fumbles, ball protection. I think he had almost like 10 lost fumbles or 10 fumbles, and I think like 7 lost or something like that. So that's something he's got to clean up. But he's got a chance. He's got the frame. Israel Abanikanda, I think, is a nice scheme fit in terms of a guy that can play nicely in this one cut, wide zone scheme. Has a chance to be able to catch passes out of the backfield as well. And of course, I have this guy that I'm loving, and I told you about this guy, Aldo, and he's a guy that's going to probably go late tomorrow, might even get drafted. But Xavier Valade from Arizona State. The guy was at Wyoming. Now he's at Arizona State. Gives you some of that option in terms of being able to be a pass catcher as well. I'm not saying he's going to come in and be a starter next year, but I'm saying he's a guy that come in and at least give you some competitive carries too. So, there's some depth there. I just don't know if they're going to go running back or not.
Kobe Turner has been selected by the Rams. I know that, Jordan, you had him on your list of favorites. Tell me why you liked him so much.
Yeah, it didn't make a ton of sense now with the Bears kind of attacking D-line already, but this is fantastic value for the conductor out of Wake Forest. A unique player that's got a good motor, shows some pass rush skill, is kind of a middle-of-the-line defender there. And what he's going to do is be a great piece to hopefully be a sponge and learn off of Aaron Donald, and then he'll likely play 5-tech for them. And then have the opportunity to kind of squeeze inside as well and help complement Aaron Donald there.
What do you think about Kobe Turner?
Yeah, this is a guy that Bears brought in a couple of times. I know they were looking at him as well. So, I mean, first year at Wake Forest last year, only had 2 sacks, but he had 10 tackles for loss. So, I mean, he was a guy that was a little disruptive there too. So, I think it's a little bit rich for me in terms of the third round. But who took him? The Rams or the Cowboys took him?
Rams.
Okay. We'll see. I mean, I think a little bit too rich, but
they need to build that defense. So this is them just going, we'll take whatever we can get.
And the Cowboys follow that up with their own linebacker, DeMarvion Overshawn.
Yeah, this is a Texas kid. I'm curious. Jordan, what do you think about him? For me, like I'd watch him one week. I'm like, this guy's a will linebacker in our 4-3 system, and then another week I see him like, maybe he's a strong side. Another week, I'm like, well, he could be a middle linebacker because of his ability to drop back in coverage. He's got some good length, but he's a guy. Again, whenever I put him on, he's a run and chase linebacker. He's got good size, and is a guy that I saw as a potential 4-3 will linebacker.
Yeah, I personally was really high on I call him Agent 00, but of DeMarvion Overshown. I actually thought he was a candidate to potentially come out last year and decided to go back and improve his value. And to me, this is a fun pairing with Micah Parsons there in Dallas, and they're going to love having one of their hometown kids there in Jerry's world. And to me, it's not a one-to-one comparison, but I saw a lot of Christian Harris in his game, former safety, former DB that's learning how to play linebacker. Now, what's special about him, as Danny's talking about, is he's extremely lengthy. He's got plenty of length to his game and speed, and coming as a safety understands how to play coverage. So to me, I think he's a valuable piece, especially here in the draft at 90 overall, where he's going to be able to provide you some coverage sake to hopefully, again, part of my thing here with Dan Quinn and the Cowboys is how can you free up Parsons to be more of an edge pressure, but not just lining up on the edge. Where can I weaponize you and move you around and not have to force you to play off-ball backer? And so to me, he's got even more range and length and all of that good stuff that Leighton Vander Esch just never quite lived up to there.
See, this is where I want to talk, because earlier you talked about, Jordan, you talked about that Eberflus doesn't have the traditional 4-3, in terms of body fit, scheme fit, so on and so forth. But Dan Quinn runs the same kind of system. Dan Quinn runs a 4-3, but this is to me is a more traditional 4-3, free flowing up the field kind of attack the quarterback type of gap penetrating defense. And he took a kid like Micah Parsons, who was a linebacker at Penn State, and no one thought he was going to be an edge rusher, and he made him into use him as edge rusher. That's how I'm talking about being creative, taking that base, that 4-3 Tampa 2, whatever you want to call it. I personally think that Tampa 2 system has been outdated. The NFL offenses coordinators now can beat it easily. But I think if you're going to run that as your base, you got to be creative with it. And taking a guy like Micah Parsons, or that's what I was talking about earlier, but maybe that guy like a Drew Sanders doesn't actually fit the profile as an edge rusher, but a guy that's showing you they can be able to get to the quarterback and create the havoc that you want to create. So that's what I want to see this coaching staff do, is I want to see them get creative. You have your base, but now get creative. And, hopefully we'll see that. It's been 1 year, and I don't want to jump all over them, but just the fact that last year they couldn't rush the quarterback, they couldn't create any pressure, and they showed no creativity whatsoever. It was a lost season. You weren't going to win anything. That was a time if you were going to gamble. And I saw no creativity, and that's really got me down on this defensive coaching staff.
Yeah, I mean, although if you want to talk about Dorian Williams, we can. But that's such a good topic about Dan Quinn versus Flus that we can absolutely talk about that too.
All right, let's talk about Dorian Williams going to the Bills. It seems to me that that's a great pick for Buffalo. Their defense just got a little bit better. What do you think about Mr. Williams, Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, the easy thing to go is this the Tremaine Edmonds replacement? And it's not because of the difference in size, but to me, I would actually be more interested to see, is Terrell Bernard, the linebacker that they took last year, going to be the Mike for them? And does Dorian Williams come in as the succession plan for Matt Milano, who is still fantastic, but we're talking about adding another year to his resume as he gets older? And so, but again, a really athletic, kind of like he's the one that looks like a safety roaming around there playing backer, but plenty of athleticism that they're going to like there. As McDermott is now calling the plays with Leslie Frazier taking the year off.
What do you know about Williams, Danny?
Yeah, just undersized, athletic linebacker, sideline playmaking ability, tackling machine. I think he had like 10 sacks. It was 10 or 8.5 tackles for loss last year, 5 sacks. So this is a guy that obviously, a smaller school, but, he was a guy that stood out on his tape, as an athletic linebacker. And again, the Bills play that 4-3, front, a little bit different. But again, they went from a Tremaine Edmonds playing, in the middle of that defense now to going to a smaller, linebacker. And I know that Edmonds, because I have a contact in Buffalo, Edmonds was really, really valued there because of his length, and not because of his ability to get after the quarterback or bring a pass rusher or anything like that. Is because he dropped back in coverage, and that length was hard for quarterbacks to beat down the middle of the football field. So hopefully, maybe that's why. Because when the Bears signed Edmonds, I thought that was going to be the will linebacker, but it looks like Eberflus said he's going to be the middle linebacker, and TJ Edwards is going to be that will linebacker. So I think maybe they might steal a page out of the Bills there and utilize Edmonds' length and athletic ability in the middle of that football field, because that's how you beat the Tampa 2, right? That's the book on a Tampa 2, is beat them in the middle of that football field. And that's why Urlacher was so great, because if he was a former safety with that size and the range, you'd be able to make plays on the ball. And hopefully Edmonds will bring you some more of that as well here too.
Good stuff, guys. Chiefs are on the clock. They're about ready to make their selection, although about 10 people joined Roger Goodell at the stage, so this could take more than a few minutes. I wish I had a way of easily accessing who the Chiefs have selected so far. I know they got Felix Anadiki Uzoma. Rashee Rice. There you go. So this will be their third pick. So far, it looks pretty good. I know you like both of those players, Jordan.
Yeah, I do. I mean, we'll be interested to see what they do here. I'm questioning, I'm going to keep counting the Nick Saldiveri pick, because they do have a little bit of a hole there at right tackle. I mean, maybe they like Lucas Niang, but to me, I think that you could talk about having a right tackle there. And Nick Saldiveri is a guy that I'm pretty high on.
Okay. Goodell
like is tackle or guard. I think I like him. I think tackle was where he got a little exposed, at least to me, and when I watched him on tape, in terms of his speed deficiency on the outside, on the island. I think I like him inside, where they had him at the Senior Bowl, by the way, inside a guard. I think I like him better because he's a little more secluded.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a tweener, and I do agree, Danny, that he probably could be better at guard, but he's one of those guys that I'd like to give him a chance at tackle, and if it looks horrendous, then go ahead and talk about moving him into guard.
Indeed. All right, so it looks like it will be seconds. It is Wanya Morris, the tackle out of Oklahoma.
Same neighborhood, different house. Talking about a tackle.
Interesting kid. This guy. I was doing this kid today. Hold on. I got his information right here.
Started 27 of 36 career games, was selected as the SEC All-Freshman when he was at Tennessee. He transferred over to Oklahoma. I frankly didn't think that he did very well at the Senior Bowl, and then Swifty over at Swift Sports Network said, go back and look at the tape, and I did. And he was better than what I saw with my actual eyes. The tape told me that he's a pretty decent player.
Yeah, this guy, when you watch, because I watched his Harrison Obvious team, and then I watched him as well. And 5-star high school recruit, you talked about earlier, committed and played at Tennessee for the first, 2 seasons there, started at left tackle, and then ended up going to Oklahoma. And he was actually a backup initially, and then this past year was a starting right tackle. So, overall he started 27 games, so he's got some good experience. He's got the ability to play left and right. 19 starts at left tackle, 8 starts at right tackle. So he gives you that position versatility. Very good size arm length. He's got 35+ inch arm length. Solid base and pass protection, can bump, steer, and mirror. Understands, fits and positioning, can work up to the second level with ease. Has the versatility, playing multiples either side of the line of scrimmage. But there's some things that you watch him, lack substance and pass protection. He can be, moved off of the spot, so he's got to get bigger, right? This guy can get pulled back into the quarterback, carries his hands too low. So those are all just like coaching stuff. But the thing about him is, like, this is a guy that has some off the field stuff. He's got had a partially torn hip in high school that ended up being in surgery when his freshman year at Tennessee, and then he had a shoulder injury. This is the guy at the combine was running his 40 and his hamstring popped and he stopped in the middle of his run. So there's a couple of things where he was caught on camera punching a TCU fan after a game. He was suspended for the first 2 games of the season because of academics. So there's some stuff off the football field with this kid that kind of maybe that's why you watch him. He's got the size, got the athletic ability, maybe could have gone higher, but some of the off the field stuff and some of the injury concerns maybe is why he dropped to your ear like late third round. But this could be a potential steal for them if he gets everything corrected and gets his head on straight.
Cloudy Future is saying that Darnell Washington is going to the Steelers, so we'll get confirmation on that. But
just go and become a Steelers fan. Just do it.
Well, it's fine. It's just one of he's another one. Omar Khan is slaying this draft, and here's the thing, because it's okay to have a succession plan in some way, but for example, Pat Freiermuth doesn't need a succession plan. He's plenty young, but Darnell Washington is extremely different from Freiermuth. And talk about giving, again, assuming the medical checks out, talk about giving Kenny Pickett another option, big body to pin the ball to.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks left, and we will finish day 2 of the NFL draft. So far, guys, any major storylines kind of bubbling up for you in terms of teams and what they have done? Anything that you think that a team has done particularly good or a team that's done particularly bad? I'll start with you, Jordan.
We just talked about one of them. I think the Steelers coming in strong with Joey Porter Jr. and then just hitting it out the park, pick after pick after pick. And I don't know. I guess throw the tomatoes at me, but I like Brian Gutekunst and what they're doing in Green Bay.
What about you, Danny?
Yeah, I was looking at some teams and see what they did here. Green Bay, I don't know. I mean, Lucas Van Ness was a reach for me at 13. But Musgrave is a guy that's got talent, but we'll see how it happens. But just kind of going back and see. I mean, obviously the Eagles. I'm trying to see what they did here. Obviously, the first 2 days yesterday was the first 2 picks for Philadelphia were pretty nice.
Steen and Sidney Brown.
Say that one more time.
Tyler Steen and Sidney Brown.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Okay, so Eagles are here going Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. Obviously, Jalen Carter, one of the more talented players in this draft. They have the locker room with guys like Fletcher Cox and Brendan Graham, and also his teammates and Jordan Davis and Kobe Dean, and now they get Nolan Smith. So I think they have the incubator, if you will, to kind of nurture this kid and get him up and right there and head to saturate. And when he does, remember, they lost Javon Hargrave, who was a huge loss for them. This guy can just step right in and be another disruptor in the middle of the defensive line. So that's a huge pick. Nolan Smith, a guy that, they have a mimic here in Hassan Reddick. So they have an example in terms of, hey, this is what you want to be in the future. You can follow him there. Tyler Steen, a guy that came over from Vanderbilt, was a starter there. It came to Alabama this past season, started a left tackle for them. I think he's got 32-inch arms, so I think he's more of an inside guard guy at the next level. But he's a guy that's surprisingly quick and mobile for a guy who's 6'4", 300+ pounds. So I think that's going to be a potential replacement for Samolo, who went to the Steelers, by the way. Isaac Samolo went to the Steelers. So and then Sidney Brown, we talked about him earlier. A guy that's a leader, the guy that's a physical presence around the line of scrimmage, a box safety, if you will, but also showed the ability to drop back in coverage. So I think, man, it's just the Eagles just keep doing it year in, year out. Harry Roseman was a guy that, remember when Chip Kelly was there, he had to they kicked him upstairs or something like that because Chip Kelly wanted all the control, and now they got rid of Chip Kelly, brought Harry Roseman back down, and lo and behold, next thing you know, they won 2 Super Bowls since then. So Harry Roseman is a guy that needs to get a nice applause for what he's done so far. And again, he attacks the trenches. He does not veer away from that. His philosophy is you attack the trenches with your first 2 or 3 selections, and then you go and get filling needs in the back end or receivers or running back and so on and so forth. So that Howie Roseman and the Eagles are get a A+ for me.
Darnell Washington has officially gone to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The dude is massive and maybe one of the best blocking tight ends I have ever seen play college football. Jordan, what's the fit for the Steelers with actually, we've talked about this a little, but if you want to add to that, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think to me, you're talking about a different archetype, a different player for Kenny Pickett to have on that offense. And we've talked about, I think his blocking is a little overblown. That's not to say he's a bad blocker. He's probably one of the best in his class as a tight end, but that they like to run the ball there. And there's definitely a connection. Najee Harris is going to know Darnell a little bit. And so to me, there's nothing like lining him up in 12 personnel. Pat Freiermuth will get his nose dirty and block too. Line him up in 12 and then just pound the rock with that newly formed offensive line with these two tight ends and let Najee Harris go to work so that you could take some pressure off Kenny Pickett.
There you go. Barroom schedule for tomorrow, by the way. Greg Gabriel and I will be live at 9 a.m. Central, and then at 11 a.m. when day 3 begins, we will be back at it, covering each pick. The Arizona Cardinals has just selected Stanford wide receiver Michael Wilson, the guy who at one point or another I thought that I was reading that he might be a first-round consideration. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'll go quick, Danny. I think to me the only reason he's here is because of injuries and had a fantastic Senior Bowl, a good route runner. To me, it's not the same size necessarily, but I see a little bit of kind of like an Alan Lazard guy, a power slot, if you will, guy that can win with some nuance in his route running and good ball control. And to me, this is a welcome change for Kyler Murray. They actually, outside of Nuke, of course, DeAndre Hopkins, they get some size at wide receiver that they've been so desperately missing as Steve Keim decided to drive that team off of a cliff.
Yeah, this guy at the Senior Bowl, I mean, he shocked me in terms of his route running, his release off the line of scrimmage. He was so quick, for a guy that size of 6'1", 213 pounds, really showed out at the Senior Bowl. And I think he's a guy, like Jordan said, if it wasn't for injuries, might have been considered a little bit higher here. But yeah, definitely a weapon here, more under the radar kind of weapon here for Kyler Murray in Arizona. But yeah, the guy really took off at the Senior Bowl, and I think his 40 wasn't that great. It was 4.58, I believe it was at the combine. So even though he's maybe more quicker than fast, but he's a guy that just went up and made the high point the ball. Was able to again extend. I love receivers that can extend away from their frames and make go up and get the ball and be physical at the catch point. I think that's what he showed over at the Senior Bowl. I think that's where he's getting drafted here in the 3rd round.
We've got several picks left, and the Bengals now are on the clock. Actually, the pick is in, and Goodell is at the podium. We'll see who they've selected. Does anyone know who the Bengals have selected already? You got that handy?
I do not.
I don't, but I'm still holding out hope for my guy.
You're a big offensive lineman, huh?
Yeah. Just want to see Dewan happy. And like I said, I'm shocked by this. I get it. It's a unique role that you have to put a guy like him in, but they've clearly shown a willingness to take that type of guy. They just spent a ton of money on their left tackle for that type of guy, and you don't have a right tackle. You just don't. So I'm sitting here like, God, what is wrong with Dewan?
You established a nice friendship.
They have Jonah Williams. He doesn't want to play right tackle, so
yeah, like what are we doing?
And they just have Lionel Collins as well, but he's injured.
And Jordan, you established a nice relationship with Jones over social media. So he seems like a really nice guy, huh?
He's a sweetheart. It was a situation where I was talking about, him only showing up for one day at the Senior Bowl, and he had talked to me about the injury he sustained there, and we've kind of built a relationship talking about that. And the plan is I plan on getting some time to talk with him and do an interview with him as soon as he's drafted somewhere. As we actually had talked a little bit while he was out here in Southern California training at Travell Gaines training facility.
Very cool. I know I was there when he was answering questions from the Senior Bowl reporters, and he was a darling there. He had a big crowd around him. He's making reporters smile, so he apparently has a really good sense of humor.
Yeah, he's just a nice guy.
Yeah, very cool. All right, we've got the Bengals pick about to be made here. We've got a veteran on stage who salute to him for his service to our country. Danny, go ahead.
Yeah, the one thing we got to think about, guys, is after this round ends tomorrow with that first pick in the 4th round, teams usually what happens is like today, teams go back after the days and they go back and see who's available on the boards, and next thing you know. So what I'm trying to say is there are going to be a lot of calls tomorrow for Ryan Poles to try and trade that pick. So interesting to see if they have, I believe they have 5 picks tomorrow. if they take those 5 picks and make them into 7 or 8 picks. I'm curious to see how that tells us, what they see in terms of depth. Maybe they can attack positions that they can't do now. So I want to see what happens tomorrow morning with that first pick.
Yeah, that's a great topic there because I firmly believe that this team is Jordan Battle, the safety out of Alabama, is going to the Bengals. I'd love to yeah. I was just going to say real quick that I'd love to see Post keep that pick and make a great selection. It's I don't know if I've ever in my life, other than today, seen the Bears pick at the top of a round, to start a day in the draft, a day 2 or a day 3, or certainly not a day 1. So it would be nice to see the Bears make that pick just from a kind of a romantic purpose. But Jordan Battle
didn't correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you guys can remember this. Wasn't Alex Brown the first pick of the 4th round? The year they got drafted him, wasn't he?
I don't know.
I'm not 100%. I just thought something that he was like the first pick. He was like the Bears had the first pick in the 4th round, and he was the guy they took. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, Jordan Battle is a guy that came in this year. I think he was a guy that got outshined by Branch, but he was on a lot of scouts' lists in terms of being the best safety on Alabama, but a different kind of body type, more of a bigger, stronger safety as opposed to Battle. As opposed to Branch. So I wonder if he's going to fill in the hole that was left by the safety that left Cincinnati, that went to Atlanta, Bates. So I wonder if that's the replacement there for him.
This is an interesting pick. The Detroit Lions have traded up for defensive tackle Broderick Martin. He is 6'4.5", 337 pounds. He was a 2022 All-Conference USA honorable mention. Anybody studied this small school guy?
This is the first guy that I have not heard of. Or I have not studied.
31 tackles, a sack and a half, 2 pass breakups in 2022. Everyone in the Lions draft room is super excited. Yeah, Jordan, you haven't heard of this guy either, huh?
No, and I mean, just based on you telling me measurements, saying he's 337, I'm going, he's a plugger. So he'll sit there and just muck up and try to run the ball on me. So this is just typical Detroit, and in a good way. They are going to make it very difficult to move the ball in that defense. This is like them taking out all their rage on the fact that their defense has been the weak spot of that team for the last 2 seasons, and they're just going to continue to pour resources into it.
So it took to pick 96 for them to bring up a player that I had not seen yet.
Yep.
That's not bad. Is that usually on average here?
Yeah, typically. I was
going to say,
it depends on how crazy Bill Belichick gets, but it's typically it's around the 4th round range is where you start seeing some names. You're like, whoa, who's this guy?
I was going to say you get 1 or 2 on day 2 usually.
Yeah, you get Bill Belichick doing it. So
Dane Brugler, the author of The Beast, ranked Broderick Martin as his 23rd defensive tackle, and in his summary says Martin won't be a high volume snap defender in the NFL, but he is a wrecking ball who can become a valuable part of a nose tackle rotation if given time to develop.
Yeah, see, I mean, I'll give you just a different way, and it's probably not going to be a pick now with the Gervon Dexter pick, but a guy that I'm really fond of is Gerard Clark from Coastal Carolina as a nose tackle. And to me, that's shocking to me that you see a guy like Broderick Martin going over a guy like Clark.
Yeah, but Clark he's just a fat guy. He's a guy that I don't think it fits his scheme. I mean,
to me, I see Grover Stewart when I watch him.
Oh man, Stewart, he's got some movement skills. I mean, I watched Clark, and it was just sloppy in terms of his play. I don't know if he's a fit for the scheme, but we'll see. I mean,
I'm talking about him. Definitely not as a 3, just to be a player.
I like Dante Stills out there. There's a Lacey from Oklahoma State, again, another guy as an end that could project inside as a 3 technique too. So, we talked about Ojimo from Texas could be out there in the skill, but they went 2 interior defensive line. For me right now, it's the defensive ends. Now, are they going to get creative? There's a kid, Hampton from Appalachian State. Nick Hampton from Appalachian State, athletic as hell, but he's only about 236 pounds. Again, you got to get creative here. Is that something that you're going to bring in here and utilize him for his one skill set, which is just as a pass rusher? or do you go, more of these guys like, these project guys? There's guys towards the tail end here, like I've earmarked here, like Thomas Kuhn from Central Michigan. 6'2", 262. Again, doesn't have the prototype body, but 33 and a quarter arm length. Productive as hell in terms of being at Central Michigan. A 4.66 40, a 1.65 10-yard split. He had the 30.5-inch vertical. 11.5 sacks last year. Total for 15.5 sacks. He played 2 years at Central Michigan. Was at Valdosta State. So could this be somewhere where you bring this guy in again? Doesn't have the body you look for, but it could be maybe a pass rush specialist until he develops into an every down player. So they got to get creative here. There's also a guy from Stephen F. Austin that I do like.
BJ Thompson.
BJ Thompson, he's a guy that also has got the length, but he's skinny as hell. So this is a guy that's going to be a developmental guy. He's going to be a traits guy, a guy that you have to bring in here. But he's probably not going to be, in all reality, he's probably not going to be a guy that's going to help you out next year. But he's got, the length, he's got the arms, and he's got the first step quickness. But you got to kind of mold him from scratch there. So the Fleming's our pick. I'm not saying these are all great options here, but curious to see what they do. Again, I keep going back to the fact that there is also the possibility of getting a veteran free agent to come in, or maybe a veteran trade. So we'll see what happens.
Ricky Stromberg is indeed going to the Washington Commanders. He is a really good center, in my opinion. The board here up on what station I have it on, NFL Network, says he's great at lateral quickness and strength. Jordan, you talked highly about him a few minutes ago. Tell us more.
Yeah, I'm just a big fan of him, even going back to last year. I just think he's kind of not a total mauler, but he's an ass kicker. He's the type that you're going to sit there and say, you got to pack a lunch for if you're dealing with him at the pivot. He can even play some guard. I think if there's an area about his game that I don't absolutely love, I think that he can improve in his latch strength, his hand placement, things in that area. But, I mean, you're talking about an SEC center that made life difficult for plenty of SEC defensive linemen and, frankly, bullied a lot of them. I mean, even a guy like Jalen Carter gave him a tough time. And so, to me, I'm not telling you Stromberg's the top center in the draft, but he would have been kind of a day 3 gem to me if you were really trying to take a pivot that has potential. But that's for the Bears, but love it for the Commanders. The Commanders need offensive line help, and I know that they picked up Nick Gates from the Giants as potential center, but he's coming off of an injury, so Stromberg makes sense as a competition for Chase Rouillet, Nick Gates, and now Ricky Stromberg.
All right, the Browns are on the clock. Actually, the pick is in, and so we'll get that in a second. Just talking about centers here, centers that are still available: Luke Wepler, Alex Forsyth, Oli Oluwatimi. By the way, Siaki Ika was just selected by the Browns, and he is a big man.
Big man, defensive lineman from Baylor. Yeah, big nose tackle.
Yeah, he's huge. I know a lot of people were contemplating him as a potential choice for the Chicago Bears. Probably not a scheme fit because he's more of that scheme fit from the Brian Urlacher era. A big nose tackle to occupy offensive linemen, so Urlacher and the other linebackers can get to work on tackles. But things are different now.
Yeah, could have been a fit in the Vic Fangio, like a Eddie Goldman type, the guy that eats up blocks, in terms of nose guard or nose tackle, if you will. But yeah, in terms of the center position, like I said, the guy I really wanted was eyeing for tomorrow was Juice Scruggs, but he just went. I believe it was the second round he went in. So,
yes.
Luke Wepler is the other guy on my list in terms of a guy that fits.
Yeah, he hasn't gone.
No, he hasn't gone yet. He's a guy that he's not perfect in terms of athletic, but he's a guy that I think he could be a wide zone center here. Obviously, he has a connection with Ohio State there as well. So I think he's a guy that could be a day 3 pick if they try to go pick a center there. So again, athletically doesn't have all the things that I want, but he does play in a system where he can go ahead and do a reach block inside. Can be able to be successful in terms of maintaining blocks as he's moving east and west laterally. So I think he's a guy in day 3. If you're looking for a center, Luke Wepler from Ohio State.
Well, can you believe that the San Francisco 49ers have chosen a kicker?
Whoa, Jake Moody.
Wow.
You have to. I'm not saying it's fun, but and a 99 overall, but you have to plan for life after Robbie Gould.
Well, they've let Robbie Gould go. Robbie Gould has been
so who's their kicker?
Jake Moody.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta. I'm not saying it's sexy or fun, but if you need a kicker and you've got all these compensatory picks, might as well just take one of them and get the.
Actually, he was at the East West Shrine game, and I was talking to a scout, and we were just kind of chilling on the field there, and he said that he was joking because Zay Flowers wasn't playing, a lot of the guys weren't playing in the game, and he's like, this guy. Actually, he was the MVP of the game. Jake Mooney was MVP of the East West Shrine game because he made, I think, 4 or 5 field goals. So he's like, this guy's going to be drafted early. So I'm not into scouting kickers yet. All I know is if you hear them hitting the ball, you hear a big thump, it means they have a strong leg, and that's all I know in terms of scouting kickers. So, Jordan, can anything else in terms of what he looks for in intangibles for kickers? You let me know.
No, certainly not. But I just think it's one of those things where when you're talking about a kicker coming from Michigan that kicks in the elements, it's kind of what you're looking for. And he was, when you're talking about those that do scout him, he was the consensus top kicker. And so it makes sense to use a compensatory pick when you don't have one on the roster.
He made someone's top 100 list, I believe it was top 100 or top 150 list, something like that, in terms of overall talent in this draft. I'm like, wow. I'm like, is the talent that thing where a kicker makes your top 150 list?
Yeah. Let's see what our buddy Dane Brugler has to say as I go to his specialist section. He was ranked the number 1 specialist. So that makes sense, but boy, he didn't provide a scouting report.
We don't scout cookies, man. I don't
know. not real player. No, I'm kidding. But
no, he's a real player. I've met him. I've seen him. So he's real. He exists.
Well, all he's got here is a projection 4th or 5th round, and that's
so
it.
They reached for him. That's the 3rd round. It's bad value.
That is funny. The 100th pick of this NFL draft is about to be made by the Las Vegas Raiders. They have, notable players selected in the history of the NFL at 100. San Francisco took Michael Robinson, and he won a Super Bowl with the Seahawks. What do you think the Raiders might do here, Jordan?
To me, I still think that you need to load up at DB and fix that room that also has a bunch of no-namers on it. They're using Brennan Faison and David Long Jr. from the Rams, and so they need DB help. And never going to have a problem taking a CB. Like if it was Darius Rush here, I'd go nuts. I think that's a really good quality pick at pick 100 for them.
Yeah, indeed. What do you think, Danny? Any ideas on what the Raiders should do?
They've gone Tyree Wilson. They've got Michael Mayer at tight end. They've got Byron Young. They've got 3 guys that I do like. I'm trying to think. In terms of offensive line, I'm not sure if your guy fits him here. DeJuan Jones from Ohio State in terms of as a right tackle. I know they got Colton Miller at left tackle, but I mean, I think they could use a right tackle there. So that could be an option there for them as well.
Their right side of their offensive line right now is Alex Bars and Jermaine Illuminor. So certainly DeJuan Jones would make sense. But I mean, to be fair, Josh McDaniels comes from New England where they like Trent Brown and they like Vollmer and they like all these big tackles. So maybe DeJuan makes sense there.
Could they go quarterback here? They didn't pick a quarterback, and a guy that I know a lot of people liked at the Senior Bowl was Jake Haener. Oh, Trey Tucker, receiver out of Cincinnati. There you go, speed guy.
Mm-hmm. Which shocks me because I would have personally gone with the other Cincinnati receiver.
Tyler Scott.
Yep.
Yeah. So there you
go. LT Traveler says analysis of Bears. Poles went into areas he should not have. Paid price. Center and high upside defensive tackle and defensive end in the first. Not quite sure what that means, LT. So give us another shot at that.
You should not paid price. What? I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because is he trying to say he needs to get a center, or he went and got a center? Because he didn't get a center. He got Darnell Wright.
Right. Not sure what LT. So if you can give us some more context there, LT, we'll address your concerns. Anyone else have a question for the guys as we come close to winding things down here? Now's a good time to use your digits to type that out. Cloudy Future says, wanted to ask you guys what you thought of the NFC North draft classes so far.
Well, we know what Jordan thinks of the Packers. Go ahead, Jordan.
If we're being clear, I think that I love the Packers moves in general. I just think that they've been sensible to try and derive or get a for sure, as much of a for sure answer as you can on Jordan Love this year. And then I understand Lucas Van Ness seems like a reach at 13, and maybe he is, but I love the potential there. The Lions have some head scratchers, but I can see what they're trying to do to push things forward. The Vikings have been. I love the Jordan Addison pick, but they've been quiet because they just
That's
don't
it.
have
That's all pick they
assets.
made is Jordan Anderson. That's all they have.
And then I'll finish with our beloved Bears. I'm not trying to rain on the parade, I promise. It's been good, not great. I'm fine with it. When you're telling me that the best pick outside of yesterday, Darnell Wright, which was solid, when you're telling me my favorite thing is Zach Pickens at the start of the third, I'm just left I'll give you a perfect example. They moved up to pick Tyreek Stevenson, which I get it and I appreciate. I would have rather had you move up for Keanu Benton or move up for one of those other 3 techs, or I guess 1 tex and Keanu Benton. Go do something else than walk away with Gervon Dexter. I'm just not high on the pick, and it's fine. We'll see how it works. It's not a you're picking some no-namer guy in the second round. There wasn't a lot there that I liked about that pick.
Cam Latu goes to the 49ers with pick 101, the big tight end.
Yeah, they need a tight end. Yeah, for me, for NFC North, I mean, I guess I have to go with Detroit. I mean, obviously, I think the first 4 picks are all going to probably start for them. I'm not sure about Brian Branch. He's a corner. Could they play him start him at corner? I don't know if they're going to start him at corner or not because they went ahead and they signed a bunch of 2 or 3 free agents free agent corners. So like Jahmyr Gibbs is obviously solid running back. Maybe a little bit too high for me in 12 overall, but it is what it is. Jack Campbell was a reach, but again, he's going to start for them most likely. The one thing that a point I was going to make was like yesterday was they signed Montgomery and they signed Azzaloni, the linebacker. They re-signed them to long-term contracts, and they go pick up Campbell and then Gibbs. But then today you hear they might trade DeAndre Swift. So that could be an issue there as well. So Laporta is a tight end that I do like. Doesn't have the size and doesn't have this the wow athleticism of some of the other guys, but I think he's going to be a solid player for them. Hendon Hooker, I think was a good, safe, for the future kind of pick where, yeah, you know what, Jared Goff had a great year. Maybe it continues. Maybe he falls flat on his face. But we have a guy here that could potentially be his replacement. And then this Broderick Martin guy, I have no idea. I've never seen him, so I can't talk about him. It sounds like it's a big run stuffer in the middle of the defensive line. So, and in terms of the Packers, I mean, I'm going to be serious here. I was just giving Jordan some grief earlier, but Lucas Van Ness is not a bump. And Lucas Van Ness is a guy that's got potential. Yeah, he didn't start at Iowa, but he's got the athletic ability. He's got the frame. He's got the long arms. He's got potential to get bigger and stronger. He's a guy that could be. He's given so much versatility. He can line up as a 5 technique. He can line up as a stand up 2-point stance outside linebacker. So he gives him some flexibility, and he's got potential to be a pretty good, player down the road. So I'm not saying he's a bad pick. Musgrave, talented pass catcher. A lot of questions in terms of his availability and injuries and all that stuff. But man, he's not going to be an inline blocker. So you have, I think they still have Mercedes Lewis, but I believe he's a free agent at the moment. But he's not going to be a guy who's going to be lined up as an inline wide tight end. But he's a guy who's going to be a pass catching threat down the middle of the field. Probably replace Tunyon, who obviously signed with the Bears. Jaden Reed, I love Jaden Reed, and he's a guy that's going to be, like a diminutive slot receiver, a punt returner, possibly a kickoff returner. So I think he's a guy that you get the ball in his hands and he can do things with it just because of his return skills and his elusiveness in the open field. And Tucker Kraft is a guy, again, like Jordan was a little bit higher him than I was. He's a guy that when you watch South Dakota State, he's a guy you watched for. Big guy. Again, didn't look like he was that athletic when you first see him, get up to the line of scrimmage or even when he releases. But man, it was like something that would kick in with him when you get past the linebacker. Next thing you know, he's flying down the field and he's threatening the seam. So he's a guy that can stretch the seam and be someone. So that, they went two tight ends there, and he is a better option as terms of an inline tight end. So with Musgrave, he's more of a kick out, kind of like a move tight end.
Tight end,
and then Tucker Kraft, this guy could potentially be a inline, a wide tight end. So obviously they're there help their quarterback there with those last 3 picks. So and to me, for the Bears, Aaron, do you want to talk about this next pick with the Vikings?
Yes, let's talk about, since we were on the topic of NFC North, they've added Mekhi Blackman, the defensive back. Along with Jordan Addison, does that improve the Vikings draft class for so far through 3 rounds?
It wouldn't have been the DB I take, but I will say that they needed DB help. You needed corners because you're hoping and praying Andrew Booth comes back healthy and finds a way, and Lewis Cine. But you got to remember that they just shipped off Patrick Peterson, who's kind of a fossil at this point. So they need whatever they can at the corner room, and so they think Mekhi Blackman, who's a scrappy corner, is the answer there. And it's kind of funny they've gone back to back at USC, which is a defense that I didn't think too highly of outside of a couple players. But to me, it's a fine pick. Wouldn't have been my corner. Like I would have rather taken a swing on a Kaylee Ringo or a Darius Rush or one of those players than a Mekhi Blackman. But that's fine if they want to. If Kwesi decides he wants to try this competitive rebuild with 2 USC players, let's do it.
Yeah, for me, if I'm going for corner, there are a ton of corners out there available. I'm not going to that USC defense for my starting for a corner here in the 3rd round. So, that's helps.
That's what we were talking about.
Let's get a couple of these questions out before we say goodbye to people. Ravi wants to know which running back would you take from what is left? And I think the obvious choice, at least for me, is Israel Abanikanda. Wouldn't that be the guy you guys select? Or Dwayne McBride, you mentioned him earlier, Danny. Looking down the list here, Chris Rodriguez, a kid out of Kentucky, is kind of an intriguing back, 217 pounds, runs a 4.5. But I would really like to see the potential of Israel Abanikanda on this team. What do you guys think?
For me, Dwayne McBride is my top-rated running back left. But again, he's a guy that might go here in the fourth round. I don't know if the Bears want to use a 4th-round pick on a running back, but a guy that I know Neil Sharp-Kinsey like a lot is Chase Brown, the kid from Illinois. He could be a guy that's out there. He could be available in that 5th round as well. Rashawn Johnson is a guy I was high on as well in terms of the kid from Texas, the backup to Bijan Robinson too. So, but I don't know. Maybe Jordan, you can answer this question. Why it seems like the Bears fans are just so adamant about getting a running back? I mean, I don't get it. I understand why they want a running back, but it's just like we have 2 right now that could potentially be starters, and then you can probably get one later on in the draft. So.
You're not wrong, Danny. I get it. I think, and Aldo, I'm curious if you agree or if you coming from it from a different angle. But one to answer your question, Aldo, to me, I'll pound the table for Rashawn Johnson. If that was the number 1 pick tomorrow to start the 4th, I'd be jumping up for joy. That would do some redemption for me in this class thus far. But to me, to answer your question, Danny, and I'm curious, Aldo, where you're coming from on this, but I like a running back that has multiple facets to his game, and right now I don't think that they have anybody that's like that. You have Travis Homer, who's pretty good at pass protection, and I guess he can catch the ball a little bit, but nothing really special about his game. Deontay Foreman's a great downhill, hard-nosed runner, but doesn't have any receiving chops that we can really speak to. And here's the thing. If he could catch, don't you think somebody would have thrown the ball a little more? And then Khalil Herbert's got some juice to his game, but he can't pass protect, and he surely can't catch the ball out of the backfield well. So where is the guy that brings me multiple facets to where when I put him out there next to Justin Fields, I'm not clearly conceding one part of the game?
Yeah, I agree with Jordan.
Go ahead, Aldo.
No, I was just going to say I agree with Jordan on that. His evaluation of the backs on this team, blah. And Foreman has a 1-year contract, and Khalil Herbert will be a free agent. I think it's time to start thinking about, who could be a longer-term solution at running back. None of those guys on this roster throw me. Yes, Herbert has had some really nice games, but I think he's a backup running back, and I don't have a high trust level of him being the starting running back for the Bears.
Like Danny, and I'll be very quick. I like Herbert, I really do. Some of it's the situation, but I've never seen him show he deserves to be a lead back. Every time he's had success, it's because Montgomery was the hammer that beat the shit out of a defense, and then he was able to cut back for 45 yards.
Mm.
Well, first of all, there are only 2 backs in this draft that have been long-term starters for you. That's Bijan Robinson and Jamar Gibbs. They both went in the 1st round, so you weren't going to do that. So other than that, you're looking for a back that's going to come in and complement what you have currently on the roster. So in terms of Deontay Foreman, I know he's a guy that gets like, who is he? What has he done? But he gets lost there, because of he played at Houston, and when he had a chance to play at Houston, he showed that he could carry the ball. He could be a bell cow. Now, in terms of his pass catching ability, he hasn't been using that aspect of his game, so we can't say he's a pass catching back out of the backfield. But last year when they got rid of Christian McCaffrey, he stepped in there and he almost rushed for 1,000 yards in a span of 7-8 games or something like that. And if he hadn't got kicked out of the last game, he probably would have broken 1,000 yards. So behind a team that's the Carolina Panthers. So, this is a guy that's showing he can get downhill. His guy's got a bigger back. He's a guy that when he gets into that second, third level, he's got a little bit of a burst to kind of surprise people, and he can give you some chunk yards. For me, I'm a big Khalil Herbert fan, and if he's the starter, if he's complementing Deontay Foreman, I think he's a competent back. And I think in terms of the potential future starter, all that stuff, right now, even if you pick a back right now. Right, if it's a Bakanda or if it's a Rashawn Johnson, it's going to come in. He's gonna try and complement these guys. He's not going to be a surefire starter for years to come, and so on and so forth. So I just don't think right now there's a back in here you can say surefire starter. This is my future back. In the next 2 or 3 years. So, and plus they got Travis Homer. He loves Ryan Poles loves Travis Homer from what the press conference. So it's like he's going to make the roster. I'm pretty sure. So you have 3 backs already. The one thing I would advocate for, and no one's talked about it, is a fullback. And I'm not a blasting game, whatever his last name is fan. I think they re-signed him, but I'm not a fan of his. And I think Lupke from North Dakota State gives you an intriguing option here in terms of a real true fullback. So, I mean, that's something I would be interested in bringing in and talking about. But again, they're probably going to get a guy in terms of an undrafted free agent. Someone brought up here, Sean Tucker from Syracuse. Good back, contact balance, a guy that can power through arm tackles. He's got a medical mystery that we don't know about in terms of something that he was not allowed to work out or not participate. All they're saying it's a doctor's issue. They're not releasing him. He was just before the draft. It was allowed to do some workouts and all that stuff. But that's an issue there. He might go out undrafted just because of that whole mystery around him. Obviously we don't know. We're not privy to that information. So there's going to be guys, if you want to bring in guys in training camp, have them battle out, but. To me, again, maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe you guys are 100% accurate. I'm not saying you guys are not, but I'm comfortable with Deontay Foreman and Khalil Herbert as my running backs going into next season, with Travis Foreman as my potential third down running back.
All right, got another question here. It is from Joe. He says, Yannick or Frank Clark, either one of them are fit for the Bears, and if so, is one better than the other?
Well, I think they're both fit for the Bears because they have no freaking defensive end right now other than Travis Gibson. So I think, for me, it's Yannick because he's a pass rusher. Yeah. And run defense is not great. It's going to be like his 7th, 8th team in the last couple. I don't know how many seasons now, but he's always on a 1-year contract. He's always staying 1 year, and I don't know if he's wearing out his welcome or whatnot, but he's a guy that does something well, and that's get after the quarterback and get sacked. So for me, it would be Yannick, but in terms of an overall fit, it'd probably be Frank Clark because he's more of a defensive end that can play the run. His big production in terms of sacks has been really in the playoffs. It's like a switch turns on for him in the playoffs, and next thing you know, he's getting after the quarterback and causing pressure. So, probably be Yannick for me, but I could see if they go with Frank Clark because of the familiarity that Ryan Poles has with him at the Chiefs.
What do you think, Jordan?
Yeah, to me, I can't help but feel like Yannick Ngakoue is fine as a pass rusher and he's consistent there, but I guess if that's your weak defensive end, you can roll him out there and start, but then he's a liability in run defense. And Frank Clark, what, Danny?
No, I'm saying you don't have to start him. I mean, you could bring him as a rotational, just a situational pass rusher too.
Yeah, and Frank Clark's fine. Another guy that I think it's a little bit of his best times are yesteryears, and so to me, I do think that. I don't know. Who knows what Chase Young would cost to acquire? I can't imagine it's cheap. They're not going to hand a former, top 3 overall pick away for a bag of potato chips. But you got to get creative in somehow or some way. And the good news, Danny, is maybe I could be wrong, but I tend to think that there's still options there tomorrow at the end that they can try to bring in. Somebody's talking about Isaiah McGuire, Dylan Horton's out there. I'm a big fan of Jose Ramirez. There's other options out there for you to take. And again, no, none of them are going to be home run hits that you feel great rolling out there on day one. But as we've talked about, there are going to be veteran releases and people that hit the market that you can capitalize on. And as I said, I think one of those is going to be a Carl Lawson. You have Jermaine Johnson. You just took Will McDonald. That would be a guy that I would imagine is pending a release.
Yeah, I know Danny actually likes Isaiah McGuire. You still feel that way, Danny?
Yeah, I do. I just think he needed more development than some of the other ones that I liked a little bit higher. But yeah, I like McGuire in terms of I think he's a guy that could develop into a your starting defensive end. But he's a guy that's got the potential, some raw tools. But I don't know if he'd come in next year and make a difference. That's the only thing.
Guys, it's been an outstanding show. You guys just really fielded the ball at the goal line and took it 100 yards for the touchdown. Both of you, outstanding commentary. You've clearly have done your homework and scouting. The evaluations that you offered were you could just tell they were rich with knowledge. You guys really spent a lot of time watching tape, and I'm indebted to you for both being here today. Jordan, any final thoughts before we see you again tomorrow?
No, just Aldo, Danny, thank you. It's been a true joy. And Chad, thank you for hanging out. This has been a pleasure. It's fun just doing the draft. It's the season of hope. And there's always, until the Bears take a loss, it's all hope and uphill from here and joy. So thank you all for having me. And I'm looking forward to kicking it off tomorrow and a good day too.
Mr. Shimon.
Yeah, I mean, this is Jordan. Thank you for jumping on, and you're on the West Coast, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, California.
So 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, you're going to be on bright and early with us with a tank of coffee, drinking it.
I do it Sunday mornings on the Barfly Tailgate.
That's right.
All right, that's gonna be fun. But yeah, I mean, this is fun, guys, and I appreciate all the participation and all the back and forth and the conversation that. Jordan and I had, and Aldo, thanks for running the show. It was a great job there. And yeah, I mean, just one more day, and hey, I'm still excited for tomorrow. I don't know about you guys, because I'm about to get off right now. I'm gonna start looking to see who's still available. I'm looking right here at the potential defensive ends here are still out there. So maybe Jordan, maybe we'll talk on the side here. But like what do you think of? I'm not a huge on this guy, but what do you think about Mike Morris from Michigan? He could be a guy that could be a base defensive end, and that doesn't give you a lot in terms of run defense, but it could be a guy who could generate some pass rush. A guy I liked, a guy I profiled was Robert Beal Jr. from Georgia. Something is the outside linebacker. I think he could probably be a hand in the ground defensive end. Talked about Isaiah McGuire. So there's some intriguing guys out there. I think we need a receiver. I don't know if you guys agree or not. You guys think we need a running back? I think we need a receiver. Some receivers out there we could talk about. Some tight ends. Will Mallory from Miami is still out there in terms of a tight end. Zach Kuntz, who's a hell of a athlete in terms of a tight end from Old Dominion. Not much of a blocker, so don't line him up inside. But he's a guy that could be a nice pass tight end. So there's options here in terms of where the Bears can get better.
Yeah. Well, we got a lot to cover tomorrow, and it all starts at 9 a.m. Central. Greg Gabriel is going to explain to us why the Bears chose players he wasn't completely sold on. I'm going to rib him a little bit. And he actually tweeted out that he's going to do some work tonight on some additional pass rushers because he desperately wants the team to add a pass rusher on this draft and thought that maybe all the good ones were gone. So he's going to double check. So he'll be with me at 9 a.m. and then it's going to be a potpourri of people stopping in and sharing their thoughts about the Chicago Bears draft and what's going on during the draft. So please join us. We'll be here all morning and all day long. And then on Sundays, the Barfly Tailgate Show. Jordan, I don't know if you're going to be on that one too, but if you are, my goodness, you have a great wife to allow you to spend all this time with us. And we really appreciate her and you, brother.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right. Take care, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
We'll be right back.